and then and then I continued to sort of do my own thing until really only a couple of years ago.
Okay, so that explains a little bit about you as well.
Yeah, that makes that starts to make things adds things into perspective a little bit, doesn't it? When you know some more about me.
But then again, when do you introduce this to a person?
I don't know. That's the point. I'm happy my dad introduced it to me at the age I did, because I didn't see any good or bad in it. I didn't understand any of that, and I was protected. I wasn't ever going to go to prison for any of it, right?
Yeah.
And then by the time I could have, I was completely taught, and learned in all of the ways to avoid detection and being captured, and where to do it, how to do it, and how to do it safely, and how to, do all of this shit properly.
Because I was listening to a guy explaining that the anointing oil that they used,
It used cannabis, yeah.
that was incorporated in there as well, and how your skin is a receptor, and how that, well, his terminology is it widens your aperture. So the anointed one was that special one.
Yes.
They used to rub.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, babies. They used to rub that on babies' skin.
Well, again, remember, like, I believe my hypothesis on cannabis is that I don't think we're supposed to really smoke it, right? I think if you were to go back to the time of Moses, and you were to show Moses me, with a vacuum chamber and butane harvested oil and glass tubes, and I'm shooting using it. I used a vectored nozzle, right? When I used to make my butane harvested oil, I used to use a vectored nozzle so I could use less butane, and I would increase the pressure because my nozzle would effectively stop it from being completely liquid. I would effectively use butane, but I used to do it in a really dangerous way, to be quite honest. I used to heat up the butane can with a blowtorch from a very long distance away. The blowtorch was very far away, okay, from the butane can. The outside of the can, I didn't really want to squirt liquid butane exactly through. I wanted it to be liquid/gas. I wanted it to be a ratio of liquid/gas. And then I had a nozzle that would be on the inside of my glass tube, and I would rotate around in a circular fashion the butane can, right? And I would, shake it occasionally, the can, while shaking the whole tube, and while sometimes occasionally sort of just quickly flashing it on a red lit butane torch, right? Meaning it was like so basically I was playing with fire massively. I was playing with, and I mean I was really playing with fire big time, if you think about it. Pretty dangerous. Am I coming through, or am I disconnected?
Yeah, no, I'm listening.
It come up red for me, and but the point was, I wanted to create a vectored nozzle, because I realised that just spraying butane out of the can, right, straight in, it's just like not a very good way of doing it. It just sprays out in all directions, right, and it comes out of this tiny little tube. So I created a nozzle that attached onto the end of butane cans, yeah, that was like a cone, right? And it constricted it, and then I chamfered the inside of it, and this is when I was like 18. I was doing that, and it would spray out now in more sort of like a blade instead of like all directions, right? So I would have to vector it and swirl it around inside, right? And I created a very good system for sealing it, right, with like a rubber almost, where the nozzle, I would put it inside the rubber thing, then inside the rubber thing, slot it in, then I would put the rubber thing over the glass tube, then I would insert the butane cans on the top of it, right? And it would create a very good seal, right? Sometimes I'd actually just get blue tack and put it around the red part of the butane can, yeah, to make sure it was fully sealed. And then I would use heat by the way of, like I said, sometimes an actual blowtorch off to the right, and I would sometimes basically just heat my tube over here, and I would sometimes put the tube and rotate it quickly in the blowtorch, just very quickly. I understood I could have blew myself up doing this, but I'm sorry, experience and knowing what you're doing, you start to realize things. This is when I was using vacuum chambers still. I went away from vacuum chambers to remove butane from basically cannabis oil using butane extraction. The reason I did that was because I learned a new method of getting butane out that was much more efficient, and it got all of the taste of the butane out of the shatter without ruining the viscosity. And it was effectively to, instead of using a vacuum chamber to purge the oil, I would preliminarily do that, right? But I would heat bath it as well a little bit with warm water in the Pyrex, not suspending the Pyrex in warm water, letting a lot of the butane cook off, right? And then I would effectively, after that, instead of me using, like I said, a vacuum, now I would maybe vacuum it a little bit, get as much as I could out. I didn't want to whip it. I didn't want to change it at all. I wouldn't want to change its position at all, right? So I would then get a little needle and burst or any bubble of butane that I would see that would bubble up, right? Very, very, without trying to change any of its movement in its layer, right? This is why I used the bladed vector of the butane instead, so that I could effectively spray it and then rotate the nozzle to spray through the cannabis, and any backlog I would get, right? I would, in terms of the butane building up in the tube, I would allow that to run through, and sometimes I could tell when I got so good at it, I could tell when the oil was coming through and when it wasn't, and sometimes I'd just let the butane run off to the side of the Pyrex dish, knowing that it's just going into the sink, and I would see that there was no oil coming out. Do you see what I mean? And this bladed effect allowed me to sort of really freeze the trichromes and then basically melt them off of the plant, and do so more efficiently with less butane in it, right? And I got it to a point where I was using, maybe half a can of butane instead for like a massive amount of cannabis, whereas before I was using a whole can of butane for 1 ounce, right? And now I'm using half a can of butane for like many ounces, right? Because of this nozzle I'd created where it was increasing the pressure, and it was allowing me to have a bladed effect, but it just meant that I had to vector the nozzle myself inside. That's why I created this rubber seal thing, right? And, before I knew it, I would end up with hardly any butane captured in my oil. And then the hot bath would sometimes basically get rid of all of it nearly, right? Just a warm bath would get rid of most of the butane, and then I'd pop any bubbles that I saw, then warm bath it again. And then after that, I would get the oil that was still on the bottom of the Pyrex. I just put a tiny bit of warm water on the bottom, just a very small amount of warm water in the Pyrex. Then I'd get a blowtorch, and then I'd heat the bottom of the Pyrex up very slowly, right? And I didn't want to destroy anything, so I'd do it very, very slowly. And I would just wash it all up almost as if it was crack cocaine, and as if I was pushing out the bicarbonate of soda. So effectively, instead of using a purge system as a vacuum to pull out the gases that were trapped in the oil, I was effectively just heating it up so that the gases in the oil and in the water would escape, and then it would still stay as oil in the water. They didn't mix. Do you know what I'm trying to say? And because I did it gradually and didn't add too much heat, all of the gases would come out. And because I'd basically got it down to a point where I was hardly having any butane left in it anyway, and my hot water bath was basically getting rid of it anyway, it would basically be done. You know what I mean? And then I'd remove that little tiny bit of water that I'd added, pull it out, and it would in seconds be basically like solid shatter, right? And I was creating shatter without changing the viscosity. And if it wasn't shatter, it would basically be see-through golden honeycomb, and not honeycomb-esque, but that sort of look to it. And but I got it to a point sometimes where I could get it to be snappable shatter, and this was really good for someone that was doing this at age between 15 and 18, and I was doing this doing it all in my kitchen, and I was like the only person that could make extracts where I lived. And the reason why I started making extract was because I didn't want to grow cannabis, but I still wanted to have stuff to smoke, and I noticed how much was being wasted in terms of when people were trimming their bud, right? And I saw how much they were trimming, and I could see, and then, like I had it tested. I paid like I think I paid like £200 to have some trimmings tested to see how much THC content was inside of these trimmings, and it came back that out of 6 ounces of trimmings, right, from 2 or 3 growers that I knew, yeah, that were all growing the same strain, yeah, the same clone strain, the same cuttings, yeah, it came back that it was 7% THC. I'm like, wait a minute, they're getting rid of fucking ounces and ounces of that and throwing it away and burning it, right? So I just was like, I'll give you £100 for every kilogram of that stuff, right? And they're like, what? Mate, we throw it away, you can just have it. And I'm like, all right, cool, I'll have it. That's fine. He just gave it to me for free. So that's why I started to get into extraction. Because now my dad was out of the picture, but I knew all my dad's old friends who were growers, and I realized that they're basically getting rid of all of this, not shade leaf, but the actual leaf that was closest to the bud. And like I said, it was overall 8% THC still in there, right? And a lot of that stuff had a higher CBD yield than the stuff that was actually in the bud as well. So I was like, fuck me, like, this stuff's even better, for making extracts and bubble hash and all this sort of stuff. That's why I got into extraction, because I realized that I could basically get my cannabis for free. And not only that, I could, without incriminating myself, you get the point.
Well,
for free, I could do something that other people were doing by putting in a lot of time and effort and money. And all I was doing was just using my mind.
Wow, that's incredible. That's just incredible to hear. I've just found an interesting article. I knew this from before, that British Sugar is actually growing cannabis here in the South.
Yeah.
I've linked an article in the chat.
What is it? What does it say? Are you on about Sugar? Alan Sugar?
No. UK. I mean, the company called British Sugar.
Oh yeah, you found that about. You did know about Theresa May's husband, yeah? Was found out to be the biggest exporter of cannabis, right? In England.
He was involved.
We're the biggest. No, listen, we're the biggest exporter, right, of cannabis in the world, pretty much. We export our cannabis to California, bro. People don't realise that. They're like, you've never had Cali bud over in England. I'm like, I fucking have, because we export it out there for you guys to sell sometimes. I know the Emerald Triangle grows extremely good cannabis, but you can get just as good a weed in England as you can in California. Anyone who tells you any different doesn't have a clue.
They've got an 18-hectare greenhouse, and they've been doing this since 2016.
Is that the article you just posted?
Yes.
Did you not know that? That's insane, because that was part of the reason why everyone on the estates area, right, started to fucking hate Theresa May, because we were like, you're a fucking hypocritical bitch. Sorry for my language, Abba, but when I say Abba, I mean father.
I know.
You hypocritical bitch, right? Because your husband is one of the biggest exporters of cannabis, and you're literally locking people up, creating laws to lock people up for growing cannabis when you literally live off of it. You hypocrite.
And in the UK, if you've got a condition that is treatable by using CBD oil or any kind of cannabis product, you need to get one of the state doctors to give you permission to use it. And there was this woman who had a child who had epilepsy, I think.
Oh
my God, she had to go through the courts like for years. Once she was charged, like, a criminal charge.
She was charged with cruelty towards her child, wasn't she? And all that shit. I remember being involved in some of like the like writing out of like of like, so like there was like about 500 people that were like writing out statements that could be read in court. Do you know what I mean? And I
Yeah, I
remember being involved in sort of like talking to like a few of the different people and trying to give some of my expertise and sort of saying to them, look, you can look into the way it's being used, you know, under like something, let's say like RSO, for instance, yeah. Like how RSO is used, right? There was already preliminary stuff to RSO before that came out, right? Like I was saying that you could use that as a framework, you know, and like I think in the end they never used what I was saying at all, and it kind of pissed me off because when I ended up reading what was said in court, right, like it was really crap, and it was like the right messages and the right people weren't getting through, and that is the backwardness of the internet. I'm telling you right now, because there were experts that I knew, like take people like Adam Meakin, for instance, the Adam Meakin, yeah?
Yes.
Someone like him would have been the perfect person to have fought the corner of that person.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys know much about, I'm not going to speak too much about him, but he is an absolute legend. Believe it or not just in terms of flat earth. He's a flat earth sort of powerhouse as it is, but Adam Meakin is also a legend, in sense of RSO. Just throwing that out there, just to let everyone sort of understand, you know, the guy deserves respect among respect. He's a pharmacist, Ariel.
Oh, has he ever been on here? No.
Yes.
Yes, he has.
Yep.
I remember
come on the other day.
I remember him. Yeah, I remember him talking about his dad getting prostate cancer.
Yes.
Yeah, and then
what do you think sparked off his journey? Yeah, there you go.
Know what it says in this article? This has really freaked me out now.
Yeah, read it.
A recent UN report found that the UK exported 70% of the world's legal cannabis in 2016.
I told you, the biggest export in the world.
Of 95 tons.
Yes. I know. This is my point. This
place is not far from where I live. I mean, it's like an hour's drive.
Listen, I've been there. I've been to the place where they grow it, Ariel. I've been to the place. They've got such a good ventilation system. You can't smell it.
I wonder how good their security is.
Very, very, very good. And I know this for reasons I'm not going to divulge. Yeah, you can call me the crack villain, but you could also call me the green crack villain too.
It says here that legalization could save an estimated 291 million across the police, court, and prison services in England and Wales.
Yes, because we are literally putting people in jail for that, which we are making a lot of money from. Our biggest export. The thing that we make the most profit on exporting in the world is what? Cannabis. We export literally 70% of America's. I think it's 70% of the world's cannabis is exported from England, yeah? And then I think it's something like 80% of all the cannabis sold in California is grown in England. No one will ever believe me when I tell them this stuff, Ariel. I'm glad that you found that article.
We need to sack the Houses of Parliament.
Huh?
We need to sack the Houses of Parliament.
Hypocritical bastards, because they're all in on it together, because you know the ventilation shafts that they use, so why the people in the local areas don't smell it, yeah? And the indoor growing that they're doing, right? Okay? And they've got the greenhouses with the top of the roof, so they let some sunlight in. So they're not even growing this stuff with really any sunlight at all, yeah? Some of the grow places that I know of, they have no sunlight. It's all fully indoor grown, yeah? Okay? And then that's sent to California as outdoor grown Californian bud. So they're lying as well about the way the bud's grown as well, okay? This is why I say about, is your bud really medicinal? Like, I've got a lot of opinions on cannabis. This is why earlier when I said smoking cannabis isn't for everyone, and then a couple people piped up, not Flat Earth Solar, someone else said something first. It's because I didn't get to fully show my position because it sounded like I was arguing, like saying something from ignorance, really, and it's something I'm really not ignorant on. And even the cannabis you're getting in California, I don't care if let's say even only 50% of your cannabis is coming from England, which is not, it's more than, it's a massive percentage of the cannabis grown sold in California is coming from England. This is literally admitted. This has been admitted and proven, right? You can literally look up the documents on it. This isn't something I pulled out of my arse, as Ariel's just shown, yeah? Right? These motherfuckers, right, are growing this stuff indoors under lights. This isn't like growing up on the hills of the Humboldt County in the Emerald Triangle.
It says the area is the equivalent of 23 football pitches.
Yep.
That's insane. They've got a workforce of 1,500.
Yes.
Why is this license to grow so exclusive?
Because right. Do you want to know why? Because they're exporting it and it's never sold in England. But someone traced. They went and bought cannabis that they knew was from them. Yeah. Okay. They went and bought it in California, right? Yeah. From Alien Labs. They went and bought it. They went and sent it to a lab, and then they compared it to cannabis that they got on the street in England. Then they compared it to cannabis that they got from the doctors in England, yeah? And guess what? It was the same genetic cannabis. So they're lying on that as well. So they're saying it's purely exported. Well, no, you're not. You're selling it to the medical industry for here, which there would be a law that probably covers it. But then as well, it's also finding its way on the streets in England as well. And I'm not on about like it's coming from California back here. No, because there would be no profit in it, right? This isn't stuff being sold for £80 an eighth. This is stuff that's being sold for, 5,200 a kilo. Yeah. So and that's high grade, British high grade, So when you find it at 5,500 to 6,200 pound a kilogram, yeah, in England, right? Okay, that for a fact didn't go to California out of Theresa May's husband's fucking place, then come back to England to be sold for that cheap, okay? Because they can sell it straight to California for the same price, if not dearer, on the kilo. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
So there is someone selling it directly to the British public from these places when they're saying it's an export business only. That's how they get the licensing. They're full of shit, Ariel.
Even so, then anyone should be able to grow it to export it. So this place where they're growing it now used to be a tomato. They used to grow tomatoes there.
Yep. Which we all know tomatoes. We know that basically, right? Anyone that has ever grown tomatoes knows that the setup needed for indoor grown tomatoes is extremely similar to that for what you need for cannabis. I would put it to them that they set up a tomato growing place, knowing that they were going to just quickly convert it to cannabis once they got the laws rushed through that they needed rushed through when Theresa May was put into power. The only reason she went into power was to really clear up any illegal shit her husband had done in exportation.
So where do you apply for a license to grow?
I don't know. Listen, look into it. It's quite hard to find it.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to look into it.
Well, my point is I doubt you'll find the route to do it, is what I'm trying to get at. I think you have to be involved in the inner circle to get that permission. I imagine listen, I imagine there is one way of doing it, right? Okay. But then guess what you have to have? An ISO level lab attached to your cannabis growing facility. How do you get an ISO lab? An ISO level lab, Ariel.
Okay.
How would you get one of those? It has to be government officiated, meaning the government have to directly work inside of it for it to be considered an ISO lab.
Okay.
So you need an ISO lab for you to have an export facility to grow the cannabis anyway. So even if you find a way of getting a license, you're going to have to let the government in on your little cannabis grow and export business. They guarantee the profit margins will be 0 to none once they add all of their fucking duty and tax onto it all. So no one really is going to want to do it. That's the whole point. They've made it to where, unless you're in the inner circle, there's no point in doing it. You know what I mean?
So IsoLab is stable isotopes and geochemical laboratory services.
Yes. So ISO is more like a level of a rating of lab, right? So you have to have a lab that is at the capability of ISO, right? But to have a lab that's ISO, you need what? Someone to adjudicate it as being at the level of ISO. Which means you have to have someone that's constantly there to make sure that it's at the level of ISO. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, so that means that you're always going to have a government worker there that you employ, that would be out of your own back pocket.
For the fingerprinting of whole oil samples and analysis of a certain group of components in an oil.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, understood.
Cannabis being what? THC, okay? It's classed as an oil. No matter what. They class it as an oil because it can be extrapolated and isolated down to an oil. And then fingerprint analysis is to make sure that it's the same genetic material as what you previously exported. That's what I mean. An ISO lab is to make sure that the product or chemical that you're producing is always the same purity and content and quality. That's why if you're producing, let's say, or synthesizing something like Valium in the United Kingdom, yeah, legally for you to sell it like activists do, yeah, the person, let's say, for instance, that makes oxycodone is actually produced in, for instance, where is it again? It's in Cambridge, I'm sure. My memory is terrible sometimes. The address would be... Where is the address? Fuck's sake, this is going to do my head in. I'll find out pretty quickly, don't worry. I might not even have to find out.
So let's crowdfund
it's QDEM Pharmaceuticals Limited is where it's from, yeah? In Cambridge, Science Park, Milton Road. That's it, Cambridge.
So seriously, let's crowdsource this. Let's fund this.
But what I'm trying to get, do you understand what that means, though, Ariel? Think about what that means, yeah? England became the dirty financial centre of the universe, of the world, right? Because we're a small country, we decided to do things that we could make. This is why we make the sensors for helicopters instead of the helicopters themselves. Because the sensors are just as important. They're needed for the helicopter to run, right? Okay? For, let's say, the Apache. That's why we created the sensor instead of the helicopter. Let the Americans do the heavy lifting. And what do? Again, oxycodone, where is it synthesized? It's synthesized in QDEM. Yeah? QDEM is a pharmaceutical limited company. Pharmaceutical limited company, okay? QDEM is where? In Cambridge Science Park. So all the oxycodone that Big Pharma and the opioid epidemic was mainly synthesized here in England and then exported over there. So we're the main exporters of every drug in the world, including cannabis. This is the shit that people don't realise. Yes, that's why we are not being restricted in the same way as a lot of other countries, and that's why we get given rights that others don't. This is the way that England maintains its empire.
Yep, no doubt.
We are the what you would call holders of the strings of the vices of the universe.
Yes. Exactly.
The puppet master that's hidden behind the curtain. We are Oz behind the curtain. Remember the Emerald Room and the Golden Triangle, sorry. So we not only control what comes out of the Golden Triangle of opium, yeah, and the Golden Triangle in the sense of the methamphetamines, right? The legal ones, methylphenidate, right? Dextroamphetamine. and methamphetamine. We produce that here. Not only the Emerald Triangle, which would be the cannabis from Humboldt County, then the Golden Triangle, the opium, right, that comes out of Asia. Yeah, we literally control all of the triangles of drugs that are effectively like the gantries that would hold the puppets. We are the puppet masters that pull the strings on all of the vices of the world. Oh yeah, that's England for you. Small, but we exponentially fucking, trust me, we're small, but we exponentially make sure we have a lot of how do I put it, influence. Not just influence, but we exponentially make sure that we use our very small land to do a fuckload. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
As an aside to all of this, I heard a guy positing the following, that
sorry about that.
When,
I got a bit passionate. Continue.
No, I really appreciate what you're saying. So this interesting aside, that when King James started his witch hunt, and saying that all these herbalists and druids, and the use of bark and herbs and things was the original where drug administration and prohibition and stuff, where it all started.
Yeah.
And after that time, people were too freaking scared to even go on the land and collect things, for healing their wounds and healing a tummy ache and stuff like this.
That's when we monopolized it, darling.
That is where the paranoia started amongst the people.
Yep.
Should
the peasants noticed something.
Yeah.
And then the kings were like, "No, we're having that." Fucking hypocrisy.
So
sorry, I'm very excited right now because someone else is seeing something that I've been talking about for years, and this is exciting now to me. So you can.
I'm going to go down this rabbit hole now. I want to know, how do you get
Please do.
To produce and, in inverted commas, export this product?
Yes.
The estimated between 1 and 3.5 billion in tax could be raised if they legalize.
Yes. But why aren't they doing it then? Because at the minute the tax, the reason they're not doing it, because at the minute all of the profit that could be made from it is going directly to people that are in and implicated in not just the aristocracy, that people that work in the government. At the moment, that that billion that you're talking about, yeah. Remember, look at how much we're exporting of the cannabis. Look at it already, the number, yeah. Right.
Yeah,
if they let anyone else into it, we'd be doing 100%, wouldn't we, Ariel? Right. Yeah, so at the moment, instead of it being raised as tax, it's being raised as what? Direct profit to the bank accounts of some of the people in the United Kingdom that work in the aristocracy. So why would they open it up? That's why legalization of cannabis in the United Kingdom would be almost a form of suicide, unless they can keep this thing hidden that they're doing very, very well, and then create a secondary business that doesn't include what they're already doing, so that we could use their already created channels of trade. We would have to create all of our own channels of trade, and I guarantee it would be so hard to do that it would make it impossible, numerically speaking, for us to make any real profit, right? When we've already got the channels of trade there, because they created them a long time ago.
Think about this. If it became freely available and used more regularly by more people, basically we would become a little bit, the whole landscape would change on a psychological level.
Yes.
People will just go, you wanna do what, government? I don't agree with you. Well, this is just on so many levels.
I'm glad you found the information, because I've actually been called a liar before on this very channel, when I've said that at least 50% of the cannabis sold in California, for instance, is grown in the United Kingdom. People are like, fuck off, you're a liar.
can't believe that, but here it is.
Mm.
And it's for a drug that the FDA has given it orphan drug designation. It's called Epidiolex,
Yep.
and it's a cannabis-derived medication for children or people generally with epilepsy. What's the eye condition where people have that pressure behind their eyeball? What is that called?
What's that? It's called optical. It's like it's a form of optical inflation.
And cannabis is definitely the only thing that gives those people relief.
Yeah, it's the only thing that gives them reprieve. You're exactly right.
Yeah, it's a degenerative thing that causes blindness as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if that's due to the constant pressure or reducing blood flow to the, where it should go.
Right, so again, let me add this to it. Who's at the forefront of leading apparently the charge on Parkinson's and the cure for it? England, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you reckon the number one cause of Parkinson's is? This is me and my own hypothesis. It might not be true. But Parkinson's, and we trace the increase in it, yeah? It's directly correlatable to the introduction of high prescription rates of benzodiazepines and barbiturates.
Exactly.
Who synthesizes those? And who exports those the most? Where do they come from? QDem and activists, right?
Oh my God.
Cambridge Science Park, again. So we ask for people for money to cure Parkinson's that we caused.
Create the problem, provide the solution.
Yes, yes.
Those fuckers in Parliament are voting today to extend the corona legislation.
Well,
today's the vote.
Oh, right, great. So
they could extend all the paranoia and stuff.
So you want to know what, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to fucking kick off because, like, my area, right, where I live, people have been acting as if there is no legislation and the pubs and all the police and everything are about to fold, and the police have basically disappeared into the background. No one knows where they are.
Yeah.
So the big drug dealers where I live that usually get raided about 10 times a year, they haven't been raided in the last 2.5 years, right? Devon and Cornwall, and Devon especially, is the biggest area. They have police cuts, yeah? They stopped being allowed to do anything to do with cannabis, right? Because obviously, think about it. The hypocrisy as well, again, all it would take would be them to find a big grower or something like that in the United Kingdom. And for them to start bringing up Theresa May's husband's bullshit, right? And
yes.
So they started to say that cannabis was something they weren't going to prosecute on in my county because of police funding issues, right? And I'm like, fuck off, it's nothing to do with that. But the police have been pretty much non-existent. So people that I know that would have been raided in the last 2 years, yeah? These houses that sell mass amounts of Class A's, right? Like the blocks of houses that sell it, and they sell it openly. They have poison written on their front door, so that anyone who's from out of town will know that that's where you sell the B and the white, right? Yeah. Not rat poison, because you write that down on a little bit of the wall on the bit of the station where the traps are, right?
Yeah.
Poison written on the front door, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the number is written on the corner of the street, right, where the sign is of the name of the street. The number for that house, i.e. the phone number, the burner phone number, is written in black Sharpie, yeah? Then in that flat, there will be like 10 different houses or 10 different bedrooms, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? Like, and these are everywhere, all over Plymouth, right? Yeah? Everywhere, all over Plymouth, right? So we're talking like these places exist, yeah, and the police aren't doing nothing about it as far as I'm concerned. And like over the last 2.5 years, I've seen 0 raids, okay? Whereas before, these people used to get raided continually, right? It's like they're sat back in Devon, especially. It's the biggest county to police. I don't think they can police it anymore. I don't think they've got the numbers of police to police it anymore. They're sat back gathering intelligence, seeing who the rebels are and who aren't, right? And I think it's more about, I think they know that this place, the southwest of England, I think that they know this is the last bastion of hope for the whole country. We produce all of the dairy, the farming milk, Cornwall and Devon, right? Like if all the shops went empty, right? I'm gonna have no problem getting food. Let's put it that way, yeah? I can travel 20 minutes down the road. I can go and get things that would aid me in economy. I can go and get eggs for free. I can go and get 100 eggs today for free. You know what I mean? Because they're going to go off if someone doesn't have them, yeah? Overflow of eggs. There's an overflow of meat. There's an overflow of lots of different things, right? So, like, you know, people that run pubs and restaurants here, for instance, right? You know, they're making more than 400% profit on every meal. They're making like 1,500% profit because they're getting the meat so cheap. They're getting all the byproducts so cheap because we have an overflow of everything, right? They're trying to fix the markets to seem like no one's buying and selling, and they're stopping people from buying and selling in these areas to make the cities look like they're going to be desolate. But really, trust me, and now I've noticed that all the Pakistanis and all of the London Pakistanis are migrating down here to the southwest because they're realizing it, and they're linked into it all, into the aristocracy and everything. That's why people like Anjem Chowdhury and people like that, right? And their little buddies and Sadiq Khan and all them lot that are all inculcated into one another, they've started telling their people in the mosques, moves down to the southwest.
Safe haven.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think with everything that they saw the rise of
Remember, this is where they sent everyone during the Blitz as well. Sorry,
yes,
and I'll shut up.
I know. In fact, I went to Wales and I visited the town where who's the poet, the Welsh poet?
The one who didn't know it. Oh right, sorry. I'm joking.
What's his name? Now I can't remember his name. I went to the town where he was born. Oh shit! What's his
Welsh
name?
poet. No, because I don't know it either.
I will find it. And so that's the town where all the royals used to go to as well. It's the tiniest little hamlet. But
yes.
Yeah. So do you think
just a ferry ride? That's right. So where I live, 20-minute drive away, you can get on a ferry that goes straight across to that hamlet. Just to let you know, they created this ferry about 2 years ago. Just a ferry on the southwest coast of England that travels to that part of Wales when you can just drive there, right? Anyway, they created this huge dock. They create this huge thing, and they create an individual ferry that can transport like 10,000 individuals at a time. Yeah, across. Why? I'm just saying why. Like it makes no. I'm just saying that it makes no fucking sense at all why it was created. I'm just saying it's all correlationary, Ariel. But when you start adding the dots together, right? Of this being the place they sent the people in the Blitz, and then you've got that hamlet, and I come from the first royal borough, right?
Well, even when the Romans were invading, everybody fled in that direction.
Bloody Romans. More like Vikings. I genuinely think Adrian's Wall was built by the Vikings and the Scottish, because it's in the style of the Viking and Scottish build, not the Roman style. And I think it was more the case that the Vikings helmet, if you look at the real Vikings helmet, not the one with the fake one, the romanticized version with the horns, yeah?
Yeah.
Type in Viking helmet. Look how similar it looks to the Roman helmet. I think the invasion was a sophisticated invasion of the Vikings. That's how they became the Norman kings. Not just by taking over Charlemagne in Paris and then coming back up. Makes more sense that they were living in the houses with the clans, like my clan, and they started to invade England, and I think they did so successfully. And I think that the Roman invasion of England was actually more the Vikings.
Well, I was working in Scotland because I lived there for a year, and there was a girl who was like really tall. She was like 6'8" or something. I mean, 5'8", and
Not at all. My mum's 5'10".
she was so fair and blue eyes, and then all the rest of the Scottish women were like more like brunettes.
Yeah,
And
darker hair.
yeah, so I was driving a white van. I was the driver for a cleaning crew because I wasn't allowed to work, so I had to find employment, like, you know, on the side. Anyway, I just rocked up at this place and asked this guy, you know what, I need to make some money. And he said to me, "Oh, can you drive? Okay, come with me. Let's see if you can drive my truck." So it went down like that. And I said to her one day, you're not from here. Your ancestors. I said, look at you. You look
You're
different
Viking.
to these people. Yeah. And she was fascinated when I was telling her this shit. But there was an actual university doing DNA. They're like collecting people's DNA.
It's been proven now, yeah. It's been proven now that the Scottish clan system, right? And look at the Celtic cross.
Mm-hmm.
I'll send you a picture of my family cross. It's got the Viking longboat on the bottom, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
The Celtic cross is an amalgamation, or should I say a compromise, of paganism and Christianity. Meaning, when the Vikings landed, do you think they landed in York straight from Norway and Switzerland and just started in sacking York, learning and understanding how to scale castle walls? No. Of course they didn't. They landed, where would they have landed? North.
Yeah.
They would have landed to their kinsmen where they already had settlements. In Scotland, in the Highlands. Right? And they would have fortified themselves. They wouldn't have been straight, fresh, sea-legged men, jumped off the boat and went straight into York. They would have fortified themselves up there, got themselves ready, armed, up in the north of England.
With the local women.
Yes. And guess what they said? This is directly from my family history books. They recognised each other. They were going to fight on the shores. They said, you're weary with your sea legs, right? Yeah? They said, there's no way you'll win this battle. We outmatch you by 10 to 1 in numbers. We do not wish to fight you. Look at our hair. Look at your hair. Look at your legs. Look at my legs. We are kin. We came in an earlier wave than yourselves.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly word for word the way it was worded. We are kin. We invite you into our halls. Come and sup with us.
Yeah.
And after that, it was a way of the Scottish invading England and taking back a lot of what the Longshanks took from us, yeah? With anonymity. So the sacking of York really was about securing a lot of what they'd stolen from Scotland, believe it or not. Makes a lot of sense when you think about it.
Yeah. So, yeah, my question to you earlier was, do you think that they massively miscalculated the timing of their operations?
Probably a little bit, but not too much, because I think they're doing it on a reactionary basis. So I think they're watching our reaction and then adjusting it to the reaction. So I think it didn't really matter when they enacted it. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think that's the issue with it, Ariel.
But considering the art of war, what is Lao Tzu always say? No, you know, you must. I don't think they know their enemy.
I don't think they do either. I think this is them about. I think this is them learning their enemy.
But are you on the back foot if you are having to continually adjust? Isn't that where you're most likely to make a mistake?
When you're on the back foot, did you say it again?
Like if you're a war commander, and your objective is to move forward all the time. If you're encountering obstacles that you didn't account for when you were planning,
yes,
then you're.
That's why they framed it as an invisible enemy, so that they're not the cause of the attack. That's why they framed it in this way, right? So they framed it as right. So similar with like terrorism, for instance, yeah. The unseeable enemy, right? But they realised that was seeable eventually and traceable as well, much like the IRA and how we would classify them under the G of E. Can we say these are terrorists? You know, a terrorist has to be homegrown. And etymologically speaking, this is what my expertise is weaponology, proxy wars, and warfare, right? So, are the IRA a terrorist organization? By definition, no. They have a moniker. They have a sigil. So they are a paramilitary force that's local, right? Yeah? Then, a terrorist insurgency. The Taliban, could they be considered an insurgent force when they're native to the land? No. They're not an insurgency, are they? Unless we go along with the official narrative that they're all Pakistanis that across the Afghani
Right.
terrain, across the mountains, that they're not attuned to cross, yeah? Okay? Would the Afghanistanians allowed for them to cross over if they didn't agree with them ideologically in the first place? No. So were they insurgents? No, because there would have been a war between the Afghanistanians and the Pakistanis that crossed the border, right? So they're not an insurgent force, are they? They're a homegrown paramilitary group. Just because there's a flag-based army, i.e. the Afghan National Police and Afghan National Army, the ANA and the ANP, just because they exist, right, doesn't mean that the Taliban isn't the official army of Afghanistan. As shown by the fact, as soon as we pulled out, the Afghan National Police and the Afghan National Army laid down their arms, American and Russian and or any other form of country or otherwise, they laid down their arms and gave them to the Taliban straight away. Because they're not an insurgency, they are the National Army of Afghanistan. They just hid and acted as if they were insurgents while the Americans were there because they were singled out as the individual target, as if to portray that we were fighting an insurgent force. That's why we changed over from the 7.62 round to the 5.56. Because the 5.56 is to wound, right? Because no one wanted to put a flag to the army, i.e. the Taliban didn't want to put a flag to their army. They didn't want, Afghanistan didn't want to claim their army to be their army. So they said, okay, how can we get away with fighting this war without stringent restrictions upon our country through the UN, right? That's why proxy wars and wars of flag-on-flag wars are a thing of the past now. Every war from now on will be a proxy war, meaning you'll have a company of men that will be the real army of the country, but they will call themselves an insurgent terrorist force instead, right? Like Al-Qaeda. And they will do so in order to avoid the repercussions economically that the UN can sanction upon them, right? And thus, they will wear a sigil instead of a flag. And in doing so, what do? They avoid the sanctions. And avoiding the sanctions means that the country can still have economic growth at the same time as them still being in a war state with a country. Then, to our behest, it aids us also. Now we're not fighting against the country's flag, meaning there's no supersedary supported military-industrial complex behind the flag that we're fighting, or the sigil, meaning Al-Qaeda being the sigil, yeah? So we're fighting against a paramilitary group that we're classifying as a terrorist organization. That's why we changed from the 7.62 NATO to the 5.56. The 5.56, right? We changed it over in order because we were used to fight against flag on flag, right? So it made no sense that we continued to use it against the Taliban. But why did we do it? Because we knew they were the army of Afghanistan. That's why we continue to use the 5.56. And I'll explain why. Because West Point, okay, West Point being the military sort of brains of the muscle of the military-industrial complex. The reasoning behind why we changed from 5.56 over to the 5.56 was because we wanted to wound half the people we shot, right? And kill the other half. Why would we want to only wound half and kill the other half? Because it puts pressure on the military-industrial complex, meaning every time you shoot someone and you wound them, their country has to extract them, which means it pulls in resources and it makes them spend more money in terms of on hospitals and recouping and fixing people after injury, right? Well, if they were an insurgent force, why were we still using 5.56?
I see.
We were still using 5.56 because we knew they were the fucking army of Afghanistan. Get my point? We would have switched over to 7.62 because we were fighting an insurgent force. That's what West Point states. When you fight against a force that has no sigil or banner or no flag, no supersedary industrial military complex to support it, meaning you're not putting pressure on it now. You might as well use 556 against the insurgents. You might as well kill to shoot everyone. What's the point? Because you're not putting pressure on any form of industrial military complex, are you, when you shoot an insurgent force member? Because there is no country to back him, to extract him, to look after him. Well, okay, we didn't do that. We didn't change over to the 7.62, did we? We stuck with the 5.56. We stuck with the M16, the M4, right? We stuck with the M249 Bravo, yeah? Oh, sorry, we stuck with the M249 SAW, okay? Mainly in all of the fire command groups and the infantry. Yeah, we did use the M249 Bravo out the side of helicopters, but that's because you're at a higher distance, and obviously, further distance you need the range, right? But I'm saying, why was that the main weapon of choice? Why didn't we switch over to SOCOM 16s, or why didn't we switch over to instead of using M4s and M16s, why didn't we switch over to M14s instead and utilize the 7.62 round? Because we're against insurgents. That was the point. Now, if you're in against an insurgent, you take them out every time because you're not putting pressure on the military-industrial complex. Well, we understood then, didn't we, that this insurgent force was the army, because we continued to use 5.56, which meant that we knew we were putting pressure on some form of a supersedary industrial military complex. That's why we continued to use 5.56.
It's a good thing I played the Battlefield series for like 10 years. Otherwise, I wouldn't have understood it that well.
Yeah, well, I could have broken it down to you.
Oh my God.
Yes. What? When you start to see these things and you're like, what the fuck?
Which brings me right round to did they have to do that attack in Manhattan to get this wheel like rolling? How
Probably. Weird. Wait, one sec. Sorry about that. Someone was asking to make him some cereal. Go ahead.
So the most interesting person that I have found who talks about these things is a guy called David Hawkins.
Yes.
Do you know about David Hawkins? He lives in Ontario, I think.
Ontario, yeah, he does.
He's an Englishman. He's an Oxford grad. He's a fascinating guy.
Very fascinating.
Yeah. There's
a guy out of New York as well who talks on propaganda and talks about definitions on what paramilitary forces are versus proxy wars, what really is and what really isn't, and what propaganda is. I forgot what his name is. Me and Elijah were talking about him very recently.
Jason Goodman, no.
No. He's much smaller than that. He's sort of being shouted out actually at the moment and trying to be ushered away from the whole industry because he's showing it for what it is. And he's talking about COVID, so he's being sort of dampened at the moment, unfortunately, because he's shedding light and shedding truth, right? So he's dangerous. You understand?
If you go on the Crowdsource, the Truth channel, you find Jason Goodman does speak to a lot of very interesting people with so much insight.
Could you send me a link? Because the last time I even heard his name,
what do you watch stuff on?
At the minute, I do use YouTube, but at the minute, because I've been between devices, I'm having so many technical difficulties, right? I got a laptop off of someone sent me a laptop. It's only got 2 GB of RAM. It's barely working. That's why I've barely been on the Nathan Oakley show, because the Google Meets won't even load up for me.
I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah, literally, I've had so many technical difficulties. I don't know whether I'm just being suppressed or what, but for real, I'm using my cousin's phone to speak to you right now, yeah, and then he'll take his phone back off me in a little bit when he needs it for work, right? So I get very few hours where I'm actually, and my laptop that I bought that was like £1,000 instantly. It works on everything. Facebook works on everything, but I've got no audio on Discord. It's the only app that I haven't got it. There were actually people there when the update came up for the mobile overlay, yeah? Right? When that update came out, it instantly broke my audio input. And my audio input works for every other app. It's not a permissions issue. I've took it to experts. No one can work it out. It just doesn't work.
Weird.
We even made videos of it.
Weird.
Yep. Yeah. I'm not trying to say like I'm a suppressed person or anything. It's just, and my phone, I bought it brand new, yeah? Okay? Right? And it broke within 3 months. You've got to remember, though, I was targeted by that group Momentum because I made a very famous meme about Anjem Chowdhury and Donald Trump, and I was suppressed from the internet. Every time I would get back on after a strike on YouTube or on Facebook, right? This is why I don't even have a YouTube channel. I was like an admin of 3 different pages on Facebook that had like 2.2 million followers between them, right? I lost all of that, right? Those pages ended up being run into the ground or just run in directives that I didn't agree with, you know? And I lost all my adminship, all of that stuff, right? You know? And yeah.
Yeah, I think groups
I
affiliated.
basically, every single, listen to this, they never deleted my original post there. I can show you it still to this day on Facebook. If you was to add me on Facebook, I'll show you the original post that I posted. Yeah? It was shared like 1,000 times, right? Yeah? Okay? Instead of deleting my original post, they would just report the posts that people shared, and I would get a strike for it.
I mean, what
2 years I couldn't go on Facebook. 2 years.
What is going to become of the internet? Did you hear Priti Patel saying that people shouldn't be able to be anonymous on the internet?
Yeah.
What a jerk that woman is.
Yeah, she's going to end up getting jailed though if she's not careful.
Don't you think that these people who are making...
I shouldn't say shit like that, but like, you know what I mean by Jill Dando, right?
I do. Don't you think that these boomers who are making all these plans, that they are misjudging, you know, their adversary?
Yes, massively. They're misjudging our capabilities as well.
Our adaptability. Yes.
Okay,
I'll send you various links on in a DM.
Send me whatever you can in DMs because I can sign into Discord, right? I always ask people, send it to me on Discord because I can sign into Discord on different devices and then I can still have it there, you know what I mean?
FYI, police auctions are good places to get, like...
Yes. Anything, really.
Yeah.
Police auctions are great. My old church grew for the growing what was it for the growing project that we were starting up, right? Yeah. They got funding from someone else was doing a growing funding thing. Someone else was telling me about that and how they got all of their equipment. I think it was Mary Mum. But then I realised that the police auctions made loads of money from growing equipment that they seized in the southwest of England, yeah? And we got all of our funding from the police for a church project, not related to growing anything, but to build a new building. But we got all the funding from it, from the police auctions, for when they sold the grow equipment. And I'm like, wait, so you stole grow equipment off of a grower, and then you sold it at a police auction to another grower? I wonder if they went and just raided that guy and just took it back off of him. I knew someone that owned a light shop, right? Yeah. Okay. Who was selling lights that really could only be used for growing cannabis, right? Okay. Like LED ones that were of like, 1,200 watt lights, right? They were approached by the police and offered £1.2 million to report the addresses of delivery for every single light system that they were sold.
Someone should go and investigate who's selling all those dinghies over in France.
Yes.
Just saying.
As well, there's a shipping container build up at the minute in the Suez Canal where there's all these shipping containers that no one owns. Yeah.
Hey, private people can't get hold of a shipping container. It's complete. You can't get one.
Well, at the minute, there's a huge load of them that are unowned that people can just claim. If you can pay the postage, you can own it privately. I've got a way around that though, because my friend's got like 10 shipping containers on his yard. Right? Is what you do is you rent it, right, commercially, and then once you've got it commercially, you lock it off, right? So they've got no way of repossessing it. Really, lock it off in the yard. And then just offer them how much it's worth, and then they say, yeah, that's all right. I'll let you buy it off me. That's how we've been buying shipping containers, basically by force. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I'll rent a shipping container off you, for like £16 a month, right? For instance, yeah. And then
I see completely, yes.
And then basically being like, I'm refusing to pay for it monthly, and then they'll be like, all right, we'll repossess it, and then be like, go on, then it's going to cost you thousands. How about you just sell me the containers? And then they're like, all right, no worries.
Have you ever listened to a guy called Benjamin Balderson?
Balderson rings a bell, but I haven't. No, that rings a bell, but no.
He talks about alchemy. So I've discovered this guy who makes Brown's gas. And how absolutely incredible it is. You can put it over your eye. You can put it over a wound. You can saturate your... Yeah. So that's what I want to do today.
Remember I was telling you about molecular hydrogen treatment?
Well, this is... Yeah, he's also making hydrogen-infused water.
Right, so this guy, he needs to be turned on to the molecular hydrogen treatment, but it can't be sold as a treatment for medicinal purposes. It needs to be sold as a feel-good treatment, like a beauty salon thing.
Yes.
Because anyone that's done it through medicinal has been killed or shut down.
Yeah. So this guy, George Wiseman, he actually he's made
You need to send me all of this shit, Ariel, because you're a wealth of knowledge. You've got a wealth of knowledge there that I need. I need it.
I just got lucky, I guess, crack. You know, last year when all this
I had it all. Darling, I had all of it. Listen, my house, was like partially flooded. My whole area was flooded. Roughly where I live, all of my stuff that I had saved on my laptops, my computers, everything, all got formatted wrong. Everything got destroyed. Do you know what I mean? Like, for real. Like, I've lost everything. For the last 3 years, everything that you've heard come out of my mouth is just what I've logically worked out. I've not been listening to really anyone, you know? I've just listened to the people here and got my information from the people here. Odd video here and there. But most of it's just what I remember. Do you know what I mean? From when I was researching, you know?
I will send you these links. Yeah, what I'm trying to puzzle out in
One second. Sorry.
No problems.
Do you hear that? Is that sounding like it's coming from over there? That's it. I bet you that's him. I bet you that's him. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go on mute for a minute and then.
Okay, catch you later, crack.
I'm not going, but I'm gonna be back in about 2 seconds. I just need to check something. All right. Mm-hmm. I've got 5% battery, but in a minute I may unmute just for reasons.
I gotta go in any case. I want to go and bake a bread. So Catch you later. That was really
No worries. No worries.
Stay safe, darling.
Yeah, yeah. Please do send me anything you can, and I'm sorry about my motor mouth. I am
No,
again.
no. I just love it. Yeah, much appreciation for
Someone appreciates it.
for what you bring. It's brilliant.
I'm 27. I'm still trying to get myself under control on my motor mouth.
You've got an old head on your shoulders.
An old head, but like a young mouth. He needs to learn to control it a bit better, you know.
It will fall into place when you're about 130, I reckon.
Oh, great, nice.
Yes.
I want to at least exist until I'm 120 anyway, so hopefully I'll be 3/4 of the way there by then.
Yeah, this Brown's gas really interesting. I'm going to send you that. Catch you later.
Yes, please do. Catch you later. Appreciate you, Ariel, as always.
You too, very much so.
Where are my keys? They're there. It's alright, the matter, I found them. I'll be back in like 2 seconds, alright? You're right.
I've written it down.
Get back to me. Alright. Alright, Sam. Speak to you in a bit. I didn't see him, so I heard the noise, but I didn't see him. I really don't know how to treat with the situation, to be honest. I don't want. Those, but like I'm very, very, very confused as to how to deal with it. Now my phone, the phone's just freezing.
Hello, everyone.
Do you have comments on Elon Musk?
Well, you have to give him credit. I spoke to him very recently, and he's also doing the rockets. He likes rockets, and he does good at rockets, too, by the way. I never saw where the engines come down with no wings, no anything, and they're landing. I said, I've never seen that before. And I was worried about him.
It is a three-dimensional spheroid. However, I don't know that, and it has not been proven. Science doesn't prove anything.
Shit, Negro, that's all you had to say.
Don Pettit here from NASA. I'm at home due to the COVID-19 virus. Due to the COVID-19 virus.
I actually think of myself as a very complicated rock. I am made of things like iron and copper and manganese. When you sit down on a mountainside and you're there with a rock, those are your cousins too.
What? Bro, what?
What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know courage is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up to bat, but you wind up just riffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that Earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curve's non-existence. Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending resistance? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position, not in opposition to the world that we're living. Creating mission, start up the engine. Choose to accept it, now this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician, give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision, tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition, right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day or to the last demolition. You can see this is an act of attrition, on the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim. Falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
Good morning, Flat Earth. How's everybody doing today?
What's up, Drace? Just listening to Nathan's show right now.
Ooh. That sounds exciting. That's something to do.
Paul is in the audience. Sorry, sleeping or stepping all over you. Paul is in the audience. So,
Your mic's open, Creation Bar.
Sorry about that. Thanks, Trace.
Well, brand new, man. Yeah.
Nice little scuff on him.
What up, y'all? It's your boy, and I'm back again. And today we got a doozy for you, my friend. It seems Blue Origin is back at it, except last time they did not get the desired results that they were after. It seems Jeff Bezos and his crew of flunkies didn't quite do a good enough job of fake spacing it. Oh, excuse me, space faking it. So, this time, they enlisted the services of a professional actor, the one and only William Shatner, who is a professional space faker, I might add. He's been faking space ever since the fake dinosaurs roamed the fake planet. So he is the perfect actor if you want to hire someone to pretend to go to space. So this time around, Jeff Bezos and his crew of flunkies and William Shatner take off in their penis-shaped rocket and they go to space once more. Except this time, things are different. They didn't bring Skittles to throw in each other's mouths. Oh no. This time, they actually care what's out the windows. In fact, I'm going to stop talking about it and have you watch it. Check it out.
Well, now to another big story we're following. Science fiction became science fact for actor William Shatner today. At 90 years old, Star Trek's Captain Kirk became the oldest person to travel to space, and he was clearly moved by the experience. CBS's Mark Strassman was there to witness it all.
Has cleared the tower. She is on her space with the second human spaceflight crew.
This was the voyage of the Blue Origin spaceship First Step. Its 10-minute mission, space.
Oh, Jesus.
William Shatner's latest frontier, up almost 66 miles to the edge of space.
And here come the mains.
And right back down again, like same-day shipping.
What? And capsule touchdown.
A gift from Amazon and Blue Origin founder Jeff Bezos.
It was so moving to me. This experience has been something unbelievable.
55 years ago, Shatner's Captain Kirk led a starship of galactic hopscotchers. Today, he became Kirk, and at 90, overcome by the moment.
Everybody needs to see it. It was unbelievable. Unbelievable. I mean, you know, the little things of weightlessness. But to see the blue color go whoop by, and now you're staring into blackness. What you have given me is the most profound experience I can imagine. I'm so filled with emotion about what just happened. It's extraordinary. Extraordinary.
All the crew cried after landing.
I hope I never recover from this.
Captain Kirk's a fictional figure. I'm flesh and blood.
You're flesh and blood. You came back clearly moved.
Tremendously, enormously.
All right, folks, let's break down this space fakery one clip at a time. First, they have the rocket launch, and of course, all Blue Origin rockets look like penises. They have the most realistic penis-looking rockets that I have ever seen. This proves to me that the more you make your rocket look like a penis, the more aerodynamic it is, the better it flies. So the first part of the space fakery goes like this. Show video clip of rocket taking off. Then cut to the crew inside of said rocket ship as they begin to float. Now, just because you have a clip of a rocket and then a clip of some people floating does not mean the two are taking place on the same rocket ship. How are we to know that that clip of the crew floating is indeed taking place on that same rocket ship which they showed us a clip of a rocket ship taking off? How do we know the two things are the same thing? We don't. That's left for us to assume. In fact, I can show you a rocket taking off and then show you the crew of Star Trek, but that doesn't mean that the crew of Star Trek was in said rocket. So, I like to take the two pieces of footage and analyze them separately. So as I examine and analyze the footage from inside the rocket, I see exactly what I saw in the last Blue Origin fake space video. I see people floating around, having the sensation of weightlessness because they are in a vomit comet. A traditional vomit comet airplane doing parabolic maneuvers will give you everything that you see happening on the screen. In fact, there's a lot less footage this time around, which suggests to me that Shatner didn't feel like doing a whole lot of parabolic maneuvers. Also, it appears Shatner doesn't do much floating in any of these video clips, so it's as if they strapped him down and then let the younger chaps do all the floating and the flipping. Also, you will be glad to know they took our advice. People were saying, why don't they look out the window? The last Blue Origin space flight had a bunch of people playing with Skittles. They were acting like children. They didn't seem to give a hot damn about what was out the window. So this time they made sure to make a big deal about what's out the window. In fact, they enlisted the services of professional actor William Shatner to specifically stare out the window and then be moved to tears. This is professional level Hollywood pedigree acting. You have William Shatty being reduced to tears. He's gonna cry because what he sees out the window is just so beautiful. Oh my heavens, it's unbelievable. It's so unbelievable. It's so beautiful. I'm just gonna cry like a baby. Wah, it's so beautiful. I just can't help myself but to cry. Wah. You know, we aren't there inside the rocket, but we can see out the window. Looks like some white hazy shit to me. Doesn't look like anything beautiful. These people aren't seeing the ball, Earth, and outer space as a whole ball. No, they're just looking out the window, and it looks like they're just looking at the horizon. It looks like it's kind of white and fuzzy. Have you ever been up in an airplane and it's cloudy and then you look down and there's not much to see and it's just kind of white and hazy and boring? That's exactly what it looks like they're looking at to me. In fact, it would be worse the higher you get. The only way it should be so beautiful and move you to tears is if you see the whole ball Earth from space. That's what we all want to see. We want to see the whole ball Earth. We don't want to see some white, hazy horizon out the window and then have some actor pretend to cry. Now, I see why they enlisted the services of William Shatner. I see why they had him stare out the window. I see why they had him pretend to cry. A lot of us were asking why they weren't looking out the window the first time around. So this time, they made it a specific point to look out the window and make it a big deal, okay? So, my question then becomes, why didn't the first crew give a hot damn about looking at the window? But this second crew, they're all looking out the window and crying. So apparently the first crew, Wally Funk, some millionaire's kid, Jeff Bezos and his brother, they wanted to throw Skittles in each other's mouths. They didn't really care about what was out the window. But this time, what was out the window was so breathtakingly beautiful, they all just had to stare and cry. Makes perfect sense to me.
You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue. We're breathing again. Thanks a lot.
Well, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. That's the title of a video that I watched on YouTube. You can see astronauts hanging from wires, proving that astronauts and NASA are liars. They analyze photos and highlight mistakes with the moon landing missions. They show it was faked. You can see them faking the photos of Earth. They use a round window to fake the curve. That's suspicious, don't you think? Yeah, listen up. I watched another documentary called Astronauts Gone Wild. Astronaut Buzz Aldrin gets a little riled. All he was asked to do was to swear to God that he went to the moon, but he would not. He was faced with a moon landing denier. Had a chance to show that he ain't no liar, but Buzz decided to punch that dude just for asking him to swear if he went to the moon. That's suspicious. So, do you still believe we went to the moon? Do you still believe what they're telling you? Just connect the dots and pretty soon you'll find out what I found out too. But if you question this stuff, you'll be labeled a loon. You'll be called a conspiracy theory buffoon, but I don't care, man. I'm still gonna make this too, cause I know that we didn't go to the moon.
Why don't you swear in the Bible that you walked on the moon? You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't.
And how about those moon rocks they gave to museums? And thousands of people did see them. But one museum took a closer look. They soon realized that something's afoot. The rock they were given turned out to be a fake. Just a piece of old wood, not a rock from space. Yeah, when God made the moon, he saw it was good, but apparently made it from petrified wood. Yeah, that's suspicious. Listen up. In another museum sits an astronaut suit. Take a good look at the tread on the boot. It doesn't match up with the prints on the moon. And y'all still believe what they're telling you? Or how about that phone call that Nixon made to the moon that's 250,000 miles away? When I can't get a signal on my cell phone line, I guess phones were better in '69. Well, do you still believe we went to the moon? Do you still believe what they're telling you? Just connect the dots and pretty soon you'll find out what I found out too. But if you question this stuff, you'll be labeled a loon. You'll be called a conspiracy theory buffoon, but I don't care, man. I'm still gonna make this too, cause I know that we didn't go to the moon.
And it certainly has to be the most historic telephone call ever made from the White House.
Yeah, you went straight through those Van Allen belts. It wasn't a problem, right? And nothing was felt. But now you say it's a problem and you can't get through. This problem needs to be solved, according to you. But didn't you solve that problem back in '69 and you flew straight through them 5 more times? You wonder why I think it's fake when there are so many Apollo mistakes, like the telemetry data that's all gone missing. 13,000 reels, are you kidding? A giant leap for all mankind, but you lost the data and no one can find. Come on, man, are you kidding? Do you still believe we went to the moon? Do you still believe what they're telling you? Just connect the dots and pretty soon you'll find out what I found out too. But if you question this stuff, you'll be labeled a loon. You'll be called a conspiracy theory buffoon, but I don't care, man. I'm still gonna make this too, cause I know that you can't go. No, there's no blast crater from the lunar module. Probably because that thing is just a model. Or the flag that flutters with no atmosphere. Don't you think that's a bit queer? Intersecting shadows means another light source. Do I think it's fake? Yeah, of course. The whole thing was filmed on a Hollywood set. Directed by Kubrick is my best bet. The moon's so cool, we'd love to explore it, but we can't get past low Earth orbit. Do your research, people, I think you'll find. But NASA admits that a bunch of times. Listen.
Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
That's suspicious. Yeah, he says that very well. Hey, Dan in Texas, sorry about what happened yesterday. If you're there. Anyway, I apologize to old dude publicly here on air. Didn't mean to piss you off, my friend. So yeah, I'll stay on track. Thanks for your guidance too. All right. Hope everybody's having a good day. Balmod. Hey, what's up? What's up, dude? How's the Michigonian, how's the plight of the Michigonians?
Michigander.
I know it is. That's why I make fun of it.
Sonny, the report from the Great Lakes is all is fine. That was not a mirage that you see. That was the Chicago Eye Line.
That's, yeah, amazing.
And it's visible often. This is not a rare occurrence. Now back to you with the weather, Sonny.
Weather is cloudy today. We just had a 97% full moon last night. Wait a minute. No, actually, it was cloudy. Now it's clearing. It's completely horizontal from what I can tell, looking at the ground level. It's like it goes out in a plane, just like perspective dictates. Back to Dan in Texas. Got to report Dan in Texas. Nope. Everyone's flat. Raven song.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, how's it going? Good morning. Just doing a roll call, sort of. F.E. Batman. Flatter Solar. Good to have you as usual. Oh, the mighty Morvis. PC Tactics. Pucarel, I never got that. Anyway, good morning, Reconor. Valued something. Okay. Roger in the house. Hey, Roger.
What's up, Sunny?
Yeah, good afternoon. Spiral of Love, myself, Will Be Flat, and A Gold. Welcome, everybody. Good to see you here. Oh, just so you know, any other bot users, I have a playlist in there right now from Conspiracy Guru, so there's 20 tracks. I don't know. I just paused it. So we could play it or stop it, whatever you guys want. Well, okay, I'll play another track. Quiet as it is.
Yeah, go. Yep,
I'll just start playing them. You guys can tell me when we need to stop. Here we go. Next one should be coming up here. Maybe not. Let me see. If I do this. Select to load. Okay, maybe it didn't load the whole playlist.
Don't you know, talking about a revolution sounds like a whisper.
Oh, this one is so nice.
Don't you know, talking about a revolution sounds like a whisper. While they're standing in the welfare lines, crying at the doorsteps of those armies of salvation, wasting time in the unemployment lines, sitting around waiting for a promotion. Don't you know, talking about a revolution sounds.
Is this one copyrighted?
Poor people gonna rise up Get
I don't
what's
think so.
theirs.
It's a cover, right?
Oh,
Should be okay.
Poor people gonna rise up and take their share.
If you think I should skip it, I can.
well, if it's a
Well, I said you
cover,
better run, 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 run,
I'm
run,
not.
run, 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 run.
Yeah,
I'm not.
Don't you know you better run, 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 run. 'Cause finally the tables are starting to turn. Talking about a revolution, oh no. 'Cause finally the tables are starting to turn. Talking about a revolution, oh, while they're standing in the welfare lines, crying at the doorsteps of those armies of salvation, wasting time in the unemployment lines, sitting around waiting for a promotion. Don't you know, talking about a revolution sounds like a whisper. Poor people gonna rise up, get what's theirs. Poor people gonna rise up, take their share. Don't you know you better run, 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 run. What we say, you better run, 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 run. 'Cause finally the tables are starting to turn. Talking about a revolution, oh no. 'Cause finally the tables are starting to turn. Talking about a revolution, oh no. 'Cause finally the tables are starting to turn. Talking about a revolution, oh no. Talking about a revolution, oh no. Talking about a revolution, oh no.
Disclaimer, we here at 24/7 do not subscribe to the revolution theory. Thank you. Keep listening.
Mm-hmm.
We do not promote revolution either. This is not medical advice. Please see your therapist or doctor if you have mental or physical problems.
Check with your doctor, see if you're healthy enough to listen to the Discord.
Otherwise, you have to social distance.
Yeah, because if you're not aware of severe cognitive dissonance and the symptoms,
This topic is not palatable for all. It's been known to cause nausea, grief, despair.
a feeling of spinning.
Depression, anxiety.
You should wait a half hour after eating before jumping in feet first.
Be sure to take often breaks. Splash your face with some water. Stay hydrated. Get plenty of vitamin C so you don't get scurvy. Dun, 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 dun.
Have a brown paper bag handy at all times in case of hyperventilation.
Mm-hmm. Good advice. Good advice. We have cognitive dissonance counselors waiting here to serve you 24 hours, 7 days a week.
With suppository therapy.
Oh, shoot.
Would you like this orally or suppository?
We promise we won't do like NASA and probe Uranus. We got jokes.
Mike, you're making me want to go make French toast with peanut butter now.
I know I'm still thinking about that, damn it.
That sounds good, man. Oh.
I was also thinking about a farmer's omelet too, though, you know.
That sounds great.
I want some taters.
Why not have all three? Taters, French toast with peanut butter, and a farmer's omelet.
Yeah.
Taters don't go with French toast and peanut butter.
Sure they do.
They can.
No, there's got to have ham and cheese and some peppers, onions, all skizzled in the same skillet.
Yeah, that's good stuff. I like cooking like that myself.
Me too.
I was thinking about an omelet to take up half of my fucking 12-inch skillet, damn it.
That's what I do. That's what I do every time. Yeah.
I use like 4 eggs for my omelet.
3 or 4. 4 is pretty big, actually. 3 is probably pretty good. Depends on if you put a lot of
I can eat a fucking 5-egg omelet and be hungry. I did a lot of work. I already shoveled a couple ton of shit this morning, man.
I bet. So when you're working that hard, you could eat a dozen eggs, probably no problem.
Oh my god.
Have like 6 of them at a time.
I'm not gonna lie, sometimes I get lazy and just boil a bunch of fucking eggs. Yes, I do.
like egg in a hole. You ever have an egg in a hole?
Yeah, that's funny. That's hilarious. Yeah. Yes.
You talking about the bread?
Yeah, the eggs in a basket is what they call it. Or, we call it egg in a hole.
Yeah. Well, hole is a little too indescriptive for me. So. But I like that. We call it egg in a basket.
Yeah, my mom used to make those for me all the time. So damn good.
You could put a little piece of bacon in around there and then put the egg in there. Ooh.
Yeah,
that sounds good.
You can get creative with it, yeah. I like the egg and bread products. I like to cut out the center of the bread.
Yeah, that's
And then
I think my favorite egg dish would have to be quiche.
It's got to be. Yeah, I love quiche.
That's good stuff. Souffle, like a cheddar cheese souffle. Those are freaking great, man. I hate that. I'm not afraid to say it.
If you've never had spinach quiche, I would recommend it.
Yeah,
I don't like the spinach, but I'm not a big spinach fan. I like quiche though.
It's also good with like onions and red peppers and green peppers in it too.
That's a good idea.
What song is this, Sonny? She can kill with a smile. She can ruin with her eyes.
Oh.
She can ruin your faith with her casual lies.
Oh my gosh.
She only reveals what she wants you to see. She hides like a child.
I bet if I heard just the actual melody, I bet I wouldn't.
But she's always a woman to me.
That's right. That's
I was singing it out of tune to make it hard.
Is that who did that song originally? Like
Billy Joel's the first one that I heard it.
Is that? Yeah, Billy Joel. That's
I don't know who did it originally.
It sounds like a Roger Hammerstein kind of song, or one of those people. Let me see. I'll put who.
She can lead you to love. She can take you or leave you. She can ask you for the truth, but she'll never believe you. And she'll take what you give her, as long as it's free. Yeah, she steals like a thief, but she's always...
Yeah, it is. It's Billy Joel. Yeah, he wrote it. Yeah.
Oh. Billy Joel sings it way better than me, anyway.
Isn't that the truth?
Yep. I try to live in the truth. Yeah, I remember your name. Can I say it online?
Yeah, you can say it.
Billy Ray?
Yep.
By God, Billy Ray, why you testing me, boy? I got a picture perfect memory. Night Jim Bob, night Billy Ray, night Brad, whatever your fucking name
You're the only one that calls me. You're the only one that calls me Billy Ray. My great grandmother called me Billy Ray.
Hey, Battle Mob, what did they call you as a little kid?
Michael John,
Billy Ray, and Sonny Boy.
Sonny Boy.
it was usually Michael John, stop that. Michael John, don't do that. Michael Jonathan Smith, I'm about to beat your ass. That's when Ma got past the John into the Jonathan. I knew I was in trouble.
If I told you my fiction name, you wouldn't believe it, but that's okay. It's all right. Won't say it on here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a long name, so like if my mom called me by my whole name, I knew I was in trouble.
Yeah, me too.
What, like Jim Bob, Billy Ray, Jim Bob, Bobby Joe,
with
Cyrus, Winkle,
with something on the end. Yeah, with something on the end of it too.
Gone, Jacob Jekyllheimer Smith. His name is my name too. Y'all ain't hip to that song?
I know that song,
yeah. I remember that. Mm-hmm.
Or Henry VIII, I'm Henry VIII, I am Henry VIII, I am.
You watching too much Ghost, Mike.
She married the widow next door. She's been married 7 times before.
I know that.
Never to a Charlie or Greg or Sam. I'm Henry VIII, I am.
I am. Edward Trolley Thumbs. What a name. Wait a minute. Oh, of course it's Brad. Brad. I'm almost guessing that is you every time now I see your name every day. I go, oh, that must be Brad. And I look and it is.
You know that's Ed Thumb, right?
I don't know.
Edward Charlie Thumb, Ed Thumb. Oh, it's probably his, he's all thumbs.
Get up in your hole, you motherfucker. Oh, shit. Am I unmuted?
Yes.
All right, you trying to penetrate that hole, Ed?
What's going on there? Something we should know about?
Ed and Eddie.
I'm doing some networking right now.
What are you connecting, a router or something?
No, I just dropped some cables down some wall. Now I'm just trimming it out.
Yeah. I have a degree in networking, actually. Never really used it, though. Except for, like, personally. Could be a handy skill coming up here.
Yeah, you want to hire me?
Hire you? It's going to have to hire me. Nice of you to bring us to work with you. That's
yeah, man. I mean, I hardly ever talk, so
I know.
You guys
all right.
You guys just hang out with me. It's no big deal. I have my hands full anyway, so if you guys want to mute me, by all means.
That's right. Not unless it gets too loud. It's kind of nice ambience. I don't know.
Motherfucker, this damn it.
Here we go. That's the mic that picks up all of the.
Yeah, going. Nobody can ever get my neck to crack. So.
Bitch. Yeah, that's right. Fuck.
What's up, Elijah? Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Elijah.
Hoping to hear some flat Earth stuff.
Came to the wrong spot, homie.
You know, it's crazy. I went over to Gym Pandas, anything to get my fix, and they're fucking talking about flooring.
About what?
Flooring.
Flooring. Are they looking at the ceiling light to do the flooring?
No. But I
Why
didn't
not?
want to get into a debate with them. I just left.
I would ask him, why aren't you measuring the ceiling light to figure out what size your floor is? That's what they do here.
Yeah.
You gotta be kidding me.
So you guys, I wear glasses now?
Nerd. I wear glasses too, though, so I'm allowed to call you a nerd.
Yeah, what's crazy is I didn't know how blind I was until I got.
Yeah, isn't that incredible? I fought
usually
it
how it
for like
works.
10 years, man.
I
I'm still
fought it
fighting
for
it. I'm
20.
still fighting.
Fought it. Yo, Roger. Look,
Dugga.
it'll be the best thing that ever happened to you. I'm telling, bro.
Elijah,
I
did you
know.
feel nausea when you first
Nope.
had that thing? No?
Nope.
So I went to, what's the English word? Optician. Help me out, guys.
Yeah.
Optician.
Optometrist.
Optometrist.
Right. So and you get that test glasses, right? The used thing where they can slide in the lenses and shit, right?
Yeah.
So I was like, "Whoa, this is brilliant, right? I can read my phone like not 1 inch
Right?
of my face." But then I looked into the room and everything was like crooked and the door was crooked and I felt nausea, man. I was like, "Whoa!" And I need to take the thing off. And he was like, "Yeah, that will be for a week." So I also was scared that.
I don't think
So
that
my
was right.
Hmm?
I don't think that was right because none of that happened. Like I don't like everything is proportionate. The lady spent like 30 minutes with that. I don't know what they call that little eye thingy that you put your face to.
Right.
But it looks like a big masquerade ball mask
Like her test
with
chick.
lenses. And she's like, "Can you see the words?" And I'm like, "No." How about now? Yeah. How about now? Yeah. Is this better than the last? No. How about now? No. How about now? Yeah. That's perfect. Okay, well, what about this? Is this better than perfect? Actually, that is better. How about now?
I know, isn't it? That's a trip, isn't it?
Yeah, so whatever I told her, 'cause I was trying to get it as close as possible to what, to me, would have been perfect vision. And boy, oh boy, these glasses are perfect. When I first put them on, the only thing overwhelming was the fact that I could see everything, and I like the color. It's like everything was HD. If I thought blue was blue before, it's like, oh, everything is faded out. Everything is like blurry. Now it's like playing fucking like I don't know a game on like PlayStation 2 versus PlayStation 5 with the realistic graphics and you can see all the trees and the leaves and shit. That's what it's like.
No. Check it out. When I got my glasses, one time I was with a friend and we were in the park and I'm like, "Do you see that? Whoa, look at that big spider on that leaf." She goes, "I don't even see the leaf."
You're right. That's me. That's me without these glasses.
I could see freaking everything. But then after a few years, like if you're lucky and you really are careful and you don't scratch them up, they eventually do get kind of like a little worse. You know, you can like wash them with some dish soap or something. But yeah, eventually it kind of deteriorates. But yeah, it's pretty fantastic.
Yeah, so what I have is like my brain is compensating for what my eyes are seeing, right? So my right eye is a bit bad and my left eye is good. So I'm just quote unquote, I'm just not scared, but when I get used to the glasses and I take them off, then everything will be crooked again, right? The same as I had when I had the test glasses on. That's kind of my.
Not quite. It's not quite the same actually because because I wear my glasses all day long, and at night I take them off and I watch my TV from 6 feet away with no glasses, and it starts getting clearer and clearer. So I can move around the house without them, but like if I'm doing something that I need to be more accurate with my hands and stuff, I have to wear my glasses because things are just too fuzzy. But
It's
I don't
like
get
temporary.
dizzy.
The fuzzy stuff is temporary. Like for me, it's like only a couple of seconds.
Right.
It's because the glasses are changing the refraction of the light. So
You're still young too.
So when you take them off, it's like, going from a light room to a dark room. Your eyes have to adjust a little bit. Now if it's more than a couple of moments, then yeah, maybe something is wrong. Because I knew that my left eye was worse than my right eye, and all she did was calibrate individually. And so
Roger,
one glass eye is different than the other.
Yeah.
So Roger, were your glasses graduated or were they bifocals?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's a difference. Yours are graduated, right? What do they call that? Progressive lenses? That's what yours are, right, Elijah?
I have no. What do you call? What? I don't know. I have no idea.
Progressive means they don't have a line in the middle where it's one magnification on the upper half and more on the lower, so they're graduated. So when you look down on the lens with the progressive lens, it very gradually increases magnification. So if you're looking at something really close or small print, you look down in the lens, that's where it's more magnified.
Oh,
looking at something further
it's all
off.
equal to me.
Yeah, because you're probably looking she lined them up, so you're looking through the correct part of the lens. So you probably don't even notice. But when you start to use them more, wait a minute. So is it just one? Is it just one magnification for you?
Yes.
Oh, see, that's different. I have lots of problems with my eyes too, so they had to do each eye differently. Each lens, left and right, are graduated differently for me because my eyes are so different.
Yeah, that's what I have too. My right eye is just is bad, and my left eye compensates for that. Right, so my left eye is good. It's really good, but my right eye is fuzzy. So
yeah, it's a shame because I used to be able to see so well. Oh my God, with no glasses.
When did this happen?
After about 40, for me.
Anyway, talk to you later, guys.
How many years?
Later. 20 years ago, for me.
Oh, yeah.
23 years ago.
I started having some eye problems like a couple of months ago, about 2 months ago. And it was a very funny thing. I also seen that in India, people were making some eye infection. They were calling it like a black mushroom something, or black mold.
Oh, black
mold. Which is attacking the eyes. And people were making this kind of infection after they were recovering from the worldwide one.
Wow.
Yeah. And funny, because I had, it felt like an eye infection, and I saw tiny injuries on the white on my eye. I went to the doctor, and I asked the doctor, okay, what is it? And they said, we don't know. I'm saying, okay, but I'm paying taxes, so they know. And that's why I'm coming to you, because I'm paying you. Oh, sorry, but we don't know. Okay, she gave me antibiotics and some eye drops. And indeed, they did well, but still, I had no idea what it was. Very weird. And it started affecting my vision with my right eye. I was seeing very blurry. Yeah, but
wow.
Yeah, thank God I'm fine now. I recovered.
Yeah, the eyes are pretty amazing.
Pretty scary because it's like,
yeah,
you don't want to wake up blind. You don't know what's going on. You know,
yeah.
Like, are my eyes gonna go blind? Like what? I couldn't.
It's
I don't
horrible.
know. I don't know.
it changes your whole life. I was very afraid, to be honest. Yeah,
Yeah.
that time
Posted a
because
picture in the
I
chat.
wasn't sure. I wasn't sure if it's gonna affect the other eye too. Like, you know. Hmm.
There's someone named Paradox here with no rolls. Want me to unmute them?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'll be right back.
They just dipped as soon as I said that. So they're obviously listening.
We need a Globy with balls. With the knowledge of the balls.
a man the other day who thought the earth was flat. I said, man, you must be crazy. Where the hell is your tinfoil hat? But he spoke with such conviction, and he believed the words he spoke. And something deep inside me knew this couldn't be a joke. But why would he believe this? And why believe such things? 'Cause everybody knows the earth's a ball and that it spins. Well, you must be pretty crazy if you think the earth is flat. 'Cause we all know that it's a globe, and that's a simple fact. So I said, what about the photographs that NASA takes from space? He gave a knowing smile and told me, man, those things are fake. But what about the videos that I've seen with my two eyes? What about them? He replied, have you heard of CGI? Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their lying scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, I was kind of skeptical, but I have an open mind. And what he said was interesting, and I've got a little time. So I grabbed myself a doobie, and I started watching vids. 'Cause if NASA's really lying, then they're lying to my kids. And as I watched, I got angry as I learned of the deceit. The global Earth deception was right there at my feet. Well, holy shit, this could be true. What if we're not on a globe? The more I learned, the more I yearned, the more I started to probe. I upturned every rock of information I could find. I started to unlock the truth, the war upon my mind. I had 1,000 questions I just couldn't understand. I had to meet that man again, that flat earth man. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their lying scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, I called him up that evening, and he agreed to meet. He was very welcoming, and he showed me to my seat. He said, I see you've done some research, my open-minded friend. I know you'll have some questions, which we'll get to in the end. First, take a look at what's on these walls, paintings of a globe. I painted every single one of these, don't you know? You see, back in the day before computers, I was in demand. An artist painting everything I saw upon the land. Landscapes were my favorite, I was awfully good at those. Many people told me that they looked just like photos. And then one day I got a call from a real important dude. He asked me if I'd like a job and said the money's good. Well, what's the job, I asked him, then I'll wait for his reply. You'll be painting globes for NASA, then he promptly said goodbye. Well, I was sworn to secrecy, I could not tell a soul that I just got myself a job with NASA painting globes. My work was published globally in every magazine to fool the people of where we live, a truly evil scheme. See, we don't live on a globe, he said, the earth is truly flat. I've been on the inside and I know that that's a fact. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And as for flying to the moon, well, they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their lying scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Well, we talked until the sun came up and my mind was truly blown. This man had challenged everything that I thought I'd known. And finally it was clear to me to why these bastards lie. And finally it was clear to me about the reasons why. It's all about control, you know, to get inside your head. It's all about the money too, they got an awful lot of bread. $50 million, man, what could you do with that? That's what NASA gets a day, to hide the earth is flat. You see, if they can get you to believe that you're on a spinning ball, well, things like God and creation just make no sense at all. It all exploded from nothing, right, with their theory of Big Bang. It's true satanic mind control from the Freemasonic gang. You see, it's only Freemasons that get to go to space. They're the evil bastards who are lying to your face. Yeah, NASA's pretty evil, man. The whole thing is such a fraud. The only reason they exist is to hide a loving God. Oh, NASA's faking everything that you have ever seen. And NASA's flying to the moon where they ain't never been. Indeed, my friend, their lying scum is there for you to see. Just take some time, look into it, and the truth will set you free. Yeah, NASA's pretty evil, man. They're a lying scumbag. Take some time, man. Look into it. I did. Now my mind is truly blown. The truth will set you free.
Hello, it's me. You know, indoctrination started while we were still naive. Programming our beliefs. And that inertia is the reason we don't feel the earth spinning. Hello, can you hear me? Did you ever stop to question the confession of gravity as a theory? Funny thing, force alone can be explained with buoyancy and density. The sun is closer than what they've told us, not 90 million miles away. Hello from the inside. I'm here to tell you not to lie. And there never was a space probe, and those planets you've left so wandering stars. Operation Fishbowl. There never was a South Pole. We're surrounded by walls of ice, and we clearly live inside of a glass door. Hello, how are you? Did you get a chance to join Flat Earth and Globe discussion group to discover all the truth? How the sun, the moon, the stars are all revolving around you. There's no more secret. The earth is stationary, it is fixed, unmovable. Hello from the brighter side. They fooled you with that CGI. While sending rockets into the sea, and they're faking that life. ISS fears. There's talking in this house, frozen dinners in different rooms. You've been sleeping on the couch. It don't take an Einstein to know our love used up its flare gun a long, long time ago. But go on, honey, tell me that this thing's still up, and heaven is below us, hell is up above. The sky is green, the grass is blue, race cars don't go fast. Oh, honey, you love me, and yeah, the earth is flat. Well, you might bring me roses once or twice a year. The other 364 is like I ain't even here. We could keep on playing make-believe. Ignorance is bliss, but ain't this misery? But go on, honey, tell me that this thing's still up, and heaven is below us, hell is up above. The sky is green, the grass is blue, tomorrow's in the past. Oh, honey, you love me, and yeah, the earth is flat. We could keep on playing make-believe. Just ignore Columbus, third grade geography. And go on, honey, tell me that this thing's still up, and heaven is below us, hell is up above. The sky is green, the grass is blue, a wedding dress is black. Oh, honey, you love me, keep on telling yourself that. Oh, honey, you love me, you're right, the earth is flat.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, who was that second song by? I really liked that.
Yeah, I put it in. Her name's Lauren Weintraub, Nashville, Memphis, Tennessee, I think. Yeah, awesome. It's really good.
That was nice.
Hmm. I don't think they mind, flat earthers. If we're supporting them and putting their music out there, they probably, I think that's a good thing.
Is she a flat earther?
Yeah, well, that's a flat Earth song. Yeah, and her channel has that little caption like most of us have.
I was just a little confused by what you said. Just to say before that.
What did I say?
I don't think she'd mind us putting her music out there as long as we're promoting the flat Earth. Is that what you said?
No, as long as we're promoting her music.
Oh, okay.
She's obviously a flat earther. She's writing a song, yeah, the Earth is flat.
And she has a Discord channel?
No, a YouTube channel. I put it in the live stream voice text at 18 minutes after.
Oh, okay.
Her channel's in there. Yeah, that's a love song actually, but she's talking about the Earth being flat also. It's kind of it's a heart-wrenching tune actually.
Yeah, it sounds kind of sad.
I know. She's almost crying in it, so it's really heartfelt.
Flat Earth is flat, flat Earth ain't round. Just look at your feet down on the ground. Flat Earth is flat, flat Earth ain't round. Just take a look around. Round Earthers, what's wrong with y'all? You know the Earth is flat like a brick wall. No, just look out the window, what are you seeing? Flat Earth, my human beings. You crazy? Yeah, miles and miles and miles away. From here I see the coast of New Jersey, and I'm sitting on Malibu Beach. So listen to me preach. A round ball, shoot, throw that ball in the hoop. Take me in the air with the parachute. When I come down, I tell you this: the world's flat, mother sucker. Flat Earth is flat, flat Earth and round. Just look at your feet down on the ground. Flat Earth is flat, flat Earth and round. Just take a look around. DJ Cowboy.
about science, a fact's a fact. Try to prove what you want, but you're a fool. Flat earthers know the rule. Gravity's a lie, we never been to the moon. Look what happens when I drop this spoon. And behind the moon I see a cloud. Now what's that all about? Now, I don't believe what I don't see. What I can see is what I believe. I've never been to outer space, so let me just state my case.
Flat earth is flat, flat earth and round. Just look at your feet down on the ground. Flat earth is flat, flat earth and round. Just take a look around. Flat earth is flat, flat earth and round. Just look at your feet down on the ground. Flat earth is flat, flat earth and round. Just take a look around.
The world spins like this record on my turntable. Yeah. And you know I'm willing and able to let you all know, to let it all go. The earth is flat and goes to show. No. We know all, you know none. Let me end it now before it's begun. We are right, you are wrong. Now listen to the song.
Flat earth is flat, flat earth and round. Just look at your feet down on the ground. Flat earth is flat, flat earth and round. Just take a look around. Flat earth is flat, flat earth and round. Just look at your feet down on the ground. Flat earth is flat, flat earth and round. Just take a look around. We all live on a really flat earth. A really flat earth. A really flat earth. We all live on a really flat earth. A really flat earth. A really flat earth.
DJ Cowboy.
Flat earth is flat, flat earth and round. Just look at your feet down on the ground. Flat earth is flat, flat earth and round. Just take a look around. Just take a look around. Flat earth.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard that one.
I'm searching for the best material for my friends. I'm searching for more Flat Earth playlist out there, so if you guys want to start in a conversation, feel free.
Hello, Discord. Just making sure I'm roboting again.
Yeah, you are a little bit. It's not too bad, but it is happening.
Yeah, kind of dropped out there. Some kind of static happening.
About to give up on this. I've tried 6 different headsets and none of them fucking ever work.
Wait, it's a little better. Wait, it was a little better. Edward Trolley Combs. Shout out to What's It.
I wonder, is it real?
Geopolitically, we in the field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Rappers acting say they high, say they simple pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big pharma set it up, had to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in the field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Took the way you saw the world, then distorted it. Now you think you wanna rock that twirl somewhere orbiting. Theories disproportionate, the truth distorted quick with a forceful grip. They force a misinfo that we absorbing quick. Took the people's signature that mean extorted it. They forging it. If news ain't good informants who informing them, there's a surplus, but they tell us there are shortages. Credit economy mortgages, dollar that's supported with empty fortresses. But what's important is this: we porting ships, important gifts. Of course it is, but extortion is in accordance with an assortment list of foreign tricks we ignoring, which informing disinforming this. It looked like we were storing tricked. Pedophilia and the government endorsing it. Yeah, eugenics is exactly what abortion is. You just vilify those insubordinate. Way to matrix engineer, that's unfortunate. Geopolitically, we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real? Rappers actors say they high, say they simple pills. Glorify suicide so they get the deals. Big pharma set it up just to flip the pills. Control the music industry until the scripts get filled. Geopolitically, yeah, we in a field. That's for Israel. Wonder, is it real?
Like, why, when you got one case for like, why would they lie? That's my thing, is that I would like to a explanation of one way or the other, so that I'm more informed if I were to be, asked for anything else.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh?
What is he saying though? Broken geometry.
Okay.
I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style, 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
What should go flat? Matter of fact, you never go back. You never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So, proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe y'all somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauding. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA tower lies every day is exhausting. Nothing more boring than the stream they recording. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts where they store is. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach without any warning. Hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron is not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Astronauts monetary paid for. Submerged in the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn. With the horizon swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on, only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong, what they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting mission on fire. Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they're devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9 to 5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards. Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you have you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, then come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want seize your assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
I don't understand. Why would they lie?
too savvy for you. What's that supposed to mean? I don't get it. Ah. Oh, why'd you do that to my name?
You hear me, son?
Man. I liked it before.
Yeah, my bad, bro. I'm sorry. I tried to apologize earlier. You must
Oh,
not
I
have caught
saw
me.
it. I just now saw it. I didn't realize. Then
That's
I
my
noticed
fault, man.
because Sunny on the Plane is what I go on other servers as sometimes. I'll have to get that Discord fonts again. Hold on.
The Earth is a globe. Does anybody hear me? Mic check. Hello. Fuck.
Yeah, you're good. You're good, Dave. Sorry.
Oh, it's
Sorry, I didn't
working?
Yeah, you're okay now. Pretty good. Yeah.
I was trying to think of the name of the song to request. What's that one that's like Rastafarian? The Earth is flat. We're living in illusion.
Yeah, that's a good
Remember
one.
that one?
Yes.
What's the name of that one? We should check to see if there's any new people here first. Red 1991, and we talked to them.
Okay, now you roboted, Dave. Yeah, really heavily. Yeah, not yet. Not good yet.
It'll never be good. I'll just shut up. I'll listen.
No, now it's okay. As soon as you say it's okay, then it like fixes.
I was just trying to say hi to the new person, and now they left that I said their name.
Yeah, that happened to me too. Let's see. I got to get my font back. What a bummer, Brad. Not good.
What's up?
Changing my fucking name is what's not good. Sorry. I'll get over it eventually. I'll get it fixed. I'll find a font.
I mean, you're not the only one I changed, but I definitely screwed yours up the most because I didn't copy your old one before. Oops.
This troll's trying to hand out questionnaires on how well he performed, huh? Yo, Dave, the satellites aren't getting good signal. You're coming through all static.
It's static, right? I wasn't even trying to unmute.
Some kind of a sandstorm on your spinning globe, yeah?
Could be. I still notice it.
Sam, hilarious. You sound like at least 3 decades old technology.
Hey Brad, I sent you a DM. I don't know if you have time.
Yeah, I got it. I responded.
That's pretty good. You know what? If you want to put the cloudy one before my name and then the sunny one like you have it, that'd be cool if you could do that.
How's it going, peoples?
It's going good.
Good.
Is that Napalm?
Yeah.
I recognize your voice now.
Hey, it only took 6 months, Sonny. It's okay.
I know. Wow. I think it's, we had discussions about St. Louis, and
yeah,
it helped click my memory of who you were. Who you are, like listening to each other's stories and stuff.
Yeah, the good old St. Louis days.
Yeah.
I was actually just looking at some pictures from the St. Louis World's Fair.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. And Creve Coeur is right around that area, right? Isn't that where they made that big? What is that? A huge golf course, right?
Yeah, Forest Park is where the fair took place. Yeah,
Forest Park. Yeah, lakes on there. Actually, my dad took me with one of his friends on an ice sailing boat, which is freaking so fast it scared the crap out of me, man.
With like a sail on it.
Yeah, you're going like 70 miles an hour, literally. It's so fast. You barely have time to like slow down and make your tack to turn back because you go across so fast.
Yeah, there's only a few buildings. It's so funny. I was discussing this with a friend not too long ago because he was kind of looking back at the World's Fair images, and he's a blue pillar. And he's like. He was looking at me, he's like, this stuff was beautiful. It's crazy that it was all paper mache and they tore it down. And I'm like, you really believe that? Do you? Because the remaining buildings, like the art museum and what is now part of Washington University, which was the administration building for the fair, These are solid stone structures, huge blocks. Not like they're paper mache. And of the World's Fair, yeah, there's only like 2 buildings remaining. And then the aviary in the St. Louis Zoo was actually part of the World's Fair as well.
Yeah, it's really interesting when you see those electric sidewalks or whatever they are. I don't know how they were powered, but they're like going all over those cities during the fairs.
Yeah, I mean, most of the fairs were very well electrified at that point in time. I don't remember the whole history of electrifying cities, but it couldn't be too long after the invention that all these things were very well lit up, and they had a lot of simple transportation that they utilized.
Yeah. Yeah, bro. I was awarded that. Hold on, you might be talking about Elijah. Yeah, Lulu does too. Almost unlimited muting ability. I'm sure careful about that one.
She's swinging the hammer.
I gotta really be careful. Well, sometimes I joke with mods, and I don't think I'd do it with admins. I think India would freaking ban me. I'm very careful about that.
I was thinking something just a moment ago. I was watching Glowbusters live stream, and I was
Yeah.
like jumping from his stream to here. And yeah, and I had a thought because I heard him talking about the Black Swan argument, presenting it over and over again. I mean, for me, it's monotone, like, yeah, I still love it, but it's not new. And it reminded me like 2015 when I got out the Iron Gates, and I was already a flat earther, but I was looking into it, learning more and more new arguments, There were so many flat earthers presenting so much information. Everywhere you would look, you see something new. The lie, the big lie,
Yeah.
And it is a huge lie, this flat earth. But it's not very, concerning. I mean, it's like someone lying to you about his own address where he's living, And hey, yeah, that's all it is. You don't know the guy's real address, but you caught him lying. And the problem is, what else is he lying? Did he lie to me about my health and stuff? And this was a subject I was touching in 2017, 2018. I think I joined the 24/7 around 2018, something like that. And I was telling, I know I told people here, they were discussing about the sun and, light, Eratosthenes, and I brought this argument telling about collimated light, that not even lasers, they are not collimated light sources. They are only low angle divergency, because collimated light is physically impossible to exist. And it was nice, for me to be the one doing it here. And hot gaseous metals also. But still, I started telling people that, hey, if they lied you about this, then imagine. I mean, not imagine, but just give it a thought, because it is these people, the PhDs, who are lying. And not the vast majority of them. The vast majority of them believe it. And I told them, well, they are your doctor. And if they are lying you about your health,
yes,
you took the wrong medicine. Telling this iron blood-based chemistry, which
then what you gonna do after you already took the poison?
So it's not like I'm a saint talking to people here. I'm in the same bucket, with everyone. I took the medicine too. But hey.
Yeah, but once you see something's not working, then you're supposed to stop it immediately.
Yes.
So, but yeah, that's an interesting subject. I was going to ask you about columnated light. So there's really actually no such thing as columnated light. Is that what you're saying?
No. Yeah.
Okay. So what we have is, what did you call it? Highly divergent.
The sunlight is divergent light.
Oh, the sunlight. Yeah, I thought you were talking about a laser.
Yeah, this is wide angle divergency.
Wide angle. Okay.
Yeah, and lasers are very low angle divergency. So
in other words, they're like highly focused, right? So they have a minimal expansion or divergence, right?
The rays are almost parallel, but they will meet up in a point. I mean, from the laser itself, according to the lens, at 100 or 500 meters far away, you will have a convergence point where the rays will intersect each other, and then they will start diverging back. You know, yeah. And at 10 kilometers, you will see like that small little dot, it turns into a 2-meter wide dot.
Because all lasers have lenses which focus them. It's not necessarily the light itself. The light is being focused by a lens.
Yes. Just like when you take a lens and you focus the sunlight to make fire, to burn something, and the closer or higher you bring the lens from the surface itself, you will see that hot spot getting bigger or smaller.
Yeah, it's all based on the focus angle, right? So you've got a focal point. The closer or further away you get from that focal point, the more divergent the light is going to be.
Yeah. But also, if you take like a normal light bulb and use this lens from a laser, you cannot achieve the same effect with normal light. Only these laser diodes, only laser light, you can focus it like in a beam.
Yeah, it's like a incoherent and a coherent light source. LEDs are more point source, more coherent light.
Yeah.
Whereas incandescent bulbs are a very incoherent source of light, meaning it's distributed broadly, and LED is more focused point source. Hence the harsh shadows you get from LED streetlights compared to the softer shadows that you get from a incandescent streetlight.
And I know this because I was in the 90s and I saw one friend of mine. He had a laser pointer and it was like such a high tech at that time, to have a laser pointer in Romania, especially. And people didn't knew, and when they saw that moving dot, oh my God, what's this? UFO. Yeah. And I tried taking like all sorts of lenses, and try to use all sorts of light bulbs, halogen, xenon, and stuff, and try to make a brighter one. But it doesn't work with these kind of light sources. You can't achieve the same effect. Get a laser diode, I was supposed to destroy my CD-ROM. But in that time, the CD-ROM was very important to use it.
Mic check.
I hear you.
Hey, what's up, Get Me Get? Is Napalm still here?
I think so.
You there, Napalm?
Yeah, yeah, I can hear you, Dave.
Off-topic question. I've heard you mention on here that you work from home, so I sent you a free friend request. I'm looking into that. If you got any info, can you send it to me?
Sure, yeah. DM me what you got, and I'll chit-chat with you in DMs.
I couldn't directly DM you. I said to send you a friend request, so.
Okay, I'll accept it.
All right.
Yep.
I'll check it later. Thanks. Back to divergent light. Prove the globe. Y'all are proving the globe, right?
That's Mission Impossible.
Somehow the globe zealots would take your last 10 minutes of conversation and tell you to prove the globe. I can't tell you how, but they would do that. It's funny with the globe model, all the different kinds of light that they need for whatever they're talking about, right? Because you need one kind of light for eclipses and another kind of light for refraction or whatever. Y'all know what I mean.
Yeah. Divergent, convergent, and parallel.
Yeah. It's like gravity. It just fits the need that they need, right?
Yeah.
It's adjustable. Adjustable light.
Yeah. But it has to behave like that. But it has to behave like that only under certain conditions, phenomena. When an eclipse happens, a moon eclipse, then it has to be convergent. When it's about measuring the Earth's surface with sticks and shadows, then it has to be collimated, parallel light rays.
Things are so much simpler when you just go with hot moving stationary. Like that, whatever it goes, and going around on whatever. Don't know what I mean.
Dave, I don't know what you did to your microphone, but it's so funny.
Mr. Roboto, I'll shut up again.
It's only in between. Your voice sounds pretty good, actually, and then you'll say something, then it goes.
Yeah.
It's kind of bizarre.
Was just saying it's so much simpler not to do all the mental gymnastics to think you live on a ball. I will now shut up.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't you worry, I prefer to hear you even if it's with those sounds.
Yeah, likewise, Hank. We always like. Dave. Sorry, we always like hearing you, Dave.
very much.
Don't be shy. Yep.
If my mic's still working, have you talked to A Gold?
It's much better now.
Hello, A Gold, are you there? Just went on deaf, and damn, I'm doing good today, you know.
A Gold.
They just went on deaf, and as soon as I said their name, so I'll shut up.
Shy. Is he a Glober?
No, he's a valued flat earther.
My bad, I didn't read his target correctly.
Apparently there's some kind of battle going on between Hands in Pocket and Edward Trolley Thumbs. Who do you think's ahead in the Brad's headquarters is under a bridge challenge?
Oh man, you guys don't pay attention to what I got going on down here.
I definitely don't. I don't know, man. I was just impromptu there. And vote for Brad Bear chimes in as well. Oh, man.
Robotic chick.
You're good.
I had an idea that may be stupid, but I want to run it by somebody. You know, like, for example, all the Dave Weiss's podcasts where he does with different people, introduce them to Flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
We could maybe play clips of some of those on here and just answer the questions for the people. And I mean, not that Dave doesn't do a good answer, but it would fill some of our dead air, you know, give us something to talk about.
That's a good idea, actually.
Because most of his conversations are just good conversations. You know, most of the people are not combative with him, you know. They're just asking questions.
Yeah.
Just an idea. I was just watching one this morning he had with, it was called, shit, it was like 4 college kids talking to him. They were really legitimately questioning, you know. Sounded good.
Yeah, Dave's really good with the basic questions that everybody asks. He's got really poignant answers, and he's somebody that if somebody seems somewhat interested, or at least slightly interested in the topic, I'll direct them to some of Dave's videos to basically listen to a conversation that is less likely to be combative, should it be a conversation between myself and the individual. Because I feel like sometimes people get really defensive and combative, but a lot of the questions that Dave goes over are questions that people have, and the participants are usually a lot more cordial than sometimes the way that it goes in person. So I'll direct people to Dave's videos sometimes, his interviews.
Yeah, that's well said, Napalm. It's like he gets to lay out a lot of the information without somebody there going nah at all. Lay out the facts, going to playground and stuff like that, you know. Stuff that should be clicking red flags in people's minds, especially if they're just now looking into it, you know.
Yeah. Yep. He's really good at those. I guess you could call them introductory questions. Because even like he states in his interviews, he's like, I know exactly all the questions you're going to ask me. I've been asked them every single time. Because it's true, it's the same questions over and over. And he's got good, basic, easy to digest answers. If you want more in-depth, you come to a place like this. But Dave's good at the introductory questions.
Yeah, and for the most part, I'll give him credit that that he's speculating, you know. I mean, I could be
100%.
wrong, but
no, 100%. Anything that he goes kind of into the speculation world, he'll state that beforehand. He'll be like, this is only speculation. I don't know. We like to stick to the things that we do know, which are the other questions you've asked. But in this realm, I don't know, but I can offer some speculation, and then he'll go into his speculation. But he does usually preface it with its speculation, and ultimately he doesn't know.
if that's key to anybody trying to share this information, when you don't know something, don't try to make up anything, you know. I never try to.
100%. Not saying you can't go into speculation, just be sure to preface and make sure that it's clear to the person you're talking to that you're going into the realm of speculation.
Yep, here's how something could work, or this is how it could be, you know. Something like that. Speculating.
Yeah, because to me it's obvious that speculation is needed in order to hone in on the truths that we haven't quite found yet or determined, and speculation is part of that process.
Are we having a moment of silence for the Globers?
You can say that, Master Chief, but I'm probably roboting. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
These moments of silence reinforce all the non-proofs that the Globers have Fantasy Globe, or they would be in here telling us about them, wouldn't
Right. We're just in line waiting for whatever Glober's gonna walk in. Come in here. Come on, let me at him. Let me at him.
If the Earth was carbon, we would have figured it out in the last 6 years, at least for me, you know. It's not carbon. It's not a ball. Get over it, people.
Yep.
But it's so big of a curve, you can't see it, they would say.
Yeah. Problem is, they told us
got
how
the
big it is. We can do the math on it, right?
Yeah, they claim it's 25,000 miles in circumference. But people, I don't know why, they fail to realize that with this number, that they say they give you this number, right? And based on this number, you can calculate when the curvature starts occurring. So, don't know.
That's exactly right. And it turns out that, for example, every horizon distance should be 1.22 miles away from a 1 foot observation height. And that's just not happening. Sorry about that. Not a globe.
Honestly, I think the problem is with trying to with people who refuse to know that the earth is flat, is that they think that it's an opinion based subject. They think it's a matter of an opinion. And they fail to realize that it's not an opinion. It's not like, oh, red is my favorite color. That's an opinion, yeah? But Earth being flat is a scientific observation and not an opinion. They fail to realize this piece of information, and that's why they don't agree with us or whatever, you know?
Right. Totally agree. Sorry.
We have a new panel member without any roles. Peter Alt 2 Electric Boogaloo. Anybody wants to try to talk to them? I'm probably roboting.
Nah, I hear you loud and clear. I'm actually on my way out the door right now.
You're not going to get to talk to Peter Alt 2 Electric Boogaloo then. Maybe. I don't know if there's anybody with unmute powers around, but at least they didn't leave as soon as I said their name, if they're listening.
Lulu, play a song.
I don't know if she. Yeah, I can play a song. One second.
Or Roger could play one. Oh.
Sure. Not everybody at once.
Oh, sorry.
Here
I
we
just
are
heard
all at
my
once.
name out of the blue, so
Damn, all your guys' name is Lulu?
I don't have a song on me. Well,
Oh.
not on me.
Yeah, I can play one.
I mean, I can't think of it right now.
Oh gosh, she's on the spot. She's nervous. She doesn't know what to do.
Sounds like the Glovers. I don't have any glove proof on me.
Yeah, sorry. I'm gonna have
So
to
wait.
run away now.
So, Brad, you're Brad, bitch. Cool.
What's up?
What troll song? Oh, the Britney song.
Oh, hold on.
I got it.
Hold on. I'll play it. I'll play it for you guys. Hold on. Give me
Get
a
back
second.
to work, Brad.
The dog ate my glow proof.
So what's going on? Why is everybody sitting in here quietly?
Yes. I don't have the answer for that, but yes.
There aren't any Globers with the gumption or wherewithal enough, the balls, as it were, to come in and speak to us. Yeah, this is great.
What the?
It's a song about nothing.
Yeah, it's fun.
Well, I'm having a good time.
I don't like the beat.
I like the beat.
I like the lyrics.
It tells a story, doesn't it? It's a good story.
Everybody.
Here comes the chorus. Here comes the chorus.
All together now.
Oh no, there he goes. Alright guys, this is what you need to practice for karaoke night coming up.
I know you guys really want the link, right?
Oh god. Oh no, 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 no. Who is that man with the fake hair?
It needs some wah-wah pedal on this part.
It's a powerful piece of music artistry, if I say so.
See, much better with some wah-wah. Oh, it's quite effective.
You guys are welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you,
That was
Brad.
a full pro.
I charge $3.50 per song, so I take Cash App, Venmo, Mail. Fucking, I got the debit card swiper on the phone if you need that.
I got a bunch of coins. Do you take coin?
I wouldn't be surprised if that won a Grammy. Did it win a Grammy? Probably.
Of course. Man. Do you even
these
need
days,
to
man.
ask?
These days a fart will win a Grammy. Shit.
Well, you
Okay, is
Stunning and Brave. If it's not Stunning and Brave, well then, it's not getting an award.
Right.
If they don't pay for the award, they won't get it. And it's the highest bidder.
It's gotta, push some sort of agenda, the transgender agenda, the climate change agenda. Then it's Stunning and Brave enough to get an award.
I think that one covered it all, though.
Well, did you hear what he was singing about? I mean, it's current events, guys.
It was exactly coherent as the Glober argument, so that's a good thing.
It's actually, that's the best Globe evidence I've heard in quite some time. Very, he was coherent, like you said. He delivered it in a way that, he was confident,
Yeah, but was the floor made out of white and black checkerboard? That's what I want to know.
Masonry. They have their calling signs everywhere. The one-eye symbolism, the checkerboard. What else? The compass and square.
Just the fact that there's trannies everywhere is also their symbolism.
That too. A little bit of Gnostic androgyne.
Right.
Always wearing red and black and stuff.
We do know one thing for sure. The troll guy, he is not a tranny. He's an actual guy.
Well, yeah, because I mean, he clearly is wearing like a hairpiece, and I think only men really do suffer the hair loss as a result of hormone imbalance. I mean, women do suffer it, but not like that.
Look how square that hairline is. That's unnaturally straight.
I promised myself I wouldn't watch any breakdancing videos until dinner time.
Now we have to span the screen with breakdancing.
No, don't do it. Please don't do it. Because that'll steal my thunder.
We have Alien Zoo 1 in the chat. Alien Zoo 1.
They can talk, but they're flat earther. I've already to them.
Oh, okay.
But they're free to talk if they wish, or they have the right to remain silent, but they have the ability. Let's find out.
That's him again.
Who are we talking to?
Alien Zoo 1. Pretty sure is a flat earther.
Yeah.
Probably robot.
Hey, Alien Zoo. Welcome back.
Yeah, it has to be repeatable.
Repeatable flat earther. Yes.
We got another guy, Arnold's Choppa.
Yeah, that's Reckoner.
Oh, it's Reckoner.
AKA Reckoner.
Is he back?
Well,
he ought to be back.
Yeah, he's back. Reckoner's back. By God. Or not, I don't know. See, you will see.
I'm sorry, I got cut off. But I'm sorry. My network.
You always be blaming it on your network.
Don't mind me, guys.
Okay.
Oh, we're minding.
I just wanted to say it was nice to hear from Lemon, dude. But never mind.
He's still there. He's still available to talk. Lemon, what's up?
He's still kicking.
Hi. How you doing?
You know, Lemon, I was on Nathan's server. Not Nathan's server, the other guy. Anyway, and I was arguing with some Globers, and then I used a phrase, and the guy said to me, "Are you sure you're not Lemon?"
There are many lemons out there.
No, it was you. I was talking. I was talking about stuff, and I said I had to drop everything and start paying attention to the Jesuit cabal whores. And it was that.
Well, the Jesuits have brought us a lot of things. The Big Bang, heliocentrism, communism. They seem to figure very prominently with some of these strange ideas.
They wrote Mein Kampf.
That too. Misdirection, classical.
Yeah, it's
Have a
almost like
Patsy.
Probably the little red book too.
it's almost like everything they touch turns to
Crap.
shit.
A big pile of steamy crap.
It's basically a way to destroy Protestant heretic nations. With the mind virus of heliocentrism, questionable Bible interpretations, several denominations probably funded and fueled by their strange ideas and their money. No wonder they've been thrown out of so many countries.
To make
I'm
people,
about to throw him out of this one too. Shit.
yeah, to make people dependent. To make people dependent and also at the same time worship the state.
It's masterful. Promote all sorts of dissension and division in their enemy countries, while in their own countries where they rule, brooking nothing but just strict adherence to their dogma and their doctrine. It's classical.
Yeah, but I mean, honestly, it's not, to me, it's not impressive anymore because they've had so long to kind of perfect it and they still get caught and they still get kicked out of countries. It's like, guys, come on. You've had a long time to get this right.
Promote.
And we still catch you red-handed every time.
Yeah.
There's always been groups of people who had their nose in the mud smelling these guys out. So we should be applauding everybody who's finding these guys so that they do get kicked out and get found.
Correct.
And their calling card is starting to become more obvious. You can see classic signs of their medical inquisition with the vax. And you can see their liberal, mealy-mouthed, anti-biblical doctrines with the way that they just push the weird Bible translations, the NASV, stuff that comes from the Alexandrian tradition, which is typically more mystical and has less concordance than the Byzantine tradition that you get the King James Bible out of, and much more concordant translations that have more matching and less disagreement. It's like you can see their calling card everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, the syringe is the new bowl.
Yeah.
At least none of this group of people are in any positions of power and hold dual citizenship or anything. Oh, wait a minute. I'll shut up.
One of our top parliamentary members today, MP, was just walking to his destination. I don't know if his driver didn't drop him off at the right place or whatever, because today they were voting on extending the paranoia period, because it's coming to an end. So they're probably gonna. I haven't even checked to see. I assume that they will push the vote through. But this guy couldn't even walk like 100. It wasn't even 100 meters. It was like 40 meters to the entrance of this building, because people immediately noticed him on the pavement, and it's like a nice area of London, into this swish building with this revolving door. And the police had to escort him there because people were just screaming at him. They were screaming, "Arrest him!" They were screaming, "Pedophile!" They were screaming, "We hate you!" And that hasn't actually happened here. But sometime in the past week, one of these MPs was he was holding a surgery. So he goes to the constituency where he's from, the place that he represents in the government, and he was in a Methodist church, and just some random 25-year-old med student who was going to be qualified as a doctor from a Somali background went in there and stabbed him 17 times.
Oh Lord.
And this area is like suburbia. There's like nobody around. The guy could have made a run for it and disappeared, but he didn't. He was apprehended. So this poor guy is now dead. And now in the government they say that these people need police protection. So from what I've seen today, yeah, I think they do.
Oh, terrible.
And I hope it resonates with them that they are not liked. Not only are they not liked, people despise them.
Well, they serve other masters, so they don't serve us. So they only have to worry about keeping their satanic overlords happy, not us.
Yeah, because during lockdown they were so inaccessible. Every one of them was working from home. They weren't in the public eye. They weren't round and about, in public places. And now today they had to all get into the chamber to go and do this vote. So for the first time in a long while, some of these people were like out and about in London. And the moment they get spotted, people just hurl abuse at them. So yeah, that was good news.
Those British people get pretty rowdy when it comes to their representation.
I think that every nation has like a kind of psychological sort of framework in which they operate. Like the Latino nations are very, they get emotional and riled up very quick. And if you look at the Nordic people, they're still really calm and like just chant and sing. But the British, and I mean the French, they will never give up. But the British people have this sense of, we'll do what you ask as long as you are fair. As long as we can see that it's fair play. It's about sportsmanship. It's about, not taking us for fools. So I think people will endure until that line has been crossed. And I think as far as the British public is concerned, that line has now been crossed.
People are starting to see what they're about, that they're pushing the New World Order at all costs. Look at Brexit. The people obviously wanted to get out of Brexit, so they tried to invalidate their vote by forcing them to vote, twice, 3 times, until they give them the vote that they want and stuff. I mean, they see obviously that they're not being represented. They're being ruled. And so, war at that point is inevitable.
Yeah, so it's nice to see that it's beginning to unravel after all these many months.
It does give us hope for humanity. I think also with these mandates with this My Sharona Cyrus, people are just like, this is just getting out of hand. This government that doesn't really represent our interests and will fire you for not getting some jab with Lord knows what in it.
Yeah, and it's really strange, usually when there is when there is like an attack like the one that happened to this minister, they will absolutely never bring up the Islamic terror tag. It's always, mentally ill. But in this instance, that was like right on the table, like the very next minute.
They have their way to spin it. Even now, they're spinning all of the people that are on strike or leaving their jobs as some sort of commie revolution. When, just as easily, they're like, I'm not taking this jab, and you can take this job and go shove it. So the lying, complicit media will have their way to spin the story in many different untrue ways. Just got to see through their narrative.
Yeah, they keep on saying that people are striking because they want more pay. Lol.
Yeah, I'm not buying it. Our wages have been going down for a long time. I think the jab is just the straw that broke the camel's back, as it were.
Well, they're going to say no jabberoonie, no jobberoonie, and a lot of people are going to be like, screw it, man. And then a lot of people will be like actually starving because of the fact that they're not going to get this thing. And then the people who have gotten it are going to be like, yeah, well, let them starve, shit. That's how it will start.
Well, the discussion we should be having is what the hell is in it. We should be, whether or not we take it seriously or not, discussing, is there graphene in it? Is it a tracker? Is it going to clump inside of you and cause your blood to go to blood clot crud? Are we going to take this narrative seriously or not? Are they being truthful about what's actually in it, or are they lying to us? Can we trust Pfizer and these companies based off of their track record? That would be where real journalism would start, as opposed to, fear porn, get this jab, Colin Powell died not because of the jab, but because he already had some sort of immune deficiency, spin, lies. And meanwhile, people are seeing people dropping dead left and right, like that YouTube influencer who died on her own YouTube broadcast, probably right after getting the jab. That's the only reason I see why a 30-year-old woman would have a heart attack in the middle of a YouTube broadcast. I mean, this is the elephant in the room that we're not talking about, and the fake media is not doing their job.
I agree with everything you just said, Lemon. We're not supposed
You're kind of robotic. I think the FBI is tapping in there, so it's kind of messing with the connection. Hey,
yeah, they don't want you to speak, Dave. Hi, Fibbers, FBI.
Hey.
Get it?
Epstein didn't kill himself.
HEB? Hey. I still want to know what they did with Gotti's body. Come on. Where's he buried?
Inquiring minds want to know. Well, even though they lie like a dog, they can only do so much to deceive. So a lot of times you can figure out the truth simply by the way they lie as well.
Well, here in the UK, the National Health Service consolidates and puts out all its figures at the end of the financial year, which comes around at the end of March. So that's going to be an opportunity for people to really compare the numbers and to see the exponential rise in, things like myocarditis, blindness, all these neurological things. I mean, there's going to be no denying it then. No denying it. And outrage will follow. I was watching a video earlier about how to build a thermal evasion suit, and I'm hoping that it's not necessary.
Dude, yeah, if it gets to that point, I'm sorry. I'm gonna do my own thing, if you know what I mean. Like, if you get to the point where you're like considering, to stay in this reality, I have to now build a suit that I wear so they can't detect where I mean, that's just, you know what? I'm done at that point. I'm like, all right, well,
I try to do my own form of counter propaganda. They're denying people employment and shaming them for, causing people to die for not taking this jab. So I just go right back at them and say, well, you're, basically a mudblood now with Lord knows what going through your blood with this vaccination. Sort of like the Harry Potter, thing about the mud blood, 2-tiered wizard society with the mud bloods and the pure bloods and stuff. It helps to, have some counter propaganda that's catchy. The pure blood unvaxxed versus the mud blood, vaxxed people.
Is it programmable mud?
I mean, if you're doing something this underhanded, you don't want like half the people you're trying to fool to like suss completely what you're up to. I mean, that's not how you do stuff. Didn't these
Well,
people?
no, that's the thing. They're not gonna,
Didn't these people read The Art of War? I mean, come on.
Right. Art of War should be required reading.
Yes.
What?
I was just agreeing to the point.
Oh, sure. Got it.
A lot of it's mental. Throw out some weird statistics to make you feel like you're outnumbered, so you agree to their terms. Whether or not the numbers are fraudulent or actual is something else. But if I hear something like 66,000 people have been vaccinated, 666, my hackles go up.
Little spidey sense.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like numerology to me.
Well, the issue is, and we know in the UK the numbers that they quote of the actual population number. People who've looked at it have said that it's so far off. There's like 1 million people not even in that number, because they don't keep track of people, because there's no border control. So if they say 90% or 92.5% of the people have had the thing, what does that really mean?
Well, we saw on election night how they count. When the numbers, like they did for Trump, start going in a direction that they don't like, stop counting and bring in the fake statistics. Do whatever you have to massage this number into place. So I prefer to go with more organic indicators like my own eyes, going by the hospital and seeing nobody there.
I also learned on the internet today about Brown's gas, which is a hydrogen-infused gas. And if you do that with water, if you infuse the water with hydrogen and you put it on your plants, it's like amazing. I saw somebody had done this experiment where 50% of the plants were watered using this Brown's gas. And in China, you can actually go into like beauty salons and places, and you can go and breathe Brown's gas for like 20 minutes, and you can have some water as well as anti-aging. It's also really good for healing wounds, and I'll link it. Yeah, there it is. Oh, there it is. I've never heard of it before. Yeah.
Well, the medical industry needs to make money, so every 5 or 10 years they're going to come up with some sort of epidemic of some sort of strain of something. That makes you need one of their expensive wonder drugs to fight it. So once you get their, general pattern, you can, fight their fear porn. But there are inexpensive ways to deal with this stuff that's already on file. Like Brown's gas and other stuff that they, suppress for a profit or whatever. Just got to go and know where to look before YouTube scrubs it or suppresses it or whatever.
Yeah. Chlorine dioxide, MMS.
They still fear porn about that, saying it's dangerous bleach. I'm like, shut up.
Yeah.
It's crazy because they use it to clean blood products. And people swear by it, and they've used it to cure malaria. Yet they still say, oh, this is drinking bleach. I'm like, oh my God, it's propaganda. I stopped trusting the medical industry the moment I found out they were suppressing cancer remedies. Bitter apricot seed, SCACT, peroxide, baking soda, things that people give testimonials to saying that it works and it's cheap and effective. I'm like, these, this medical industry is just a slave to pharmaceutical companies. They're just paid drug pushers. They're not really healing people anymore. They're just cutting out parts of your anatomy, irradiating it, or giving you a synthetic drug. The worst thing is they don't emphasize detoxification. So you got people that are gunked up full of toxins in their guts and their liver and in their lymph. I think you're trying to put a synthetic pill on top of it, but really they need to get the gunk out. That's the worst thing about the regular medicine industry currently. It doesn't really emphasize detoxification or herbs or spices. Just take this pill and hope for the best.
You know, Meadow, I work in a building where there's about 330 odd people. And at the beginning of 2023, of these women, 2 of them got breast cancer and the other one got ovarian cancer. And these are people that I know, I mean, they are more than acquaintances. I've spent a lot of time with them. And I couldn't even approach these topics with these women. And I know the one, because we were keeping in touch during the lockdown, she told me that she was taking 22 different things like tabs, and this was after they cut her boobs, then they irradiated them. And so these women were saying to me that, because I said, oh my God, I've never gone for a mammogram. That just creeps me out. So they were like preaching to me, oh, you need to go. And I was like, yeah, well, maybe I do need to go. And, you know, within a few weeks from that, I saw this guy on the internet who said, you know, really, do you want to go and get your boobs irradiated to find out whether, like, you know, you've got growths or stuff? You know, that's a smart. So I decided that I'm not going to go and get my boobs irradiated because these are the women who go and do it every year, and I've never done it. So,
well, it helps to have a two-pronged approach. The medical industry will try to cut you open, see if it's localized enough and in one spot where they can just cut it out and sew you back up. But if you're in a bad state where it's at 20 or 30 different sites in your body, they just sew you back up and say, look, it's too far gone, we can't help you. So you're going to need something that's more of a systemic response. I think they try to do that with poisonous chemo, but you can do that with herbs and spices as well. Like, you know, some of the other cancer remedies that are brutally suppressed by, you know, the FDA and the regular medicine industry. They can have more of a systemic response that can give people hope rather than them, you know, cutting you open and trying to, you know, cut it out here, there, everywhere.
But you see, when I speak to these women now, they are so traumatized. They need to like tell you everything that's happened to them, and it's really shocking, like what they've been put through. And so I was thinking, oh my God, you know, like I examined my boobs. You know, then how will I feel when I'm in a really weakened position and I have to make this choice? You know, where will I go now to resolve like this problem? And like with these women, their mindset, they would never even encounter something like alternative message because they are just not inclined. You know, their faith in authority is just so ingrained.
Well, you have to pick the right authority. Sometimes authority can be corrupt. And the moment the authority is inconsistent, they run the chance of not being an authority to me anymore. The authority has to be at least consistent. Otherwise, I'm going to tend to challenge it. And, when I'm hearing testimonials from people saying, I took this herb or this tea and I was fine, that doesn't concord with the medical industry, which is spending billions and
Yeah.
billions and still somehow can't find a cure to cancer. I find that hard to believe.
And also, why would they lie?
Why would they lie? For power. I mean, the moment you realize that they've been spending billions, but you can go to your backyard and get sheep sorrel or bloodroot or, slippery elm or any of the other herbs that are in SCIAC tea to help you, they're going to be illegitimate and they know it. So now they either have to admit that, hey, we were wrong, or we've been spending our money needlessly, or they're just going to double down and just be like, we're going to suppress this other remedy and you knowing about it instead. So it's just this vicious cycle of power and, the need to maintain it at all costs.
So true. And the thing with me is, I never get sick. I can't remember the last time I had a sniffle or anything wrong with me. I seriously can't remember. I know that I had flu once, like something like a flu or something. And I think I felt like really horrible for about 3 days. But yeah, I just don't get any sickness or disease. It's really weird. So, and with everything that's now happened, now I feel so traumatized by all these lying liars. I don't think I'll ever go inside a hospital again. I know I work in a psych ward, in a psych facility. But general medicine, unless I need to get a broken bone splintered or something,
And you don't need to spend millions of dollars, to prevent sickness, get the gunk out of your guts, liver, and lymph, detoxify, and get some natural, raw herbs, that haven't been processed or washed or irradiated to death in our processing industry with our food. And 9 times out of 10, you're going to be fine. Part of it is our crappy diet. And I think the medical industry is in cahoots with modernity. Where we're really living a toxic lifestyle. We're irradiated by the 5G. Our food tastes okay, but there's no nutritional quality in it. And the medical industry is like, okay, let's try to manage these symptoms, which you're going to keep having with a pill. So they try to manage the effects of modernity as much as possible, but they're not really getting to the root cause. Lack of nutritious, raw, preferably unprocessed food, and detoxification. Because then they have to admit that the way that we're living is toxic. They have to admit that there's something wrong with the way that we're doing things. And that is, too much for somebody who has pride in the way that we're living right now. Despite the fact that, the moment you get on a Western diet, you get cancer, your bones start to degenerate, you get dementia, you lose your teeth, you lose your vitality where you're living up till 70, but you're on a walker and you're not, as vital as somebody in an indigenous culture who's working up until the day they're dying with little to no problems. That's just too much of a red pill for them to swallow.
Yeah, everything gets so neatly packaged and like dumped in your lap. It's like, no, don't do research, don't shop around. Just go to this one place where everything is really convenient for you. You don't even have to engage your brain. People are in that mindset. Well, they were up until now. I mean, yeah. The unintended consequences of all this is that so many people have suddenly said, hang on.
And with the vaccines in particular, I see an industry on its last dying breath. I think that they were starting to get critical mass with, the YouTube channel Vaxxed Part 2 even after they had been suppressed and taken off YouTube the first time. Then they had to take them off YouTube a second time in preparation for this, because otherwise people would have been, storming the medical, industry, saying, "Why are you giving our kids and us this form of blood poisoning?" You know. So I think people were really starting to wake up, and they had to, censor everything fast. But, nowadays, if you follow the censorship, follow the death, the doctors that are getting killed, or, whoever's being silenced for the lie, and follow the money, 9 times out of 10 you find the truth nowadays anyway.
Yeah, very much so. I'm off work this week, so I'm feeling pretty relaxed. I'm not stressing out. I think it's got a lot to do with I don't have to meet my colleagues and see their cognitive dissonance.
Cognitive resonance is key. It's good when our thoughts match reality. It's like our mind and our heart sing, and cognitive resonance.
Well, I was on Rufkin, it's a subscribe-only site, and Eric Dubay has posted a new, it's a rap song. It's mediocre. And so I posted one of Kai's tracks there with a comment. And I also posted the link to our Discord. So we'll see. Because of the way the site works, there's not a lot of people that comment there. So I don't know, maybe he will see that. And the track is about flat earth people in the flat earth community who are shills. So I get that he's got a beef with some people, but for me, as just an observer, I don't really get that. Why is he taking time to even pay attention to these people when you can spend your energy in a much more positive, sort of forward-looking way?
Well, I mean, the flat earth has many different directions you can go in. I think the main part of the psyop within the flat earth community is keeping people from knowledge of a creator, especially, one like Jesus Christ. I think that people are willing to divide the flat earth in many ways as long as you don't come to, knowledge of a creator. I think that's the main counter psyop that the, satanic Luciferian powers that should never have been want to, sow into the flat earth community as is. Because there are testimonials of people who say the moment I realized it was flat, I knew it was the creator. And some of them even came to saving knowledge of Jesus Christ, some of them. So that's the only counter propaganda that I can see in the movement. That would be the main focus, to say, okay, it's flat, but we're gonna run you down these other rabbit holes and keep you from finding the main objective at the end of the rainbow.
Well, that's an excellent observation. I didn't consider that.
They have many ways to do counter propaganda, sowing division, drama, distraction.
Yeah, and I was listening to a guy that Elijah linked me on a topic that I abandoned a long time ago, which is astrology. I just find the person who's delivering his delivery is so excellent. I'm sure this guy could become massively huge and mainstream. His personality and everything. and the topic that he is using. And yeah, there are so many angles to this, and he's got this catchphrase. He says, "Teamwork makes the dream work." I think that's an excellent thing to say. Because Eric Dubay talks about the flat earth community, and so people on Rufkin have said to him, "You're nowhere to be found in this community." Yeah, it's quite weird the way once you're in this community, then you get to know about all these people that when you're out there in the world and you don't know about people like Eric Dubay, you don't know about people like Quantum Eraser, about Nathan Oakley, you've never heard these names, you don't know that you should be looking for them. You don't go into like DuckDuckGo and put in, big flat earth. So the way I got to understand that it's not a magic spinning water ball was that had nothing to do with other people. And I wonder if people inside the community think that it's due to the name that they have like they have a reputation, that this is like a drawing pin, that will bring people in. I think this Discord here and the work that people do here, taking the time to speak to people and going through the ins and outs with them in such a measured and scientific and brilliant way, that's the way we are helping people to come to conclusions. I don't know how else to promote the flat earth reality, really. Because people are reluctant, to speak out for one reason or another. So, yeah.
Ariel, that I'm not defending him or anything, but my mic working now?
Yeah.
That song that you're talking about, he just released it on Rock Fan, but that was made like 4 years ago.
Oh, really? Well, I didn't know. But you see, then I don't know who's got beef with who, or, for me, that is a complete non-issue.
Everyone that Eric calls out, they called him out first. So, call it retaliation, call it defending your honor.
Yes, understood. Yeah, I'm gonna speak to an old friend that I haven't spoken to for a couple of years, and I'm a flat earther now, and it's like on my mind all the time. Like, at what part in the conversation am I going to say to him, "Oh, and by the way, I'm a flat earther now"? It's funny, but in my circle of acquaintances and friends, I've whittled my circle down to just a handful of people who could actually bear to hear me say, "No, but we are going to have this conversation because, it influences everything in the way I see in the world." And so I spoke to a friend of mine who lives in the Czech Republic. And I said to her very cryptically in a message, I said to her, "So what do you make of all this with, how do you put it, Sharona? What did you say, Meadow?" Anyway, the fake virus. And so I was waiting for her to respond. And then when she did respond, she said, "I don't believe it. People are so stupid," and whatnot. And I was so happy to find out that she hadn't been fooled. So it's such a Such a weird reality that we find ourselves in now. That our ideas have to, when we bounce our ideas off of people, the way they can react to such. No, and never mention it to me again.
Yeah, well, the asking friends, that you haven't seen in a while, their opinion about everything that's currently going on, and just getting a feel for where they stand with all of that can be a good litmus test as to whether it's even worth addressing the flat Earth topic, right? Because if they say, "Oh yeah, I feel like everybody's lying about everything that's going on," that's when you're like, "Oh, it gets worse than that."
Exactly.
And that's kind of your inroad, right? Like, yeah, you think we've been lied to just about this stuff?
Yes, exactly.
Well, wait until you figure out the big lie.
Exactly. Yeah, I'm going to toot my own horn because it just came to me and I put it down in the voice text. Globe belief boils down to prideful, knee-jerk reactions of pure reluctance and fear. Prideful, knee-jerk reactions of pure reluctance and fear. That's all it is.
Yeah.
And they make therapy sessions for that, people. It's not that hard. In fact, you don't even need therapy to get through this. It's not like having a bad childhood. You can forget a lot of the things that happened in your childhood regarding planets and space and all that stuff.
Well, you're right.
You don't even have to deal with it.
Most people have a hard time with change. They fear change within their life, and kind of shattering the basis of their worldview is a fearful thing for them. So they put up many defenses in order to avoid that fear of change.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I think that they're more obsessed with the fear of change than what the change would actually bring itself.
Yes.
Right, which is why they can't wrap their head around the why does it even matter, right? Because you can't explain it to them. They just have to experience it themselves.
Well, I just think our Creator doesn't want us to be these sniveling, hiding behind the sofa,
They're protecting their pride. Yeah, that's what it is. So.
And ego.
So the reason people are in fear is because they're afraid of losing something they have, or perceive they have, or not getting something they want, or perceive that they need. So
or that they feel they deserve.
Yeah, that's true. So what I think they fear they're going to lose is their security of themselves. Like they think that in the egotist world, all they have is the material. All they have is themselves, their knowledge. They think that's who they are. That's the problem we're having.
I agree.
They
wholeheartedly,
think that
man.
Thinking is
well
them,
put.
And they're thinking your thinking is not you.
And they have a fear of being ostracized for, even if it is the truth, understanding the truth. They have a fear of ridicule.
That right there is much
narcissism.
Much bigger than we think. Like that part of it right there is probably a bigger majority.
It's narcissism. You can't. The people, and I've experienced it too. I've been very narcissistic, and that's how I can kind of tell. When I see this in myself, oh my God, I can't be publicly humiliated. There's no way. Like, I'd rather die of cancer than be publicly humiliated. That's kind of what I feel from these people, and it's too bad. Because it's really just a decision to start saying, hey, my ego and pride couldn't matter less. It's about the truth, and I'm going to take one honest look real quick. Let me go measure the earth. Let me see about what these flat earthers are saying. I'm going to do it, do it silently. Don't tell anybody about it, right? So that no one will know. Go find out for yourself.
Yeah, the less you care about what people think of you, the easier it is to set aside the ego.
Yep.
Once you become a flat earther, you don't give a fuck. I mean, I know I don't give a fuck. I mean, my whole family hates me because I'm a flat earther.
That sucks, man. They shouldn't hate you. They could disagree with you, but they shouldn't hate you.
Yeah, but like, you know, you're growing up your whole life. If you've been bullied too, you know, you kind of grow a thick skin to it, and it doesn't bother you. So, kind of had that on my side. Being a loner.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been somewhat nonconformist, right? So
yeah,
I don't care much what people think about me. I grew up in groups that were fairly ostracized for being different. So, is what it is.
It's like when I'm skateboarding as a kid, and you know, all my friends are trying kick flips, right? And they're almost landing it, and this, that, and the other. And then I keep saying, I feel like I'm gonna get it. And I'm like, guys, check it out, I can do a kick flip. And then I keep trying, and they're like, ha, you can't do it either. And then finally you get it. And I'm like, hell yeah, look, I can do a kick flip before all of my friends. And then that's when you realize who's your real friend and who's not.
Yeah, it's like the first time I dived into water. You know, when you learn to swim and you always jump in and you jump and you jump and everybody else is doing these dives. And I used to teach children to swim, like little kids, like 4 or 5 years old. Like, you know, you just see like how they eventually get to that point where they just, you know, they just have to do it.
Yeah. Yep.
You can't do it for them. You can talk them into like, talk to them about it, but
sounds a bit like my story. When I first learned how to dive, they told me I looked like a frog leaping in.
Well, that'll get you right there, right? I don't want to be a frog. I'm a damned human. What the hell?
Well, I mean, when I first did the dive, like when I actually did it, like I looked like a frog.
Well, yeah, frogs know how to jump. They know how to dive. Shit.
that's funny. I've taught old people to swim. People who never swam their whole lives.
That's got to be fun.
Who were scared of water, yeah.
That's awesome. What a privilege that must have been, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's how I'd see it.
Yeah. It's just, look, the gratitude that they feel and the joy that they experience when it's like, oh, I can do this.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. The toughest part.
I can imagine it at like the geriatric age and everything. Like to be proud of something new that you can do is just got to be overwhelmingly positive. I love that.
Yeah, I bet the toughest part about doing that is the mental part of it, getting people not to be afraid.
Yeah, it's a good exercise in overcoming fear.
Yeah, exactly. There's small steps.
I have a friend who still to this day plugs his nose with his hands when he jumps into the water. He's in his 40s. He is in his 40s and still does it. Needless to say, he's a blue-pilled normie.
Well, that figures. You know, I've noticed, like, I read this article back in, I think it was dated in September. Like, fucking the mainstream media is trying to say that flat earthers are responsible for people not wanting to get the vaccine. It's like a CNN article. I don't know if y'all read that.
I didn't think that we had any influence at all whatsoever. I thought there was only 15 of us that lived in our parents' basements.
Well, Rob Skiba died, so they had to attach the two there as well. Rob Skiba, flat earther, also anti what.
Yeah,
So
I saw.
they need more straw men.
They called him a evangelical flat earther and anti-vaxxer.
Oh, labels, man. Labels. People are so divided by the labels.
Yeah, I'm about getting sick of people demonizing anti-vaxxers. There's nothing wrong with being against having unknown chemicals injected into your body.
Yeah, I mean, I've had friends that have come at me calling me that, and I have to explain to them that I almost died at the end of 2000 from a flu injection, and that's firsthand experience as to why I would not get things in the future. So it's hard for them to wrap their head around people that have firsthand experience like that with these things. They just want to associate them with crazy people who are conspiracy theorists who have just read things off the internet from non-scientific sources and are crazy tinfoil hat people. But when you have an experience where you almost die from one, it changes your perception of them altogether.
Yeah, so they want to deny you your body, your choice, and your lived experience. Yeah. Clown world.
Yep. I mean, and if you're so pro that,
Yeah,
you fall into a category like my friend who recently, over the past year and a half, he acquired Guillain-Barré syndrome from a flu variant of an injectable and has been in and out of the hospital and close to death many times since then, and then decided to take the first juice, which literally almost killed him. And nurses were nurses actually instructed him to do so, which is like, do these people have no ethics, or do they just have brains that are so left-right politicized and in such a dogma that they can't even see that these things might be harmful to certain people?
Or maybe suspect it, or maybe even see it quite clearly and then dismiss it for X, Y, and Z reasons.
Well, even my friend who experienced both of these things, one of which he's still dealing with from the flu one, still is in complete denial that there's any correlation between any of it, even after taking the first scheduled juice. He's still in denial of all of it, because solely based off his political beliefs, which is pretty crazy that it can, somebody's political beliefs can be that influential over them that it can blind them to a reality that has almost killed them.
When I was reading Scientology for a while, my brother was the ethics director for the headquarters of the Scientology organization in South Africa. So I got hold of all their literature for free, which is like, you just don't do that. You pay a lot of money to get access to that. And there was a whole part of it where they explained why people behave the way they do. It's got to do with your basic instinct is to survive. So even if you've input wrong information into your operating system, and it keeps on making you it weakens you, it makes you fail, you will find a way of rationalizing why that is the right thing to do, because you have connected that to your survival potential. And if it comes from authority figure like mom and dad or school teacher or the people in the church, then it's really hard to disabuse people of some of the wrong ideas that they're holding on to. It is all fear-based, I guess. But yeah, as you say, your friend who's now twice experienced the negative consequences of his action will still find a way to rationalize it. That's a very complicated thing. I pity these people. It's ego as well, I suppose.
Yeah, ego takes a part of it.
You don't want to be shown to be wrong.
And with the current situation, there's so many different varied statistics around the topic. But it's like you can find statistics to support whatever side you're on, and it makes all the statistical arguments almost moot. And you're going to find the statistics and the supporting data for your preconceived notion that you have. I was on another server earlier this morning discussing this topic, and it was, it becomes an argument that can't be won, almost a religious type argument. Because you've got somebody fully invested in one side, and, you have to, first of all, trust that the data is gathered correctly, or that it's all the data, or that the data hasn't been skewed.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can find ways to correlate that data to whatever side you want to. And it's I think it's confusing intentionally by nature of what's taking place, because the more confusion there is, the easier it is for two sides to form to battle against one another. And all the while they're spending their energy battling the other side while the controllers continue to march on.
When I first looked into it, the first thing that really impressed me was the CGI image of the round spiky ball thing, and an actual microscopic image of it under a slide. The black and white, very fuzzy, indistinct kind of where you can look at it with your eyes and try and put that picture in your brain for future reference. And I wonder now who came up with the first CGI image, because now it's so prevalent. Everybody thinks they look what this thing, they think they know what it looks like in real life. It must exist, so this must be what it looks like.
Right, it's got to be real because they have the visual imagery in order to support the narrative.
Which, just like the globe image, is completely fake. Isn't that ironic?
Imagery is very powerful, more powerful than we consciously understand most of the time.
Why are we hardwired that way?
I'm not sure. It probably goes back to things that we needed naturally, right? So being scared into fear by certain colors, because lots of times those colors within nature will represent
danger.
things, things that are dangerous to us via like venom or things like that. So it's probably goes back to something like that. I want to say that the color green is kind of calming and soothing, or has been understood to be calming and soothing, and it's the most prevalent color you see when you're out in nature, which is calming and soothing. So there's probably correlations to all these colors
It's the
based in
green.
nature.
Yeah, green is the preferred color for the interior of medical establishments like insane asylums and hospitals.
Yeah.
I mean, and what is more soothing than being in a forest or being out in nature where you are surrounded by grass and trees and little specks of other colors?
Exactly, which is probably why your brain associates these things, right? And knowing how your brain associates these things, you know, you can use that to influence people.
Yeah, brown.
Look at the amount of work that was done, you know, through like the Nazi regime and all that kind of stuff, and really understanding how to propagandize people, the inner workings of the mind, and how the mind reacts to certain things. There was a lot of work that was done on this, you know, experimenting on human subjects to really find all of this stuff out. And the only thing that seems to have come of it is ways to further control people and to manipulate people, not for necessarily a benefit of humans as a whole.
You have that color brown that's underneath you in the ground, and above you is blue, and everything in between is green. So we have blue, brown, and green. And if you look at the eye colors, there's 3 different colors: brown, blue, and green. Many different shades of all of those. And some people will say people have red eyes, but it's reddish brown. There's many shades of those 3 colors.
It's an astute observation. I never thought of that.
No, me either.
And if you think about, you know, history, and you go back into, I don't know, you could probably go all the way back to the Tower of Babel and speak on the languages, but languages wasn't the only thing that distinguished the people. So people at the higher elevations probably had blue eyes, and people at the lower elevations had brown eyes, and everybody in between probably had the green. So it's yeah, it's pretty amazing. You get people to ask about the Inuit people. You get people to ask about, you know, blue-eyed people being in a place where there's brown-eyed people. But you got to understand that even back during that time, you had people that traveled, and you also had people that were taken as slaves. So there's a lot of things that could really come out of that, you know, whole historical thing we have about the Tower of Babel. I really wish we could have a movie. Maybe some flat earthers could get together and maybe make a movie about it. We could talk on, there could be so many avenues you could go down. You could talk about racism, like people talk about racism, because these people knew, you know, that they had a problem with the other people, right? Because the languages were split, so to say. So, yeah, I think they had some characteristics that were just different also.
Yeah, I know there's a whole theory out there about root races. Can't remember all of it, but yeah, theories that there was 3 or 4 or 7 root races, right? Which is where we get a lot of our distinctive characteristics from, allegedly.
Interesting. I also wonder if there was a tribe with blue eyes and they had to move to an area that wasn't native to them, and they were supplanted and their whole diet changed, the whole environment changed, would their DNA expression then would it change and they would become brown-eyed people?
Yeah, the environment would. That was my whole kind of theory, was the environment played a part, because the people who seen mostly blue, their eyes were blue. So the people who seen mostly green, like Mediterranean, they were green. And the people who saw mostly desert and brown, just the ground, their eyes are brown.
Well, I guess my hazel eyes are a blend of all of them.
Hazel eyes is not a color. So hazel eyes would mean either you have toxins or you have trauma to your organs or your body in some way or another. You have one color of eye. Either your eyes are blue, they're brown, or they're green.
So mine are brown, extra brown, deep brown. So like, have I been staring at Globers my whole life?
Extra brown. Oh, that was good. I like it.
It means you're full of shit.
Hey! Yes, I like it.
Yeah, the brown-eyed people, they're harder to like look into the eyes and tell what's wrong with the body if you're doing iridology, because it's a lot darker. So when you're picking out the little anomalies in it, the little craters, specks, and things, it's kind of hard with dark eyes.
Well, I just try to stay healthy then, so I don't have to. So nobody has to worry about trying to stare deep into my eyes, except for my lover.
Full of something, bro.
I'm just kidding, kinda. Don't look too deep into my eyes, man. You get fucking lost. They are dark.
Well, mine are
Purple.
bluish gray with brown around the middle.
Nice.
I mean, purple and red eyes exist as well, but they're the rarest eye colors there are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, it's Sunji.
Yo, what's good?
Just playing some. What was the name of it? Mirror's Edge.
Alright.
And I bugged it again. I have to restart it. No. Every time I alt tab, my game just bugs. I have to restart it.
I mean, Alt F4 will fix it.
I tried that before. It actually crashes my entire PC. Based. I mean, it's an EA game, but come on.
What are you playing?
Mirror's Edge.
Oh, right.
I can't escape. Let me see.
Hey, that's just like this place. You can't escape this one either. Everybody's like, "Oh, it's such a blessing. We've been made this place." It's like, yeah, but you can't leave, dude.
What the fuck happened to my PC? I think I bugged it badly.
You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave.
What the fuck?
My eyes are blue and green.
Does your color go all the way out to the outer edge of the color part of your eye, or do you have that little ring around your color part of
Let me check that.
That
I
little
can't look
ring-
at myself in the mirror long enough to be able to tell. I'm
Yeah,
just
if you looked at it like Antarctica, right? If you looked at it like Antarctica, the center being your pupil and being, Mount Meru, whatever you want to say, north, and the outer edge being that ring. If you have that ring, that represents your skin. So you need to do a cleanse. If you have a ring, that color should be vibrant.
Barely noticeable.
And it should go all the way out to the outer
Barely noticeable ring. There is a noticeable ring, but barely noticeable. It's almost imperceivable. Looks the
nice.
same color.
Not again.
I have a very
Sorry, guys.
noticeable. Yeah, you were hot micing your sneezes there,
Sorry
bud.
about that, dude.
What's wrong with you, bro?
That's
Allergies.
If I send a picture of my eye, can you tell me what's wrong with me?
No, I'm not going to turn you into a hypochondriac.
I wonder what would happen if you made a tea from the plant that's giving you the hay fever and drank it.
Yeah, I don't know.
There's a lot we don't know
It'd
about
probably
health
suck, and then I'd probably get over.
Get you some apple cider vinegar. Just get a little bit of apple cider vinegar.
I do use that. Every day I put a teaspoon of apple cider vinegar into my pre-workout and post-workout shakes.
That's not what I'm talking about. Take your apple cider vinegar, dilute it in some warm salt water, and just sniff it up your nose.
No thanks. I don't like the neti pot stuff, but I appreciate you trying to help.
Yeah, I mean, if you got mucus or you got any kind of cold or infection.
It's not mucus. It's just a constant need to sneeze and
Antihistamine response.
Yeah. It's just, here's what it is, guys. It's the plants are changing and the pressure systems are changing. Sometimes it affects me greatly, sometimes not at all. So I'm just sitting through it. It's fine. I'm not sick. I'm not going to get sick. But thank you. I appreciate it.
You're going to get sick off those GMO plants. You know it.
Yeah, well, I'm either going to get sick in the plastic from the bottles of distilled water that I drink, or I'm going to get sick from what's in the tap water. What do you think?
I don't know why you're drinking out of plastic, bro.
Well, I don't have a choice. Well, I guess I do. I just don't have the money to buy a distiller.
Not playing Mirror's Edge anymore. That should
So wait,
cost my PC harder.
I'm curious. You can snort apple cider vinegar up your nose?
Yeah, diluted.
Not like snorting it up into your brain. You want to kind of let it drain, right? So you just let it drain.
Yeah, you just kind of give it a...
And that vinegar.
It's not like you're railing a fucking line. It's not like you're railing your last line of the month.
There's a reason why women use it in their douches, right? I mean, so if you take that apple cider vinegar and you have a cold coming on or any kind of mucus buildup, and you just take just a little in your palm. I'm not saying snort a big cup of apple cider vinegar, right? Just like that. That's all you got to do, and you're done. Your nose is clear. It's clear. It's killed the infection. Whatever's there, you're good.
Interesting. I use apple cider vinegar all the time for stomach issues.
Yeah. Me too.
You guys should give the disclaimer this is not medical advice. Go ahead.
No.
Well, we're just talking about food.
Oh. So there's a half a teaspoon of baking soda. You make sure it's dissolved really, really well with a little lemon juice and water. That's pretty good too.
I feel like when we homestead, we're all going to be really healthy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to have baking soda like at least once a day. It's very good at cleaning out your kidneys.
No, I don't do it that often. Maybe I should do it more often.
You can do too much baking soda. Don't overdo the baking soda.
Don't ever?
Don't overdo it.
Oh, don't over. Yeah, well, you have to make sure it's really dissolved well, or it can cause some problems with your digestion. Yeah, you have.
Napalm, you have an interesting structure of the skin around your eye.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
That's cool. It's like a personality trait that if they tried to make another one of you, they'd have to try really hard to get that in there. You know, it's cool.
You talking about my droopy brow ridge there? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't want to say that way, but yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
He already knew, though.
No, I know he knew. Of course, he did.
I'm aware of how handsome I am. It's okay.
That's what I'm saying, man. It looks almost like a girl be like, he has kind eyes.
Yeah, I have a very distinct dark ring around the outside of my eyes.
Yeah, you do. You guys ever get those idiosyncrasies on your fingernails? Little bumps and dots and ridges. Everybody's like, oh my god, you've got full body cancer. Like, no, it just happens sometimes. When detox periods put the marks on your fingernails and toenails.
What if they could do an iridology and then they send a freaking drone to your location? Oh my god. Didn't mean to scare you.
That's okay.
We're sending a drone to your area.
Just a suddenly
No,
drawn
because
out of
Your
nowhere.
eye.
well, it's easier because then you know they're coming, and you can get your cell phone camera ready in case anything goes down. Just film the whole encounter.
Mm-hmm.
There's no excuse too, because like it's not even a human. You can provoke a human. You shouldn't be able to provoke a fucking robot machine. So
Good night, Geppy
You know what I mean?
It's already evening where Geppy Get is. Well, it's way over there in the east. Good night, Geppy
I
Get.
get love you, bud.
Yeah, I don't know about the whole being able to tell whether you've got issues based on your eye, because my eyes have pretty much looked the same my whole entire life, regardless of lifestyle and diet and all of that stuff. So
Yeah,
who knows?
likewise.
But I'll be sure to get in the sauna and eat some more salt and drink more water as advised. Thank y'all.
I'll definitely keep that in mind.
Yeah, and clearly I don't listen when people try to help out. So keep your mouth shut when you're talking to me about this stuff. Okay? Just kidding. It's like, the reason it's not medical advice is because it's not dangerous. Apple cider vinegar, it's not dangerous. You put it in all your food, you can have it all day. It's just like anything, don't have too much.
Does that help with acid control? I've heard that it
Yes.
does. Yeah.
Yeah, but it is acidic itself. So what it does is it helps garner and maintain a more alkaline digestive system and body in whole. But like I said, you got to be careful because it is acidic, and so if you get too much at once, it'll end up exacerbating any irritation that might already exist. Yeah.
Yeah,
Pickle
if you
pickle
don't have
juice
enough
good for that?
acid in your stomach, if you don't have enough acid in your stomach to digest the food, the apple cider vinegar helps balance that.
Mm-hmm.
Pickle juice good for that too?
Yes, it is.
Maybe that's why I crave pickles, or I enjoy pickles.
Oh yeah, it's wildly healthy, and just so delicious. There's you guys remember the cucumba video, the Jamaican guy telling you all the benefits of a cucumber, and there's like 100 of them, and it's this full song video. Now see, now I have to grab it. Hold on, I'll find it.
Why don't we call pickles pickled cucumbers? You have pickled eggs and pickled onions and all this other stuff, but we don't have pickled cucumbers.
Some people say cucumbers taste better pickled. Sorry, that's a Chappelle reference.
You made me LOL.
Well, and if this doesn't make you smile, you need to hit the reset button, bruh. Here we go. Sorry, I had to save it on every single one of my playlists before I shared it. Here you go. This guy.
Oh, now that guy.
Check the voice text, everybody. Cucumba. Yeah, he's awesome.
So the defenders of the heliocentric model of our cosmology do not seem to like coming to this server anymore. What is the problem, guys and girls?
The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to.
The problem is they can't just sit here and philosophize about what is. We hold them to empirical evidence, and they don't like that.
I like Don Pettit's answer better, though. That's a good answer, though, Napalm. Exactly right. They don't have a leg to stand on, to put it simply. I'll start with basics. If it's on a ball, it's got to be curving somewhere, right? Is that logical to say? You should be able to detect this said curvature. But anyway.
Yeah, but we can look at the sky, though, man. And the sky tells us it's not curving.
Yeah, the sky tells me absolutely nothing about the ground.
The sky does, science tells you, because science must have a mouth.
Between this topic and current events, it's amazing how many people have been baptized into the religion of scientism.
Mm-hmm. It's like the largest religious cult ever created.
Like a one world religion, almost.
It couldn't be that. It couldn't be that, could it?
And one to where even the elect would be deceived.
I like the spooky music, Creation Bear. That's hilarious.
I know.
Yep.
Creation Bear's always clutch.
Mm-hmm.
No need to thank me.
I wonder if the anti flat earthers realize that, like let's say all the flat earthers went away, the whole thing went away for whatever. I know it's not going to be because of proof. They think this censorship is just going to stop. That's not going to affect. It's not just going to continue on with them, or they just really don't care if they're a slave or not. What would Gem Pandas be doing if there were no flat earthers? I mean, we're all flat earthers, but you know what I mean.
I think once Gem Panda realizes that at some point a male human should have male reproductive parts, then he'll find something else to do. But until he grows a dick and balls, I don't know how to help him.
Yep, when you realize everyone's flat. Everyone lives on flat earth.
Well, just the way he talks specifically, I would hate to be his wife or husband or whatever. Or like even his son. Ugh.
I know. How caustic.
Imagine that voice every time you made a mistake, or
oh my God.
Even when you did something good. Like, I wouldn't want that person talking to me at all, let alone be my dad or someone I had to hear every day.
Unless they were being super duper nice.
Even then, Gem Panda's voice is completely worthless and not needed. In this realm, at least. I'm sorry, am I being mean? not sorry.
Better than that, man.
I am better than that man. Yes, I'm better.
I had a relapse. I had a relapse.
That's not what I meant, but you understand what I mean.
I know
I had a
what you
relapse
meant,
of
Brad.
mane yesterday.
I had to make a joke out of it, Brad. Sorry, go ahead, Sonny.
I understand. Sometimes you gotta bump your own ego up if somebody else won't. All right, go ahead, Sonny. I'm done referencing you.
No, it's okay. I missed it, and I wish I would have caught the joke because I was too busy talking. I need to shut up.
I'm the joke.
Yeah, clap a little bit of the joke. So you miss nothing. You hear the joke every day.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm in here obviating that I'm just a joke. Jester.
Jester's the only one that's beyond reproach.
The globe is the ultimate joke, just nobody gets it, right?
Hey, I like that. It's true.
No, I suppose that may not be completely true. There's probably some jesters that got beheaded as well, but they're probably only the really smart-ass ones. So.
Yeah, like, you know, the jester standing next to the king during dinner, and there's a couple people in one of the performances on the side, like, accidentally get killed. And the whole place, like, kind of gets concerned and erupts in laughter, and they're drunk. They don't care. They keep eating, and they clean the bodies up. And the jester's like, wait until they find out the Earth's flat. Shit.
You know, those places your ships are sailing to, Your Honor? I mean, Your Majesty?
Exactly. That would be the thing that got him killed. It's like, wait till he just, like, does a tongue-in-cheek flat Earth joke, and the guy kills him.
Yeah, he's like the jester. Guess what? Guess what, everybody? Earth really is flat. Ah, ha, ha.
Off with his head. It's great.
I think that's why they had to put freaking monsters on the maps to like scare people. Like, don't go out here. It's the unknown. Yeah, we're not sure you won't fall off or get eaten. Let us check it out first. Oh yeah, they checked it out.
Do you think the aliens are going to have names?
Treaty.
Do you think we're going to have to like pronounce the aliens' names properly to like live in the next world?
Glad, man, you bring up aliens like every other day at least. I think it's hilarious.
I love it. I love to talk about them because it's so ridiculous.
Yep.
No, I don't think they're going to have names. None that we can really understand, at least.
Yeah, it'll be like... It'll be someone's name.
Tell people on the news what's happening. And they might actually bomb us, like for real. Like bomb the cities and say it's the aliens. That's possible.
That's what I think that's what they're going to do. Yeah, for sure. What else would... that's what I'd do.
Yeah, because then they could do an automatically lockdown of everybody everywhere. Lockdown society, martial law.
Yeah, it's like the thing somebody posted yesterday. Might have been you, Sonny. Somebody was posting pictures from the 90s, videos from the 90s of this meteor gun, high-pressure gun that you can put in the planes and just shoot the ground and be like, holy shit, asteroids, guys, watch out. We got to get Bruce Willis up there in the sky.
Yeah. Get some more actors
don't forget about Ben
involved.
Affleck.
Get the
Do you think Bruce Willis will go on this real one? Do you think when the asteroids come this time, Bruce Willis, they'll ask him to go again?
Only if Ben Affleck goes.
Right. Batfleck needs to be up there.
It would be Will Smith in an F-16 defending us now, right?
That's funny.
I got to get me one of these.
And then we need Jeremy Renner and the chick who plays Lois Lane to be our translators.
Yep. And we'll get the guy who played the president in Independence Day to do a couple jokes on the side.
Is Randy Quaid going to show up? Wasn't he in it?
Yeah, he'll come back to life. Yep.
Bring all the space sci-fi actors back on board. Bring all of them on board. I mean, this is that lame center of the earth one. Bring them all back in. Man. All the comments.
From Capricorn 1, get OJ back up there. Yeah.
Day of the Comet. Bring all those people back on.
Yep, get the Challenger crew back online here.
Have them do some more acting. Yeah, I mean,
I think we're
Hollywood.
VC check
Star. They should have
Pennywise up there too, man. He can turn into a spider. Scare them all away.
Starts to grow 6 legs.
If anybody's available, there's
All
somebody
get
in
stars.
BC check-in.
Oh.
Get them down here.
They ain't give me the permissions yet. And that's good on there.
Pretty sure you do, actually.
Yeah, especially now you're a referee also. But I don't know how to use half the stuff up there.
Referee
Verify.
in this server doesn't. I don't think it means anything.
Oh, really? You
Sure
have
does,
unlimited
as a matter
muting
of fact.
power.
I
You
don't
have
know. I
not been in
don't.
the arena very much. Then.
Yeah, see if you can mute. See if you right click on my name and see if you can mute me. I'm a gold plus.
I
See if you can mute
can't.
me.
I'm not able to.
Then you have to be gold plus and you can.
Yeah.
Referee was created for the
Oh.
arena.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're right. He's right about the arena.
No, I know I'm right. I was there.
I was there.
I was there.
Yeah, whatever happened to Miggy?
Who?
To what?
Miggy.
Yeah, I don't know where Miggy went, man.
He's on a break. Miggy needed a break.
Yeah, he's doing something else. He's on another server actually.
Oh, okay. Yeah, when you guys talk about the arena, I just thought about Miggy.
My death?
Yeah, I was like, what's going on?
I'm watching breakdancing videos, so I shouldn't be talking. And there you have it. I'm gonna learn this dance.
No ball.
Earth is flat.
Yes.
Babel, yes. Did anybody try talking to Glitchy Boy? No.
You just did, Lulu.
Sorry, say that again?
You just tried to talk to him.
Ah, okay. Let me unmute him real quick. Glitchy Boy, are you there? Yeah. You're muted. You're unmuted, bro. What's up? Oh.
And he's gone. You've got such an intimidating voice, Lulu. Her voice is so intimidating.
Yeah.
Oh well. He's up in VC check-in.
What are we talking about?
You missed it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
It was Glitchy Boy. He bailed on us, bro.
It was glitchy?
No,
Oh, that's good.
he went up to VC check-in. He might just be trying to get. Yo, mute yourself, bruh. So anyway. Hold on. I don't think you know. Brat, you're hot micing.
I can't be hot micing if you server mute me. So why don't you go server mute me again?
Yeah, my ears are bleeding.
Jesus.
We took
Why are
care
you
of
guys fighting? Stop fighting.
Or not, dude. Did you not hear him hot micing real bad?
No, I was watching that fucking breakdance video for the millionth time.
I was just playing the Binding of Isaac.
Playing the what?
The Binding of Isaac.
The Binding of Isaac?
Yeah.
Is that
What the fuck is that?
Yeah.
For sure, this is just a game.
Okay, alright. What's the object of the game there?
Beating your mom?
What?
It's hard to explain. So, a boy gets into a basement because of his mom that wants to kill him. To put it in short.
Okay, so the basement.
Yeah.
Oh, good. It's a basement game. I like those.
Is that an actual game or are you making that?
No, I'm not making that up. I wish I was.
No, you don't. Sounds like you enjoy the game.
Well, it's fun for the most part.
Okay, that was pretty funny. All these new names, I have no idea who you people are.
Who you calling you people?
What do you mean, you people?
You flat earthers. Damn you all.
We are the Flat Earth Council.
Who's this alien zoo guy, girl? Been here forever, doesn't talk, just lurking around.
I think they've talked before.
He talked the other day, just
talked to him
in the
a couple
morning at
times.
work.
Yeah. He does have a voice.
That's hard to believe. Can you prove them right, Alien Zoo 1? Alien, you there?
He has the right to remain silent, and he has the ability. I have heard him talk before, though.
Alright, I guess I'll take your words for... how about Reckonor? Well, no, why am I even bothering?
Reckonor, come on, dude. Talk to us.
I honestly have missed your Arnold impression, please. No? Alright.
Sure. Thank you.
Oh, we got a new guy. Mango Ing... Hi, welcome.
Bingo.
Hey, I'm working, so I'm just here to listen today. But I just get verified, so...
Hey, Mango.
Welcome.
We're gonna try to talk to you anyway, dude. How's that grab you?
That's...
I'm just kidding.
Might be distracting, honestly. I might not be able to stick around too much if you do, because I do actually have to work, but I can talk a little.
Okay. Threaten me with a good time. Well, I hope you...
Love it when...
Real quick, what do you do for work?
Software development.
Okay.
Full stack.
You don't really need to pay attention for that. Come on, man.
You're right, actually, but... Hold on, fine, let me just finish what I'm doing.
No, he wants to get paid. No. Guys, let him come into a chat room and not talk.
Yeah.
I'm not allowed to just listen. I mean, I just got VC verified, so I figured...
Yeah, no worries.
I'm just fucking around.
Well,
Stick around.
we
Stay here.
love it when man stay and hate it when man go.
Exactly. See, Who gets the pun of my name? I mean, that's half of it. You got half of it.
I don't get the joke, so...
Man going Pete. Okay, I'm sorry.
Like check 1 2 1 2.
1 2
That was
3.
so dumb that it's funny.
Oh yeah, it's really stupid. I warned you. I'm also in New York City, so I'm sorry it's loud.
Oh.
I'm sorry you're...
Well, don't worry. Yeah.
Tell me about it. I'm leaving tomorrow, though.
New York City's not sorry about nothing.
Yeah, we hear you, Brad. Some people just want to ignore you. But
That's cool with me. I don't give a fuck. As long as Glad doesn't ignore me, that's all I care about.
Right. Glad is always responding.
Your day should be made then, partner, because I'm paying close attention.
He's the homie.
You should actually ignore him to get the gears turning.
To get the full effect of my wrath?
Yeah.
Alright, I guess since the new guy can't talk right now, let's go down the list of people who don't talk. Everyone's flat. What's up, man? I am under no rules. Ban me now. Huh? You want to be banned, alien?
What the fuck?
Somebody got banned last night on the lobby for this many days.
For what?
For what?
Hang on, let me post a screenshot because he couldn't get to work on days, so he posted it in minutes, and so we did the math.
Yeah, I have no idea what you're saying, man.
I'm loading.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay. He got banned for that many days?
That's cool.
Get the days. Calculate. The robot kept saying invalid. So he was like minutes 9999999 repeating.
Oh, cool. That's
Dang, what did he do?
for a man-made construct. That's trippy, bro.
Alright, so
What the fuck? Just DM me. I mean, if you send Nitro, you can. Bro! I ain't fucking sending Nitro for nudes. Like, come on, man. What do you think I am?
Nudes?
Yeah.
Did you say? Oh, have you sent nudes to anybody?
No.
Oh, good.
Why would I?
Exactly. It's a weird thing to do if you're a man. But women, send all the nudes you got. You feel me?
Yo.
Double standard! Gotta have it here in America.
I'll just block them.
Block them if they're asking for nudes or sending nudes.
But hold up, they're asking for Nitro, huh?
No, basically I have to send them Nitro and they will send me nudes.
I love it.
Yeah. So I like to call them Nitro diggers. So they're out there. Remember that one chick that came in here?
game fucked.
Send him this. Send him this little clip right here, bud. That way they can understand.
I'll definitely send that, actually.
You are made of stupid.
You dishonor and disrespect your entire nation because you are made of stupid.
You are ninja.
Okay, I know that Creation Bear. You have definitely downloaded this, haven't you?
I'm already on it.
I love it. Alright, I was at everyone's flat and he's not responding. F.E. Batman. Batman, come on. You can do it.
What's up? I'm Batman.
The real Batman, please.
What's up?
A man with or without parents?
I'm the alternate dimension Batman. I got both my parents.
Oh, nice.
Then you're not really the Batman, obviously.
Yeah, I'm spoiled. I'm rich and spoiled as fuck, and I do what I want. Batman.
If it's the alternate, then you should be poor as AF.
That's very not racist, but yeah, you are racist. So I'm just gonna say it's very racist.
Yeah, no.
I'm hot and bothered.
Yes, you do.
All right, I guess Batman is busy saving the world.
And his parents.
Nah, his
No, he
parents
failed at
did.
that. Oh!
Yeah. They did.
This
Man,
to be
they
the
did.
case.
Jamesy.
Harsh, bro.
Do one of your one-liners.
Hi.
Hi.
Hey, what's up? How you doing, Lulu?
Doing well, man. Nice to hear from you.
Likewise. Starting the what is it? What day is today? Oh, it's Tuesday. I was gonna say ladies' night.
Oh, the ladies' night. That'd be nice. So you're not wrong there.
Still doing talking to these weirdos in here. Flatties.
Right? Yeah. I love my flatties, so gotta get my fix.
Especially the Glad Flow guy.
What? What do you want?
It's like upside down or something.
Yeah,
well,
mix it. Is it about
ketchup is mustard, right? The sky is the ground. So whatever. Fuck it. Fuck everything.
And I'm the mayonnaise.
Yep.
Don't let C know that.
I did cook the meat. Well, my wife did, and it came out good.
Good. It's good that you had her do it. You would have fucked it up.
Yeah, I was scared of.
Now, does she get to share some of that with you?
Oh yeah, my little ones were next to me, and they had a decent piece of it.
Cool. Let her have the majority. You can only have a couple bites.
You like it? Is it good?
Yes.
Well, yeah. You had enough, or you want more?
Enough.
Enough. Okay.
I'll take the rest. You're not gonna eat that? Oh, I'll take it.
I only bought like 0.6 pound of it, or it was like $125 a pound. The Japanese Wii U meat or whatever they call it.
Hey, can I get a mod in VC check-in to verify somebody that has some questions regarding the flat Earth?
You talking about the Wagyu Kobe beef?
Bring them in here.
Yeah, bring them in here. Lulu will.
I'm too lazy to go up there.
I don't have the ability to verify him and bring him in, or else I would.
What's his name? Glitchy Boy? Glitchy Boy?
Yeah, Glitchy Boy's got some questions.
Ah, yeah. Bring them in here.
Yeah, the guy was before.
Yeah. Okay, so everybody else that is below Gemsy, sorry, but I don't get to call on you today. Maybe next time.
Glitchy Boy, you've been unmuted, Glitchy Boy. Lulu will speak to you about the flat Earth. How are you? Welcome.
Hello, I am good.
What the?
What happened to your mic, man? It was working in BC.
Oh shit, my mic does that sometimes.
Hey, Glitchy Boy. Yeah, you're lying. 'Cause your name says Glitchy Boy, bro. Why are you doing that shit on purpose?
I'm not doing that, bro. I don't do that shit on purpose.
Hey, there you go. Welcome back. Okay, make sure your connection stays exactly like that for the rest of time. Thank you. As you were, folks.
Yeah, it just does that sometimes. My mic's kind of.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. But I'm glad you've unpressed the button. Thanks a lot. So, welcome to
I
the
wasn't
Flat
pressing
Earth
anyone.
24-hour Discord,
Well,
24/7.
welcome me. Well, thank you for welcoming
Yeah,
me.
you
good
bet.
sir.
Bet.
Oh boy. How old are
How
you?
was your guys? Well, I'm gonna start with the regulars. How has your guys' day been today? Or
Thanks,
night, or
it's
whatever.
been great.
I guess.
How old are you?
I am 15.
Okay. So
But I'm
wait,
very-
Napalm. What was the problem up there?
Oh, we just couldn't get a mod. We just couldn't verify me with the tag. It was kind of being stupid.
Yeah, I just don't have terms.
So you want him to get the VC role?
Well, I guess he's already got it if he's in here. Right?
No, not yet. But I mean, if you think he's cool, I could give it to him.
Go ahead and flesh that out. See where it goes. He had some questions about the curvature rate and what we should or should not see. Seemed pretty confident that from 1 foot off the water at a beach, we'd be able to see 1,000 miles, and kind of told him that wasn't possible.
Well, technically, the human eyesight can see infinitely.
Sure. Technically, you're wrong.
No.
Oh, yes.
How did you come up with that?
Literally, that's just science.
No, I'm saying, okay, here, hang on, buddy. So, hold on, guys, come on. When in history did they confirm that you can see forever?
1 second.
Huh?
He said 1 second. He's gonna Google it.
Oh, 1 second. You guys can't wait.
Yeah. No worries. Take your time.
My bad. I'm sorry that cricket noises had to be played. My bad.
It's okay. So do you know of any time when they demonstrated that the human eye can see forever?
That's what I was told, but I was wrong. So my bad.
Okay. Super duper. Wow, that was really honest of you. Hold on, guys. Did you hear it? He said I was wrong. My bad. Whoo-wee. Thank you for being honest. Someone else take it away. I'm impressed.
Listen, Bleach Boy. Okay, go ahead.
The human eye with perfect 20/20 vision can see about 20 feet, as the AOA, which is the Ocular Center of America, the American Optometric Center of America, the American Optometric Center.org says.
Okay, so
it's okay. It's okay. Listen. Listen, I like the zeal. I like the fervor.
Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on. Listen. Hold up. He came in a bit trollish, but he is being honest. So let's try to give him the benefit of the doubt. Okay.
I know. I think it's cool that he screamed "fuck." He's being honestly frustrated. I'm frustrated too.
The other.
I can't speak today.
Let's let Lulu do one-on-one with me if she wants to. Lulu, go ahead.
No. I'm good with you guys.
Continue. The American Optometric Association says, with perfect 20/20 vision, you can see clearly at 20 feet.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for the information as well as the source. And I just want to say that if you are going to be honest and really want to learn, you'll go far here. So, did you go over the rules and everything with Napalm?
No, I didn't think I did.
Okay, well, go to the hashtag welcome room. That's where you'll find the rules. Just go over it.
I already read that. No foreign languages, civil, post-encryption, blah, blah, blah. Got it.
You know, that AMA thing, that may be correct in the laboratory setting when reading a line of text. However, signs are meant to be seen at 100 feet. The street signs and stuff.
Yeah, it says. So it
depends on the print.
Person with normal vision can see it says you can see it as close as 20 feet, but with normal vision you can see it 100 feet. So you're correct.
Incorrect. The human eye can see far beyond the Earth's horizon.
Yeah, of
I
course.
can see almost 40 miles, man. I can see almost 40 miles.
So it's not just 20 feet. Yeah, it's not just 20 feet. But also, it's not forever. I think that's why where we're still at here with this, my friend. You can't see forever. Okay? Do you agree?
Well, how can you see stars in the solar system?
I have no idea. I have no idea how or why.
Hold on.
And neither do you.
That's because you're assuming that stars are millions light years away, right?
They are.
How did you verify that?
Tired light problem and all that shit. Makes no sense.
Okay, if the sun wasn't a million, wasn't as far away as it was, we'd all be dead because we'd be fried. We'd turn into fried human.
Oh, well, okay. So you're jumping to the sun now. So how far do you think the sun is?
The sun is. I don't know the exact sun. I'm gonna look it up.
Okay. So let me ask you one thing. Are
I
you
think it's like
assuming that?
40 million miles. If I remember, the sun is 40 million miles away.
Okay. So according
Billion. Yeah, sorry,
according
92
to
million miles away. My bad.
okay, cool. So according to the globe model, yes, it's 93 million miles away.
92.573 million miles away.
Okay. Yes. According to the globe model. My what I wanted to ask you was, when you think of flat Earth, are you thinking that it's a disk in space?
Yes, that's what I think of flat Earth as, because flat.
Okay. No. So that's fine. So let me clear up some misconceptions that you may have.
Sorry, let me make a joke real quick.
Hold on.
When the meteor hit the Earth, the Earth just flipped over and the dinosaurs are on the other side.
Right.
Yeah, do you have any proof that dinosaurs existed, bud?
So hold on. Let me clear up this misconception first, and then you guys can go at it. Nobody here, no true flat earther really believes that the Earth is a disk in the solar system. I will give you the VC Verify role so you can actually see what we are posting in the live stream, and you can follow us. Wait, what was your name? Glitchy. Oh, actually, somebody already did that. I'm gonna tag you. Nice, thank you, Jimsy. You see where we're at in the text? We're tagging you. All right. So can you just take a minute to read that GIF? Let me know when you're done.
To turn that off, it's hard for me to read with music.
Sure, everybody keep silent.
Hey, this is library.
That was funny. Hey, this is library.
Okay, focus.
I don't know. That's a big word. What does heliocentrism mean?
It means the globe model, what they believe right now.
Heliocentrism, as in helio, like the sun being in the center. They tell us we're orbiting the sun, all that fairy tale stuff.
One sec.
Okay, so are you done?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So, nobody here thinks that the Earth is a disk floating in space among the other planets around the sun.
One sec. I was talking to my mom. But what were you saying? Yep, missed.
I said that nobody here thinks that the Earth is a disk floating in space, orbiting the sun. Do you get that part?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So, yeah, everything about the heliocentric model we throw out the window. So, if you really want to know what our claims about the flat Earth is, you can ask us. But
what
just
is your
make
claim
sure.
about the flat Earth? What is your claim?
Awesome, great question. It is basically a realm that you live in. It's like the floor of the universe. Everything up above us circulates up above us. The sun, the moon, the stars. Nobody really knows the shape, quote unquote, shape of the Earth, but it does measure flat as far as we can tell. What else? What are our claims? I mean, there are many claims that we make. Yes, it doesn't move either, but we can go, one by one if you want.
Come here, Mom. Just come and talk to them. Come and join this conversation, Mother. Come on,
Mom.
Mother. Come and join this conversation.
Okay, if the Earth is flat, are all the other planets flat too?
Aw. Hi, Mom. Is she able to hear me?
Yes. Yeah. Yes, she is.
Awesome. Okay. So what you have to if you can show her this gift that I showed you, maybe it might help her. We don't think I'll say it again. We don't think that the Earth is a disk in space floating amongst the other planets. So what we see when we look up at the stars is just lights. Nobody really knows what they are. What they show you in NASA, like the pretty pictures of planets, they're just all CGI, and they admit this. So hopefully.
One second.
The Earth.
Sorry? Oh, he muted.
The Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
And someone who's thinking its Earth is a fucking flat plane.
Understandable, Bill Nye. Thanks for clarifying.
Yep. And also, if you can refrain from swearing, that would be great.
That's me. Oh, okay. I was like, I didn't swear. Sorry. Okay.
Does Mom have any more questions?
Sorry, Mom, don't get me banned.
Yep, get you muted.
Okay, well, I mean, that's fine. You can. I guess he left.
That kid's gonna be president one day.
He's gonna be a scientist.
He's a good actor. Really good actor.
I agree.
Maybe president of the cell block.
Mm-hmm.
I'm president of the NASA fanboy club.
Well, I was enjoying talking to the mom.
It was him.
Oh.
It was him the whole time.
For real though? Or like I can't tell.
I can't tell either.
I thought it was another person. I thought it was real.
Unless he recorded himself prior to talking to himself.
Maybe possible, but I don't think his brain can handle the effort.
You give him way too much credit, man.
Yeah.
Either way, as long as he knows that it's not a disc, maybe he'll come back.
Nah, he thinks we're space monkeys.
Yeah, he's still young, so there might be hope for him.
You got to break the connection that Earth is a planet. Earth is not a planet. Once you kind of get that through your head, maybe you can make sense about what we're trying to say. Planets are lights.
Yep. Dude, Flat Man Can, what is up with you and these like stacks of money pictures? Like, I'm just curious. You've been doing this for...
Money's good, is it not?
It's bad. It's really bad.
Can't take it with
money
you.
rules the world.
Money.
Money is the root of all evil.
There was a one saying, "The coin is the devil's eye."
Nice.
So what did you?
People to get the jab.
Did you hit the jackpot or something?
I don't like to get too deep into things, but I've always had money around me.
Yeah, well, you're making me jealous, so can you cut it out? Reminds me of how broke I am.
You're not broke if you bust some XRP. I did a hash grab on XLM. Just hold the bags and enjoy the ride. Told you, Luluka.
Dude, I've been holding since like back then.
You're still holding the XRP, right? You're not selling
Yeah.
it.
No, dude, I've been holding.
Keep your bag. Don't you worry.
It's not his money. It's a picture that he found on the internet. Don't worry about it.
A PNG of money.
Money doesn't change you as a person, it changes the people around you.
But what does Bitcoin do to a man's soul?
Turns him into a devil.
Until they sell it, nothing.
It's all how
I
you
guess
see
that depends on how much it's worth, right?
It's all how you see things. I could give you $1 million. If you're a dick, you're still going to be a dick with $1 million. So,
What if you had that money and were able to travel and learn about different cultures and actually grow as a person because of that money?
Not many do that.
They don't?
As far as I know.
Oh.
Okay. Are there any more glowers in the house?
Maybe someone can play a Glober.
Got some high level stuff right there.
Southern star rotation. Why does that not prove the globe?
Gravity. Oh wait, you're supposed to be the glober. My bad.
I'm the glober here.
Wait, what? Southern star rotation?
Right.
What about it?
Why do the southern stars rotate in the opposite direction as they do in the northern hemisphere? That's the globe claim. And that's a proof of globe claim without actually knowing what stars are, but we'll just put that aside for the moment. Let's just assume that I'm right about stars being the globe head, and they're trillions of miles away. And you go further, far enough south, and they rotate, anti-clockwise, clockwise, and in the north, anti-clockwise. I'm sorry, north clockwise and south anti-clockwise. So, does that not prove we live on a spinning ball?
No, it's proof we're on the flat plane. Is what that is.
Okay.
But does it?
Yes. Yes. What you can do is you can pick a certain spot on the Earth, and when you get to a certain spot, the stars are actually moving in two separate directions at one time. They're going to the right, circling clockwise, and they're also circling counterclockwise, and you can see them both happening at the same time. How does that happen on a globe? It does.
How does that happen in reality? I didn't even know that the stars rotated in two different. Well, are you talking about at the equator?
It's an illusion. No, it's down. It's when you're further south. It's an illusion. Which was shown the other day, where when you get to a certain point, the reflection off of, well, what he claimed was the basically the dome or whatever. Once you get down there to a certain degree, then you can actually witness the stars rotating clockwise and counterclockwise at the same time.
All right. So remember, I'm still devil's advocate here. How high is the dome? Where's the dome?
No.
What's it made of? Well, if
Who
you're
knows?
saying that there's a dome causing an effect, where's the dome?
Don't claim the dome. I don't claim a
In the
dome.
sky.
Well,
In the
in his
sky.
example, okay. So
I'm bold enough to claim one because we're contained by something, and who knows how high it is? Who knows? We've never been. How could you ask me something like that? When you know I haven't been there, when you know that we can't go there, when you know that we're not allowed to send rockets or whatever, or airplanes or anything, where it's off limits. You know that. What kind of a question is that?
right, all right, good. You're racist. So
No, I'm anti-glober.
And best globe proof so far.
I mean, the firmament is implied because we breathe air. Without some sort of firmament, we'd all be dead. So yeah,
Exactly.
I agree. But gravity.
You know, your guys' problem is you guys don't take the space race seriously enough.
Well, there is no space race. SpaceX is the only private company that has gone to space. The Bezos and Virgin, they didn't go to space. They only passed the Kármán line.
Neither did SpaceX.
Even according to mainstream, I believe Neil, what, Smoke DeGrasse Tyson? Someone called him that. That was funny. He said something around that the other day, and there is no space race. It's SpaceX already won. So
that's like saying NASA went to space.
Yeah. Well,
what about the Narnia race?
Doesn't exist.
Is anybody racing to get to Narnia?
Yeah, there you go. Let's all line up at the starting line, and let's all just go to a place that doesn't exist. Good luck.
I wonder where that Tesla's at. I wonder if it's going to come back or track the Earth.
That's why there's going to be space trash collecting companies. You know, they can get up there and collect all that trash for us.
It's still sitting on a pedestal with the green screen behind it in a studio. It's still in the same spot it was.
All that effort just to clean up Elon Musk's junk.
What they probably did was they sold it to a Ford dealership.
Yeah, put a Ford emblem on it.
Name it Bronco.
They're gonna steal Elon's technology and start making electronic trucks. Yeah, that makes sense. Electric powered trucks, sure. I think they make just about electric powered everything these days, but are they efficient? No. Do the batteries last long enough to make it worth it? No. Are the batteries super expensive? Yes.
And that's why I bought a plug-in hybrid, not a fully electric car, because that would have been a waste of money, and now I'm saving a lot of money. I've only gone to the gas station twice since I've bought it, and I've had it for like 8 months.
Good deal. How long are those batteries projected to last? Do you know?
There's a warranty for 200,000 miles. It's got 100,000 miles on it already. And as the guy who sold it to me explained to me, the warranty's for 200,000 miles, but the people who actually made these batteries, they don't actually know how long they'll last. They just know it'll go at least 200,000 miles. It's actually unknown how long they'll last beyond that.
That's not really too bad. I guess I'll have to swallow my pride a little bit. That's really pretty efficient, actually, if you really want to look at it. 200,000 miles, that's longer than a lot of engines are, will last. Gasoline engine. I mean, 200,000
miles. Yeah, and what's nice
about
it is, since it's a plug-in hybrid, I didn't have to spend the extra $5,000 to $10,000 I would have if it was a fully electric car. Because if it was a fully electric car, then I would have had, the full battery pack to go 300 miles, not 50 miles. And that would have been like, a $20,000 car, not what I bought, or a $30,000 car.
So explain to me how that exactly works. So when the batteries get low, it has a little tiny gasoline engine that kicks on and charges them. Is that what happens?
Yeah, it just runs off gasoline and functions just like the original, hybrid Priuses would. Although it's not a Prius, it's a Chevy Volt. Much better looking, not dorky looking. But yeah, it just runs off gasoline, and then it does that thing where it charges the battery a little bit, and then when you're at a stoplight and you start going once it's green, it starts with the electric and then goes to gas once the battery's dead again. But, since you can plug it in, you go the first 50 miles just on the battery. So unless you're driving more than 50 miles, you don't have to bother with any gas.
So I take it that you rarely have to go more than 50 miles from when you leave your house, because you say you've only been to the gas station twice in a year. That's amazing. So
yeah, I've been meaning to go on a lot more road trips, but I just haven't done it. But a couple.
Right.
You're saying Priuses look dorky.
Well, I'm saying they look.
Of course
feminine.
they do. Come on, man.
They look effeminate, man.
It looks like a stretched out Volkswagen Beetle. Or no, never mind. I guess the front just looks like that. But yeah, they're kind of dorky looking Priuses. I like the Chevy Volt, especially the new ones. The back of it looks like a sports car. It handles like a sports car too.
Have you ever driven a real sports car?
No, I'll admit, no, I haven't. But I gotta admit, the acceleration rate on this is quite impressive, considering it's an Econoline car. I mean, it's an economy car, is what it is. Technically, for an economy car, the acceleration rate on this thing is ridiculous. Like, it honestly makes me want to just have an excuse to be in a car chase, just so I could chase someone down or outrun someone.
Yeah, it's like a light switch on.
I don't remember who it was, but there was a governor of Florida who had his son take the police on a high-speed chase in a Prius.
And do tell what the results were.
Why does that sound like you're talking about Hunter Biden?
This was like 2008, 2009. Let me look it up.
By the way, that Let's Go Brandon song is number one. Number one song in the country is that Let's Go Brandon song.
What does that song even mean? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Basically, it's talking about fuck Joe Biden, and that what they're really saying, Grandma, isn't let's go Brandon, but they're saying fuck Joe Biden because of all the bullshit that he's done and selling out of America for China.
Who's Brandon? Is that somebody famous?
There was a sporting event going on, and a newscaster tried to spin it. Like, people were chanting, F Joe Biden, and she tried to spin it. Oh, they're saying, let's go Brandon. Well, that's not what they were saying, so it caught on fire. It went viral on TikTok and Facebook and whatnot.
Okay, that makes more sense now.
Here's a... wow, this Fox News. I'm not going to send you this.
Yeah, just looking YouTube, Let's Go Brandon.
Yeah, that'd be easier.
And you should see a background where guys like NASCAR or Busch Cup or something like that.
Is this the one? The algorithm has already started putting other videos ahead of that, though. Let's see.
What was that amendment where they could remove a president for being incompetent that they reenacted? And everybody was like, oh, no, that's for Trump. No, that's for Biden because they're going to have Kamala become president. Watch. Somebody that was not even voted, not even wanted in. Somebody that's a hateful, spiteful person. Somebody that's a racist and a bigot in herself. Somebody who is an elitist wants to be president without even being elected in. And she is completely illegitimate because when, you know, she came to America, her parents never got her the proper papers, so she's still a foreign what do you call it? She's still like a resident of a foreign country. She's not a resident of the United States.
She's an alien.
A foreign national.
Yeah. I got a little scenario here. Isn't all of the presidents, maybe all but one since recorded history, been related to royalty in some way?
Yeah, they're related to me.
Yes, even Biden, even Trump. Yes.
Yeah. So I'm assuming that Kamala Harris probably doesn't fit the bill.
Why? She's black?
Now you know what it's all about. The killing
so
of
I
the
just can't imagine them putting. Yeah, I just can't imagine them putting someone that doesn't fit the bill into the office. I don't think it's going to happen.
It's the Bolshevik movement 100 years later.
It's like putting an alien in there, it's not going to happen.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The same thing happened in Russia where they had a bunch of non-club members, non-royalty come in. And in fact, they killed the royals and they took it over, thus sparking communism. Right? It's the same thing that's happening here. I mean, this thing happened 100 years ago, 1921 to 1926 or whatever, right? The thing is Operation Trust, and the whole thing is going on again today. Everybody is a bunch of useful idiots. And what I mean by useful idiot is these people, these politicians try to push forward a plan to try to make things better, not realizing that they're really going for, the exact opposite is what the end goal is. So they're called useful idiots. And then there's also ones called useless idiots or useless eaters, which is the plebs.
Well, I think she's probably even a step below that, would be my opinion. That woman's, I don't know, she's a disgrace to humanity.
Not a woman. That's Bob Marley, man. That's not a woman.
Okay, you got me there.
Does it really matter which puppet they dangle in front of us anyway,
Christ, look at the scar where they cut out the Adam's apple. See that scar where they cut out the Adam's apple?
Yeah, that's a man.
The aliens are coming. You see, she's an illegal alien. She's one of the aliens.
Yeah, the predictive programming for Madam President has been long in the making. I think the guy who postulated that Kamala is going to get a position, it'll probably be in a very short amount of time, so she won't have a full term, and it'll be for her to basically enact certain things for her controllers. So I don't think she's going to be a noteworthy president, but I think she will be placed in a position to sign a few pieces of paper and then shifted along. When you start to think of your president as simply a spokesperson for an organization, then you'll start to understand how that presidency, they always promise the world the moment that they take office, they never enact one thing they promised. They keep the men in Iraq or Iran, in fact, increase the numbers, increase the spending to the military, but they ride up to the presidency stating that they're going to pull their troops back and going to make all this change. So it's always just a mouthpiece. So if she is just a mouthpiece, I think she could be slotted in. I think that the ruling families have gotten to a point where they no longer need specific puppets in different places. They can now have a top-down approach.
Yeah, but see, what I see happening is they're going to remove Biden. Kamala will be the first female president. And under her watch will be the end of the petrodollar.
Then we switch to a new centralized blockchain cryptocurrency.
Yeah, that's what That's what I am feeling. That's what I am predicting is going to happen. That it will happen under her watch.
Currency, or do you think they'll start out?
Well, it will be.
They don't want anything.
We've had a one world currency for a long time. That one world currency was the United States dollar. See, in order for you to buy oil, you have to first buy U.S. dollars and buy the oil with the dollars, right? So what they're doing is they're changing that to have, backed where it's backed by nothing, just speculation, kind of like the U.S. dollar. But the only reason why it had the power it had is because other countries
Standard Oil
trade into it. Yes.
Yeah, originally, and now it's based upon a fantasy, thin air, and they're gonna put that on a blockchain instead.
Yeah, and they're gonna ban all oil. They're gonna ban all oil. California's already started with the ban of small engines. They're gonna wean out all oil and fuel consumption, thus getting rid and having the what do they call it? The reason or whatever it is, the justification for ending the current
or at least system. The explanation for the fall of the dollar, not necessarily the removal of it. But so when they present an alternative and more businesses and companies start dealing in that currency, then the U.S. dollar will go away. But then again, though, that would mean the U.S.
For the dollar, what's going to happen is that the physical dollar, the paper dollar, they're going to do away with that, but it's going to be translated into a digital equivalent of it. And all the nations are going to do the same thing. Their currencies is going to be in a digital CBDCs. They call it CBDC, central banking digital currencies. And that system is already built. They just got to flip the switch.
But do you think that they will have a different cryptocurrency per country, or
Yes.
Yeah,
I don't use cryptocurrencies whatsoever.
So the real
many tokens are gonna be many currencies, but there's gonna be a bridge asset that is gonna connect all of the money of the world. They're gonna connect all of it. It's not gonna be. It's gonna be a whole ocean of money that is gonna be all connected, integrated into the new system.
So for
having a single currency. Let me just add something here. Having a single currency and a single blockchain would expose a lot of the fraud that goes on in the world. So it's why they've tried to suppress Bitcoin and create all these side chains, create all these separate blockchains where you can print as many billion tokens as you want. And within that little paradigm, you can burn, create, change value, restrict the flow. You can do whatever you like on your own chain, but like the other guy said, now there would be a bridging asset to connect these different chains. But effectively, they don't want a single chain for that transparency reason. They want to be able to still do what they do.
Yeah, they call it cross-border payments, instant liquidity. So the XRP ledger from Ripple is going to be used between all the central banks as a bridge asset to connect all of the banks and have all transactions done instantly. Instead of this 4 to 5 days waiting period that they have in right now, it's like a 40-year-old system that they've been working with. Now they're gonna translate it into the new system. It's like an upgraded system, and it's a blockchain. It's the XRP ledger, and they cannot print more of the XRP. So the printing of the money that we have right now is not gonna be like that anymore. It's gonna be different, and they call it enhanced quantitative easing, because they create instant liquidity. So they're gonna create they have $800 trillion of money in between they have $800 trillion of money that is not being used at this moment, and they're gonna throw all that money into the new digital ledger.
$800 trillion worth of what?
of whatever current of whatever they call money.
But money isn't real. Money's just a promissory note. It's a debt note. It's not real. It doesn't actually represent anything.
Yeah, it would be pensions, pensions and bonds.
There's a new token, right?
If you look at the pension values,
You guys are jumping on each other. I can't hear you both. Sorry.
To have access to it, you know how the banks, the billionaires, they just control a lot of the money, big percentage of it, and they hold it and hoard it. And most of the people don't have access to the liquidity of the money to use it for whatever reasons. So a big amount of the money is locked by all these companies, all these big people. And they're saying that they're gonna put all the money into the digital ledger.
So the people that say have $1 billion today, U.S. dollars, are they going to be able to exchange that for 1 billion, qubits or whatever the hell they're going to call it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and that billion qubits will be worth essentially the same thing that the U.S. dollar for a 1 billion U.S. dollars is worth that day.
The paper money is the one that is gonna be worthless. The paper money.
Well, there'll have to be an exchange grace period, I'm sure, where you're allowed to trade in your cash, unless there's just a sudden crash. But that's
they're probably going to opt
before.
They're probably going to opt for a stable coin, something like they use Tether. Tether is considered $1, and it stays at $1. Its price doesn't fluctuate, and they often use Tether as an intermediary to pull different cryptos back into Tether and then to launch into other cryptos from there. The idea that this is a finite supply and that as that $700 trillion goes in, that each unit becomes exponentially more valuable. They don't want to pass wealth on to you. So it's more likely that they're going to create a stable dollar coin, and its price is always $1. And then you gain none of the benefit of shifting all of those trillions into the system. They'll extract the benefit from that overall price increase, but we'll get stuck with some kind of stupid stable.
They're gonna have multiple stable coins, and one of the USD is called USDC, letter C, and the Tether one. There are gonna be a lot of issues with the Tether because Tether just got a fine. I think it was like $50 million because they've been lying about the funds they've been holding, because there's just a lot of issues with Tether. It's like I don't know. You got to look into Tether a little bit, but the Federal Reserve, MIT, they already are implementing the CBDC systems, and they're gonna be using something called Hedera Hashgraph and the XRP Ledger to connect the USDC stablecoin to the US dollar. So that's already basically in place. It's just
they're just waiting for this lawsuit to finish up.
Yeah, before they implement the new system, they're gonna, I guess, somehow crash the old one and say we have some issues and blah blah blah, and we need to put this new system in place to fix the problems.
Well, yeah, like let's say the power went out for a week or something like that. That'd be a good excuse to change money systems.
Well, XRP also has legal suits. They were delisted from certain exchanges. The SEC found them to be also fraudulent because of an airdrop at some point in the past. Each one of these coins are.
Let him finish, please.
If they finish. The people that sue Ripple, they're invested into the people that sue Ripple, they invested into Ether and Bitcoin. And the guy that sued Ripple, he quit the next day. when you look at the papers, it's a joke. Thank you. Yeah.
There's a lot of nuanced legal aspects to this. You can't create value out of nothing. You can't just say, I suddenly have 10 billion of these coins and they have value. Here you go, and I start circulating them. That's committing fraud. And a lot of what these coins did is that they took value initially for no exchange of a product. And effectively, on like a legal aspect, especially the coins that promise airdrops, where they're going to give you all these free coins, it's a legal nightmare which the SEC is clamping down on, because there has to be an exchange of value for value. You can't just create value out of thin air.
No, because some of this, obviously, there's a lot of tokens and coins that are just meme coins. We know that. But the new system, they're gonna provide, they call utility tokens, that they're gonna do work within the finances. Is they gonna work with resources, real estate, metals, and utility. When we say utility, it's about transactions. You know, like a store needs transactions and they want to be paid instantly. The XRP ledger, the XLM ledger is going to be there to provide that service. So it's utility token.
Different tokens for different types of business. Like there'll be one for the medical side of things. There'll be one for construction. I've read about that a bit. Like I hold a little bit of Anchor. I hold a little bit of ADA.
And divided they conquer. Because if there was a single coin and every transaction was dealt with in that coin and all these funds were in that coin, we would all be in a far more equitably distributed kind of system. But the moment that they fracture it, they'll continue to subdivide and create restrictions or conditions for certain exchanging, and then thereby force the ones that they want in and force out the ones they don't want. It's a very manipulated system if you allow multiple chains. This entire system was always designed for one chain, one central ledger that is immutable. No one can go in there and change it. But if everyone's got their own ledger, we're back to the bullshit.
The XRP ledger is immutable. The XRP ledger is controlled by the users, by the holders of the token. Not even the creator of XRP, not Ripple. They cannot control the XRP ledger.
Are they? Is it susceptible to like a 50% attack, like Bitcoin, anything like that?
I'm not sure about that exactly, but sure.
Of course it is. Of course it is. Every chain is susceptible to it.
Right.
You combine.
Whether it's this simple. If you can buy into a system, right? Any system is susceptible to a ownership that is equal to more than anyone else. Meaning, even if someone owns 40% of the system, right? Let's say someone's able to own 25%, another person's able to own 25%, and they join together, right? You know, what if the point is unless you basically stop yourself from selling 49% of your overall currency, and you hold it and you're benevolent yourself, right? Okay, then there's no way of getting rid of this susceptibility effectively. Like at the end of the day, no one's going to do that. Godrock in your hot mic, and
somebody's hot mic.
He can unmute himself. I'm muted. It's cool. He can unmute himself. But the point is it's always going to be susceptible to this, right? And no matter what anyone wants to say, I really don't care what anyone has to say on it, right? The only way it wouldn't be susceptible would be if you were to create a coin-based system, right? Okay. And even this, I've just realized there's a loophole in this, right? Let's say you create a coin-based system, okay? So that someone can't own 51%. So you take 51% of the coins that you originally have, yeah? You hold 10% of them yourself, right?
Right, reserve.
Or 20% yourself. You hold them yourself, but then you have to trust that you're not corruptible. And then the other bit, you have to just throw it away somewhere. You just have to just get rid of it, basically, right? But then the bit you've got plus what the other bit is 100% of all of it, isn't it? Unless it's still in, because eventually what's going to happen is the markets are going to realize that that's not in circulation, and the markets will close it out as if it's not in circulation, adding more value to the things that are in circulation, almost creating now the 70% that's left, 71%, as the 100%. They'll eventually equal it out to be that. we saw this before actually with precious metals and precious stones. Similar things happened.
But a 51% attack has got to do with hash rate. Got to do with the mining.
Mining. That's what I was curious about. If you can mine this stuff, then you take over 51% of the mining. Then you can make invalid transactions on the blockchain. And give yourself. So XRP is still vulnerable to that?
Of course it is.
I didn't. I mean, not all cryptocurrencies are mineable. I'm not, 100% up on XRP.
Well, wait there a second. If XRP is not mineable publicly, then how are transactions being taken place? How do transactions take place, and who makes money on the transactions?
No, XRP is not mineable.
I didn't say it was. I'm saying, what is the format in which it uses for transactions?
For my understanding, it's utility. It's a transactional value. They provide a service where the assets are being transferred, payments, liquidity, and that transfer charges a small fee, like almost
like mining it.
Decimals of the token,
kind of like mining. Kind of like mining, though, right?
Let's say 0.00001 XRP for that transaction, which is decimals of a cent.
That sounds very similar to Bitcoin. I'm just saying that sounds very, very similar to the way Bitcoin does it with mining. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
No, because it's not done like the Bitcoin, though. It's not.
Is it similar
it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. I'm not trying to say it's the same thing as Bitcoin with mining. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that as long as someone's able to make money from transactions and from relaying transactions, there is a problem there. There's something that can be made there. There is a way of conglomerizing that and monopolizing it.
It's based upon a vote, right? And if you can take over more than the majority of the miners, then you get to change the vote. You get to vote on invalid transactions, right?
Yeah.
There's no mining on XRP Ledger.
No, we know there isn't, but there are still transactions that make money, are there not, Gemsy, where people get paid decimal points for transacting? Yeah.
Yeah, but the ledger.
What if they create? Listen, what if they create a like OPEC, right? For instance, yeah. Everyone thought that oil wasn't going to be able to be controlled, right? Because it was a natural resource and it came out of the ground, and it wasn't something that was completely finite, right? Even though it had the finite idea of fossil fuels, right? But when you have people that are greedy, what they do is they monopolize things. They work together in groups to monopolize things, right? So you'll have these people in the background already working toward making sure all the transactors of XRP, all the vendors as well, will be conglomerizing into these little unions that are hidden in secret, right? And then eventually they'll be able to control the flow of the way that cash is able to be moved, right, through XRP.
Yeah. The funny part is that the banks and a lot of the big players, they're trying to buy the XRP because
exactly my point.
A lot of people, like let's say me, big amounts of XRP are at the hand of people, and they're being manipulating the prices. And even with the sue of the SEC, they had a lot of people throwing their bags of XRP and selling them really cheap, and the banks are the ones buying the XRP.
For fuck's sake, my house is flooding again.
Flooding?
Yes, my house is flooding again.
Damn.
Look, don't worry, I've moved all the sockets like higher and that in my house, and all the electrics and stuff are higher up now because of the last time.
A lot of rain?
Yeah, rain, and it's just pouring in through the back door. I'm just sat here with my feet getting wet. Sorry, carry on, guys.
I wanted to add something to that 51% attack. Once you've got the dominant hash rate on a specific coin, it effectively starts to fork the coin. And the way that the system works is that you've got all these transactions happening on various computers around the world, and then it writes a block, and then there has to be consensus that is the original block that is attached to the last block that was validated. And once you've got that 51% hash rate, you can invalidate other people's blocks and validate your block and effectively add your block to the last validated block. And after, I think it's 8 successive blocks, you are now the new chain of that blockchain. And that is a risk that still lies if there's a giant mine being built and no one knows about it, and it's underground, and it kicks on tomorrow, and it takes 51% hash rate, and it forks the chain, and it makes its own new chain. It's an inherent risk in this decentralized system is that there has to be this consensus. And there's, with the banks now buying in, and the banks are buying in with money that we can't even dream about. Like they mentioned Elon Musk invested $2 billion, and there was headlines for weeks. Elon's invested $2 billion. The banks are spending up to $6 billion per hour into this market. And Elon doing $2 billion is like nothing.
A drop in oil. It's like a drop of water in oil. It is effectively at zero.
But they want you to focus on the right hand while the left hand hides the card. It's like, look here, see who's buying in. They start hyping it up. To me, I've been wondering, what are all the dumbs for, the deep underground military bases? Like, why have they been excavating virtually the entire country? Is it really to put vehicles so no one can see how many you own? Or could there be other nefarious purposes? When you look back at
if you look into how much those bunkers are worth, it would not make sense in order to do that at all, because how much it costs to build them, you may as well just effectively build the vehicles twice over again. Like, all right, we need to make sure that we can't get these vehicles destroyed or these installations destroyed, right? So, like, okay, how come radar installations don't retract down into the ground? How come the American electrical grid doesn't retract down into the ground at the moment's press of a button? How come everything that supports human society that's in the private sector and then the public sector, should I say, not the private sector, non-commercial, or sorry, attached to municipalities, right? How come your electrical system in America, your electrical grid, how come that hasn't been upgraded, and how come it isn't a grid that can be effectively lowered into the underground tunnels?
There's a lot of places that have underground electric wires.
Yeah, I understand that. But if there's even one portion of it on the outside, right, that can be fried, it's a circuit, right?
Right.
Okay. So they have ways of it effectively. So, right, an EMP, let's say, for instance, an EMP goes off, right? Yeah. If you know the way an EMP works, right, electronic magnetic pulse, right, effectively what it would use, it doesn't really matter about the fact if there's a redundancy system where, let's say you short out let's say you short something out, right, yeah, it will blow up, let's say, one of the huge thyristor type things on the sides of the on the sides of the chain reaction of the actual electrical grid, right? And it would only knock out, let's say, a tower block, right? Or it would knock out, let's say, a city, right? An EMP doesn't care about the redundancy system, meaning that the redundancy system itself would be failed from being able to take place, meaning it's more like a field that would travel along the outside, right? So, you know, like a wire, right? Electric doesn't flow on the inside of a wire, right? That's why we have to coat wire with rubber so we don't get electrocuted, right? It flows around the outside of the wire, not on the inside. It permeates through the wire and then around the outside of the wire, right? So if an EMP strike was to happen, just for a second, just think about it, right? What do you think would technically happen? Do you think that the systems that have the redundancies that connect to the pieces that are underground, do you think the pieces underground will be protected by the redundancy systems that are meant to, like, you know, effectively, much like you have on your wall socket, you have a fuse. Do you think the fuse is going to blow out? Or do you think the EMP, being a new basically a new form of electricity introduced, is going to travel around the outside of the fuse, using it as a medium to continue itself down the circuit. Because remember, it's not just like people think of EMPs as like a blast. They're not. They're pulses. And it originates with a big blast, or it originates with what you would call semiconductor pulses, meaning that effectively it introduces it, and then it introduces it almost like in waves, and then the waves propagate and they find where they're going to go. Once they found where they're going to go, then amplification of it can be turned up. That's when they start sending in like explosive booms of pulses, right?
So it won't be a bomb, it'll be bombs.
It wouldn't be a bomb. Like, people think of an EMP as like a huge bomb that will go off. It's not going to be like that. EMPs don't work in that way, right? You can get EMP bombs, don't get me wrong, where it's one big poof, and then, you know, it knocks out as much as it can in the area.
And then it's done, right? But you're saying it'll keep on going.
A full-on EMP strike would literally be like dropping a generator type system that effectively is like a radar system that continues to send out pulses. At first, they'll be weaker, right? And they'll be like locationary, meaning they'll locate the systems that they need, yeah? They'll locate the things that they need to find, which are probably pre-programmed into the EMP device, so it will target the electrical grid directly. And it will make sure that it bypasses the fuses, meaning it will create a way of making sure that its electromagnetic pulse isn't so strong that it blows all the fuses out, right? It's very smartly designed, these weapons are. So it will find its way through the system, and it will find its way down underground. And then once it's underground, and once that circuit's created, then it will create the boom once it's created the circuit. Now the whole circuit's blown, regardless of it being upstairs or downstairs.
How does anybody keep from destroying itself?
Does anybody know what a stun gun is?
Yeah.
Of course.
That's an EMP device.
Yes, it is. It's an electromagnetic pulse device.
Yep, it puts out large amounts of interference in the electromagnetic spectrum, all different wavelengths. Depending on the frequency of the thing, you can adjust it to target a specific wavelength. But basically, it's a broad wave that comes out, and when those things are going off, it can be detectable even on a damn radio AM station type.
So and as well, right? So as well, just to add to that, so since he's just added that, there's a piece. You know that people have the throat technology with a microphone in the army.
Yeah.
Where instead of having your voice actually read for a mic, it's your vibration of your oscillation of your vocal cords. Correct? Yeah. Well, that same device has an upgrade to it, right? Which is effectively, it's able to read the frequency of your body, right? And it's tested pretty well. It doesn't mean that you're impervious to a taser, but what it can do is it can have effectively a ratio or range of how do I put it? Like frequencies between one end to the other, right? Okay. And if you're in the army, for instance, there's not many places that you're going to get shot with a taser, right? Especially like an X-27 or an X-26 or whatever it is, yeah. The point is if you do get shot with it, there is a redundancy system, meaning, is it easier for it to permeate through your body, or is it easier for it to permeate through a system that connects to your throat, that also connects to your what's it called? The inner part of your pelvic bone, right? As well. There's a part there where it connects to. Basically meaning that, like, let's say you went up to a military soldier that's in the special forces and you shot him right in the neck with a stun gun, yeah? It's highly likely the effect on him would be like 1/20th of that of a normal man, because he's got a redundancy system built in to his equipment that he's wearing. That sounds insane, but I've actually seen these redundancy systems in real life, right? And they work very effectively. Like, I mean, I've seen Marines literally get hit with a stun gun, right? And English stun guns actually are much worse than the American ones. If you go and look at, because it's obviously, it's not Remember, it's the amps that kill you, not the watts, right? Or the voltage.
Yeah, it's not built. Most tasers, like even the tasers that the military uses, they're not built by Raytheon. They're built by a private company out of Lake Havasu City, Arizona.
Yes, exactly. So those stun guns, right? There are countermeasures for stun guns, right? The same way there are countermeasures for EMP devices, right? There are countermeasures, but it's based on frequency. But there's still a ratio of how much it can counter the measure, right? So when you hit these guys and they've got the countermeasure on, which is effectively like a battery pack, right? It's almost like a thyristor type effect. It's almost like a big fuse that's attached to them, and it attaches to a couple points on their body so that if they get hit by a stun gun, instead of it permeating through their body and fucking them up, it goes path of least resistance to the thing that wants to draw the electronic, the wattage, the voltage, right?
That's brilliant.
And then it blows that system out instead, right? So then you can.
Well, it doesn't necessarily don't necessarily have to blow that system out. It can use shunts that get dumped into bleeder resistors that are only set up for that redundancy system. Yeah.
That's basically what it is. That's what I'm trying to say. It doesn't. Instead of it redirects it, right, and then effectively it doesn't blow it out. No, you're right. It continues to work. You could tase them again and again and again. It'll continue to work.
And see, there used to be on printed circuit boards. They pretty much removed them all, except for like military equipment still has them. Because
remember, what's the issue with that? The reason why I'm saying it. What's the issue with that system? The reason it's an issue with that system. It's the same type of countermeasure they use for your mainframe, for your electrical grid, right?
Yeah.
So effectively, when an EMP goes off and it uses a frequency, it either blows the system out or it doesn't, right? Yeah. But the EMP just keeps spooling up and sending out more and stronger pulses, right? It would actually be better if there was a fuse system and it blew up and it completely cut the circuit, right? Yeah. Well, America can't afford to do that. America can't afford to have an EMP go off and then it cut the circuit. But what they also can't afford is a highly sophisticated EMP to go off, right? Which would effectively keep sending pulses, and the pulses would be sent elsewhere until eventually the pulses couldn't be sent elsewhere because they got the right frequency. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, but see, the thing is with systems that do hardening, what they do is they have spark gap overprotection or overcurrent protection, which just basically means if there's more current than what the circuitry can handle, it just dumps it directly to the ground rail.
Yeah,
but it will actually damage the components over time because the traces, right? It's just copper traces, they'll erode.
And that's why an EMP works in pulses. So it can slowly damage everything over time. People think it's going to be like an instant explosion. This is what I was saying at the beginning. It's not.
Yeah.
You're not even going to notice it. At first, it'll be flickering of lights, maybe. Things will try and self-right itself. They won't even realize what's going on. And then after about 4 hours, everything will be broken.
Yeah, and
that's how real EMP will go.
Scalar weapon. That would be a scalar weapon.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
It would be something that is working to the scale, and it would be something that would be working to the scale of the protectionary measures inside, because they know there are countermeasures for EMPs, so they're building EMPs now to go around the countermeasures. That's what I'm trying to get at. The Chinese have got a really fucking scary one, right? I mean, it's so scary. They closed down one of their own cities with it in a matter of 3 minutes, right? And their countermeasures are way, 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 way more efficient than anything I've seen out of the West. And their own countermeasures couldn't stop their EMP.
Now, what about that theoretical device called a neutron bomb? Supposedly, what it's supposed to do. Yeah, what it's supposed to do is it's supposed to neutralize all transistors and turn them to NPN from PNP.
Yeah.
And once that occurs, it's also going to destroy and kill all organic life, but leave all destruction.
Blowing up every single battery, and then every single battery, not battery, but every single
all
form
of
cell.
Yeah.
And then, that's highly dangerous, and in theory, it could technically work, because all it would take would be to create some form of an arc from one point to another point, and for that arc to be continuous, which could literally be the inculcation of metal attached to one side to the other side all at the same time, which could be done by an EMP pulse, because again, if you have electromagnetic pulses going off and then you create a polarity in a circuit to it where the polarity of the circuit is in one direction, yeah, I don't know, it seems like the system could self-collapse. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, and
well, what I'm saying about that neutron device is I think they've been planning it for a while to where it's some sort of a smart dust or something they can spray over a population, or some kind of an implant that people will get implanted into them, that once a certain kill signal is sent out, a certain radio frequency is sent out, it'll activate and kill the host.
Yeah.
And I know they've been planning this since like the early or the late 90s. They've been developing it.
I think it's been going on since even before that, even probably.
Oh, I know. But I think this is what the neutron device is. It's not really a neutron device.
It probably isn't. Yeah, you're probably right. It's like what's a nuke? What's a nuke, guys? What do you think what do you actually think a nuke is?
Well, from what I've seen from the old footage where they showed nuclear bomb footage, I don't think there's such a thing.
Right, because they bring in the idea of atomic theory, right? Okay, so it starts to fry everyone's brain, especially the flat earthers, because they're like, well, you can't prove atoms, right? I'll tell you what is true, though. If you get the right hydrogen mix in the air by burning out all the oxygen, right, and making sure you evacuate all the helium, guess what? Hydrogen is one explosive gas. So a hydrogen nuke might just be that they've created a way of creating an explosion which creates a thermobaric explosive device that effectively is just a hydrogen bomb, because it blows up all the hydrogen in the atmosphere. It's just that they've managed to isolate the hydrogen from everything else.
Well, usually what they do is they take a bunch of deuterium and they compress it and freeze it to where it's solid mass, right? And they have it under compression so it stays a solid. How it does it, I don't know. But they keep it like that, and they have a device called a plutonium spark plug that provides
it gets plugged in, yeah.
Okay,
well,
so
they still need the high explosive. They still need the high
deuterium and split it into two hydrogens.
Exactly, but they still need the initial they still need the initial high explosive device in order to split the
That's what that spark plug is. They call it a plutonium spark plug, but all it is it's
literally just like a high explosive ball and then a rod.
Well, it's a ball of plutonium, and plutonium is not really active until it's introduced with another substance that produces the gamma rays, like say the explosion of a shell collapsing in made of say uranium. That would set.
Yeah, but that's where they use the that's where they use the high explosives. That's where they use a shape charge, right? Okay. Yeah. In theory, technically, that's correct. They use a shape charge, and the shape charge would be something like the way a football looks, right? You know, with the panels, right? But then you start to invert those panels, right? So it'd almost be like, think of like a cylindrical honeycomb effect, right? Yeah. And then you would create shape charges, and then the thing would be in the middle, right? So it creates an implosion. It creates a shape charge, like a Monroe effect shape charge, high pressure, high heat, molten jets, right? Made out of like, you know, copper or something like that, but not copper. Obviously, we're talking, you know, plutonium instead,
or uranium, or something,
or uranium. Yeah, enriched uranium, most likely.
Yeah.
And then once it's done that, right, effectively, what's it going to do? It's going to create such a high flash and heat point, right? That all of the oxygen would be the thing that would go first. All of the water molecules would first then go. Then the helium, because of relative density, is going to shoot up out of the way, right? Yeah. And then you're going to be left with what in the atmosphere? Hydrogen. So in theory, it's a thermobaric. It's basically a thermobaric bomb, is what I'm trying to say. That's what a nuke really is a thermobaric bomb.
Yeah, but I'm talking about a hydrogen device. What a hydrogen device is it's pretty much the same thing that creates a large amount of heat that will vaporize all of the deuterium that would actually split it because there's an electrical charge being fed into it. That
we're talking about the same thing.
Start a reaction. And when that reaction occurs, it splits into two hydrogens, and then those two hydrogens are not like real hydrogens, so they want to bond back to each other. So when they bond back to each other, there's a large amount of energy that's released.
Yeah, but what I'm talking about is the effect after that happens in the atmosphere. Do you get what I'm trying to say? I'm not. We're not talking about two different things.
The oxygen and the water vapor, and some of the water vapor will be denatured. But after that,
what's going to happen to the helium?
The nitrogen is going to be bonded with the metals, and the helium. There's not really going to be that much helium production, but the helium is inert.
I mean, in the atmosphere. I mean, in the atmosphere, bro. I'm on about in the atmosphere.
It's going to fuck off.
It's going to fuck off, right?
Yeah, it's going to fuck off the same as the hydrogen. Yeah. But the problem is the hydrogen is contained in the center, so when that detonates, it doesn't matter what's around it because
remember you have that core. Remember you got that core that's split. There's two hydrogens, yeah, right, and they want to reconnect. Yeah, everything wants to rebond. So I'm saying hypothetically, the hydrogen in the atmosphere, once this effect has occurred, could start to want to attract itself toward this core, right?
Yeah,
that's why we might see a two-stage explosion. I'm just saying, basically, a nuke might just be a very advanced thermobaric explosion.
Yes, it pushes all of the air molecules out of the way, and then afterwards, it's a collapse. When it collapses in on itself, there's a secondary reaction that causes a larger explosion, like a thermobaric device, or say a fuel air bomb.
The difference with like a MOAB, yeah, but the MOAB's like a bunker buster with it's got its shape charge to get down into the bunker, and then it's got its thermobaric device to blow everything up in the bunker, and to get rid of all the personnel. But what I'm trying to get at is most people don't understand, especially on the flat Earth side, that in theory, a nuke, the idea of splitting atoms and all that shit, stuff that's conceptual that doesn't work. Remember, things when you actually try them out, though, may work, regardless of whether atoms exist or not. Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yep.
Right, there's reactions, yeah.
But still, there's fishiness, which is why there's doubt about it, because the first time they tried it worked.
Well, I mean, I've seen the footage. The footage they used to fool our parents was fake.
Oh yeah, you can see those trees from Mars and stuff, But I'm talking about the actual Trinity site, the Trinity blast, the first one. The first one went off without a hitch, went off as expected, went above expectations. That's like going to the moon the first time and landing.
That's called real good engineering.
Well, to be honest with you, though, when we're talking about what we're talking about when it comes to explosives, we're not talking about any other field other than chemistry at the end of the day. I'm sorry, that's the field we're talking about. Chemistry is a viable scientific field. It's nothing like going to the moon. I'm sorry, it really isn't analogous. And the reason I say this is because of what I'm interested in. And we actually, they would have had micro tests on this already, which they did. And what I mean by the micro tests is, and remember, you have, even with the very first Manhattan Project, the first atomic bomb, right? You still have a scaled down version of this, right? Which was used. We have intermediate versions of nukes. Nukes, as we see them and what we think they are and what they purport them to be, I believe, is just a load of jargon and language to hide what they really are. And like I said, I still think that there are extremely massive thermobaric bombs that effectively use relative density. I think they use high heat point pressure. I think they use entropy. And I think they use electrolysis at the same time in order to effectively create and inculcate an atmosphere into a system where you can just blow up individual gases in the atmosphere. Do you get what I'm trying to say? That's all a nuke really needs to be.
Here's the other thing, right? The nuclear bond, or not nuclear. the nitrogen bond is extremely strong, right? I mean, that's why TNT is trinitrotoluene, because it has 3 nitrogens, right, on a toluene molecule. So it's one of these things to where that nitrogen energy, that nitrogen bond, has a lot of energy behind it. So the secondary reaction after the primary reaction happens, there's a secondary reaction that will happen, and I'm pretty sure that's the nitrogen, which makes up like what 75% of the air we breathe.
Yeah.
Which is why I think internal combustion engines, don't really use like gasoline. They just use gasoline to get rid of everything else and allow the nitrogen to bond together.
Bond. Exactly. That's proven in the atomization of certain fuels, meaning not actually atomized, but they make the fuels extremely small by running them through high pressurized nozzles.
Okay,
to
so
clean them out.
along that line
engines out.
Along that line of talking, are you guys familiar with this so-called jet fuel hoax?
Right. All right. Right. With this,
validity to that?
It's diesel.
It's right. So yeah, exactly. So there isn't a fucking hoax when it comes to jet fuel. It's not necessarily a full-blown hoax like that. And I'm sorry, I'm skeptical of absolutely everything. I don't care. I'll argue with anyone on here. I don't care if it's a moderator. I don't care.
I mean, the shit like this pops up. So if a flat earther, believes it, and it turns out not to be true, it's a way to discredit flat Earth. So I don't know the truth on this, but I've seen a lot of it, and you sound like you know what you're talking about. You both do. So yeah, please expand on that.
With how a jet engine works is that it works under compression like a diesel engine.
Exactly. You get it, and remember, a lot of that compression happens because the plane is up in the fucking air already, and it's using the speed of the air. Right? You've got to remember that. Right?
And
so that's where the idea comes from. You've got to remember, you still have to have a primary ignition resource. Yeah. So this idea that there's no fuel on airplanes, right? Whatsoever, that is
okay. Not no fuel, but the amounts that are purported to be on the planes are the whole conspiracy is that it would be physically impossible for them to carry this amount of fuel.
Right, that's not true either.
Math is wrong or what, but
no, that's not true either. I've been around the Vulcan. I've been around a Vulcan and a Vickers bombers, right? And the wings on the Vulcan and Vickers bombers, yeah. When you're stood next to them, when you see them in pictures, yeah, they look like massive fighter planes, right? Yeah, okay, but they're bombers, right? The amount of fuel that the wings could carry just on a Vulcan bomber, right? It's a lot of fuel, right? It really is a lot of fuel that it could carry in those wings. Okay.
I disagree. I disagree because they talk about it's close to 100,000 liters or several 100,000 liters, which is multiple Olympic swimming pools in each wing.
Right. That's kind of what I'm asking about here.
Right. Let me put up the numbers for the Vulcan because Solo, I can only talk about what I know of, right? Yeah. So
and then in terms of like the supply hoses, the feeding tubes are about maybe like 2 inches or 3 inches wide. And then that is supposed to refuel 100,000 to 150,000 liters
right, wait
in
there
a
a second.
of minutes.
Which
is also an impossibility. It's like, how long does it take to fully?
This is why we were speaking on compression, bro. Right? Okay. You got to remember that the fuel, right, is the antecedent.
You can't compress liquids.
Wait there. We're not talking about compression of liquids, dude. Right? Remember fuel. That. Right.
Well,
so you have the fuel. Listen, you have the fuel, right? Okay. Remember, what does fuel create? It creates fumes as well, right? The plane itself. Right, so if they're saying they're putting like that amount of liquid into a plane, I want to know what plane it is. I want to know the dimensions of the plane. I want to know the dimensions of the wing. I want to know exactly where it is.
Well, that's exactly what this guy is alluding to, is that there are multiple sources that have done that. I've looked at them. That's why I'm commenting on this. I think it was the A380, the largest commercial airliner, is touted to be taking over 300,000 liters of fuel And when you go and
Are
look
they
at the
saying
wing,
that in liquid? Are they saying that in liquid solar?
Correct, and it's not even 1.8 meters tall. The height of the wing, and then the times by the length of the wing. Then they say, well, there's also additional fuel tanks in the fuselage to sort of give the plane a little bit of stability. And then they talk about dumping fuel before landing to make sure that they're a certain weight.
Right. So the rest of the claim is that they don't run on fuel; they run on compressed air that they create while they're flying. They only need an initial amount of fuel to get up in the air.
Well, it's not just compressed air.
That I don't deny.
Listen, it's not just compressed air. It's compressed air mixed with the fumes given off from the fuel, right? Because you've got to remember. And this is something that I know to be true, is that they probably do lie about the amount of fuel in order so they can jack up the prices, right? When we go back to like World War II and we look at the bombers, right, and we know about remember the P-51 Mustang, right? Yeah, it was said when that flew, right, protecting, yeah, the bombers of America, okay, and the bombers of England, all right, when that came in. Effectively, what did people say? Right, they saw him. Yeah, they saw him with the B-17s. Yeah, what was it that the German man said? He went, "That was the day that we knew the war was over." The German commander said that, right? He said the day that we saw that was when we knew it was over, right? And the difference with the P-51 comparatively to, let's say, a Japanese Zero or a Spitfire, right, was the size of the actual plane, was the size of the fuselage, right? It's how much fuel that it could contain, right? I'm not going to sit here and say that the amount of fuel purported to be on there is what it is. Militaristic planes are completely different to commercial planes, right? When I look at militaristic planes, right, let's take the F-15, right? And if the F-15 wants to, let's say, go from I don't know, Germany all the way to Syria, for instance, yeah, it usually would have to carry 2 extra fuel cells on its wings that it would dump, right? Okay. And then it would have its backup fuel in there. And then it would have to do a mid-flight refueling on the way back as well, right? Okay. These planes are a lot bigger than what people think they are as well, especially when you can, let's say, go all the way back to the F-14 Tomcat, for instance. That's a very big plane. It could do like 1,500 miles per hour as well. It was extremely...
Yeah, it got a little suspicious when you start talking about putting the fuel in the wings. And, I mean, I know how liquids act when I'm moving in a car. I can just imagine that in a plane, all this...
They use expandable cells. They use expandable cells and self-sealing cells just as well. Just
it's sealed in a bladder.
That doesn't change. But that doesn't change it doesn't change the dynamics of the fuel. It would compound. Each compartment would still have a sloshing effect towards the left.
I agree slightly, but
through those things. These are the narratives. What you're saying to us is the mainstream narrative. What I've just posted in the live stream is the statement that it takes 320,000 liters, which is 6 Olympic swimming pools, 3 Olympic swimming pools in each wing, which is the equivalent of about, I think it was 14 fuel tankers. So if you take an A380 and you put it on the ground and you stack 18 fuel tanks above each wing, you get to what they tout as this thing's fuel capacity. And just volumetrically, you cannot fit that amount. Now, when I now fly a lot domestically, I look at the thickness of the wing of a domestic plane like a 737 or a 747, a Boeing. Effectively, that wing is probably a meter at its widest. Now, my swimming pool needs to be much more than just 1 meter deep. And to fill that thing takes me half a day. And these planes can refuel in a matter of minutes through a little hose that can apparently pump 300,000 liters. But then they argue that no, they're only just topping up the tanks, that they mostly keep the tanks full, and then each flight only uses a little bit. But a Boeing compressed air engine is what runs certain factories, whereby it uses a
But they don't
compressed air
deny that,
cylinder
though.
to start the motor, and then as the motor runs, it's designed like a jet engine, so it automatically compresses air, refills the compressed air chamber, which supplies effectively the fuel to
into
the motor,
the combustor, then into the turbine. Yeah.
So what I was agreeing with what someone said earlier was that yes, you're going to use fuel to take off. You can smell the fuel that they are refilling. The volumes and what they say they're using is where they're obviously making their profit. So they're giving us different
That's what I
numbers
said,
and making us think different things. But the moment that they've achieved lift and they're moving at 300 kilometers an hour, 400, 500 kilometers an hour, they are effectively running with our
they
fuel.
can use hot air. They can use the hot air thermals, and they even use the electronic magnetic field of the Earth as well in order to stay aloft as well.
Yeah, so they probably don't need 500,000 pounds of jet fuel.
Well, I know literally bare bones nothing about commercial airline, right? So I'm not going to comment on that. All I know is when we look at militaristic jets, the fuel they purport to put in them, and the amount of wingspan we get and the size, it adds up. The numbers add up, right? But then they don't really need to lie about that because they're not making any money on it, are they? Let's face it. So obviously we've got to realise how, as well, a jet engine works, especially a turbine jet engine, which is what would be on the A380, correct? Yeah,
I don't know.
Right. So I'm just saying they don't really lie about that. The engine obviously is gonna use air, right? It's going to use the air and it's going to use the forward momentum, right? Like Solo was saying, it's going to have a compressor, then it's going to have a combustor, right? Which is going to be the fuel air mix, which would be your carburetor on a car, for instance, right? Similar to a carburetor, but then it uses a turbine that's spooled up based upon that combustion. That turbine spin, effectively, will then be utilized on the next part, which would be the mixer, which is where they mix in the jet fuel, right? And it was always my understanding, because I've looked at the militaristic side of jets instead, is that they actually use the compressed air, then they use the turbine, then they use a way of spinning the turbine up and spooling it up even faster to create more, basically like injecting NOS into a car engine, yeah? Is that the jet fuel was more used as a way of basically speeding up the turbine, right?
An igniter or an accelerator, right, but not running it the whole time.
Yes, exactly. So it depends on what type of engine we're looking at.
Those hobby jets at cruising will burn about 39 milliliters a minute. That's not that much, and those tanks aren't that big either, right? And these things are about the size of a what is it? Maybe a liter can of coffee, or a half a liter can of coffee. You know, one of these it's about the size of a coffee can, and it'll produce continuous thrust and all that stuff. And the weird thing is the flight time's about 20 minutes until it runs out of fuel. But the thing is when you look at the mechanics and the electronics part of it, while it's at cruising, you know, it's different while it's spooling up and taking off. But while it's at cruising, it's not burning fuel all the time. It's not constantly.
It hardly burns any. Yeah, it hardly burns any, because at that point it's using fumes to inject in at the igniter stage, because the engine's already spooled up, right? So the actual shaft is already. So you have different forms as well. Remember, so the A380, what do they claim is the type of engine? Is it a turbojet? Is it a turboprop? Is it a turbofan? What is it?
Exactly.
You got to remember, for instance, the SR-71 Blackbird uses a ramjet, right? You know.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. I really want to hear the rest of this, but I got to run. So thanks for the education, guys.
Yeah. Ramjet also, like what they used on the Buzz Bomb, the V1.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was thinking about doing something about maybe constructing out of stainless tubing a valveless ramjet.
Yeah, you could easily do it, because at the end of the day, jets aren't as hard to create as what people would like to lead people to believe. And the whole
valve does-
industry
there's
of
no moving parts. It's just a tube.
Exactly. It's like the V1 of the Doodlebug, and the V1 and the V2 Vengeance rockets. Yeah, that was just a pulse jet, basically, right? It's just a
those were valved pulse jets, right? The other one, it's a little bit different to where it's shaped in a U.
At all. Yeah, you just create a U shape, and then it creates almost like a vacuum.
On the difference of volume. Yeah,
it creates almost like a vacuum. So you have a high heat point. The high heat point on the U creates effectively a pulse, and then it creates then suction to suck in air, and then once it sucks in the air, an ignition sparks it back off, and then boom, boom, boom. But I didn't think that they hid this idea. Like when you look up how all jet engines effectively work, right? I'll Google it. Wait there. Right, the engine sucks air in at the front with a fan. Okay. Right, these fans could possibly be run by electrics, or they could be run by obviously a smaller motor that would be, let's say, using fuel, right? But that wouldn't be using jet fuel to do that. You wouldn't need it. Anyway, as the jets of gas shoot backward from the fan, the engine and the aircraft are thrust forward. As the hot air is going to the nozzle, it passes through another group of blades called the turbine, right? The turbine itself is, just to be more precise, the turbine is situated behind the compressor. You have the fan, then you have the compressor, then you have the combustor, then you have the turbine, right? And the way the turbine works is obviously the turbine has finials attached to it that are angled at a certain rate, so that when the combustion happens, you get the maximum amount of spin on the actual turbine, right? Then the hot air that's spinning back out of the back of the turbine, that's where they apparently inject in the actual jet fuel. The jet fuel then acts as a means of, obviously, like nitrous oxide added to the exhaust of a car, right?
It accelerates. It decreases the temperature and it accelerates because when there's something burning, it decreases the temperature because it consumes some of the heat. But what happens is it speeds up the turbine, thus allowing more compression.
Exactly. And so once the plane's up in the air, it doesn't really burn much fuel at all, really. The commercial airline, what Solar just laid out a second ago, I actually understand what's being said now. I've always looked at this from the point of view of the militaristic jets, and how much fuel they say that they carry, and how it would be redundant for, let's say, F-16s or F-15s or FAA Super Hornets to carry extra fuel cells on the sides, because they haven't got enough space in the wings, right? To do, remember these are only having to carry a certain amount of weight. They're not having to carry the same amount as commercial airlines. To me, it always made sense, but there is a big difference, like you said. I
just want to correct something I said. I've just gone and looked. It's not an Olympic-sized pool. It's a full-size school pool. That's the 300,000 liter. An Olympic-sized swimming pool is 2 million liters. So
I was going to say, that's why I was like, whoa, like the magnitude of that was...
It's a 25 meter by 10 meter pool that slopes from 1 meter to 2 meter depth over that 25 meters.
Right.
That's how much fuel is said to be in that tiny wing.
So wingspan of... Because I thought that it wasn't just talking about the volumeric size of the actual fuel. I thought it wasn't talking about it in deciliters or CL or mils. I thought they were talking about the jet fuel in the wings in terms of the actual fumes that were. Because remember, when the jet fuel is sprayed out onto and the contractionary bladders that are in the wings. Okay, because I know the sloshing around effect that everyone likes to talk about. We still have fuel pumps that can create fuel pressure. Okay, right? Then, especially in militarized jets, I know more about military military aircraft. I don't know so much about the commercial. But in military, they have self-sealant, and they also have what you would call contractatory forms of fuel cells, meaning that this shit's basically like a fuel cell that's almost made out of like a rubber, so that the pressure of the actual fuel to be pushed in, is not just created by fuel pumps, for instance. It's created by the very bladder it's held in. So the sloshing around effect doesn't really affect it, right? Like, let's take the Apache helicopter. It has 2 fuel cells, one on each side for redundancy-based purposes. You could knock out the whole side of one side of an Apache, knock out one of its engines. You can knock out one of its fuel cells. You can knock out like a huge array of its sensors on one side. You can knock out a couple of its blades. And the same with a Chinook as well. You can do the same on a Chinook. On a CH-41, you do the same thing, and it will continue to fly. There's a reason why, because obviously they create redundancy systems where on one side of the fuselage they have fuel, and they have the sensors, even stuff that's fly-by-wire versus actually analog, right? They still create this is why you have a co-pilot as well that has the ability to control, because you want him to be able to have the fly-by-wire system, if it is fly-by-wire, on the right-hand side, and then you want the pilot to have it on the left-hand side. Or you want, if it's analog, right, wires moved by actual movement of the human using his physical strength, you want that to be laid on the left side of the fuselage and laid down the fuselage on the left side, and then you want the co-pilot stuff to be on the right side, so that if any of the wires get snipped or cut, right, it still works. Same on the fly-by-wire, where it's just actuators that move, the things that will move. Let's say that, the wings for the trim, or for the yaw, for the tail finial, or whatever it is, right? Effectively, the point is the actuators, the computers that control that, they have them situated on the left side of the fuselage. And then they have a set of them on the right side as well that can control both sides. So these are just redundancy systems built in just in case one side gets shot up, right? I think looking at military jets, we're going to get a better sort of estimation on how much fuel is needed. Do you get what I'm trying to say? For how much distance?
No, because those are high performance engines. It's like, how much can a Ferrari use? If it's revving at 16,000 RPM, it can use a lot more in that mile. Whereas commercial jetliners or airliners that are transporting passengers would be the more consistent metric.
I can show you military jets that use the same turbofan engines.
But obviously being pushed to limits that a commercial airline wouldn't. I'm talking about
they're only
RPM.
pushed to those. Listen, they're only pushed to those RPMs because obviously the plane is more aerodynamic, right? And the aerodynamicity of the plane, and then let's say the nozzles for where they inject the jet fuel, for instance, they may be wider. They may have
just on fuel consumption,
a higher pressure.
Just on the fuel consumption aspect, if you rev an engine to higher RPM, it's going to use more fuel. Of
course, but I'm not talking about that. I'm on about the wingspan, the space in the wingspan, and how much fuel they purport to hold. That's all.
But so the principle is like volumetrically, it's not quite making sense.
It isn't with the commercial. That's what I'm saying. So I'm agreeing with you.
Let me make a point. Let me make a new point. So, like a Formula One car is said to have a 50-gallon drum of fuel behind the seat of the driver. Now, you know what a 50-gallon drum looks like? Those giant waist-high drums. And then you walk up to this little race car that's like knee height. And then you think, okay, so where is this 50-gallon drum on this race car? And they're able to push these engines to such high speeds. So the guys started looking volumetrically, saying just on the volume of that 50 gallons, where the fuck does that fit in a tiny little Formula One car? Now, the same thing with the planes, but from a pumping perspective, if I want to pump 1,000 liters per minute, I use a little 3-inch pipe. But if I need to pump 10,000 liters per minute, I'm using like about an 8-inch or a 10-inch pipe or a 15-inch pipe. And then if I need to pump like 20,000 liters per minute, I'm using something that's like about maybe 2 feet or 3 feet in diameter.
Or you could use the same diameter and just double the pressure of the actual pump, you know? So you're pushing out double the amount of fuel in the same amount of time.
But that's still limited. So to a degree, yes. But when you look at how they're pumping that fuel, say, for example, when a fireman uses a fire hose, that's such significant pressure that you need 3 men handling the hose. And it's not like that kind of pressure when refueling a plane.
Mm. Well, when you refuel an Apache, the pressure is actually quite a fucking lot, because the pressure's got to be high enough to expand the retractable bladders. So they do use quite high. That's why they use smaller nozzles for it as well, in order that they don't waste so much money on using such a powerful fuel pump, right? It's not like you could gravity feed an Apache helicopter's fuel cell. You couldn't just like have
Feed the helicopter. It's got 2 ports for gravity feeding.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can't just gravity feed an Apache helicopter unless you have it. Well, there are actually, the Longbow system does have a way of doing it. Actually, that's not true. It has part of the fuel bladder, right? You can do it without a high pressured pump for when you're in the middle of the desert. The fuel bladder can spool up the engine on what fuel it's got left, and it can pump air into the fuel bladder, expand it, and then it has these like hooks that attach to the fuselage. So once it's expanded to a certain size, it hooks in and keeps the rubber expandable bladder expanded to a certain degree, and then you can basically pour fuel in without a high pressure.
They use nitrogen.
Yo, can I ask? I butt in for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Hello. I'm not complaining about the conversation, but what's the point of all this? Like, what was the original point?
Well, because it's a flat Earth claim that planes effectively fly, right? So remember, what is flat Earth really about? Why would they lie, right? Okay, Some of that is very important. Okay, so someone brought up about how much fuel commercial airliners carry. I made a comment saying I think we should be skeptical on that claim, just in case we make ourselves look silly. Flat Earth Solar then began to tell me about the volumeric size of the wing and then how much it purports to contain. I haven't really looked into commercial airlines and how much they purport to contain, yeah? So in doing so, I started to realize that there is a gap, right? The gap and the problem, what I'm seeing is that I don't know whether they're doing it as a way of like simplifying it for everybody, right? But remember, it seems more like turbofans or ramjets, all of these different types of jet fuel engine-based engines, especially when we look at the military grade ones, they run more on the fumes off of the fuel, right? And the sloshing around effect that you talk on aids toward the fumes being inculcated into the bladder, right? And they have a segmentary system that segments off the fumes, and the fumes are pumped in and then pumped into the back of the actual nozzle for where it produces. And it's a mixture of a spray of a fine mist as well as the gases and the fumes. So I was thinking about it more like a volumeric area that was based on a milliliter, right? That they would say would be equal to a pool this size in water, right? But really, what they mean is it's really a lot less. But then, realistically, when you take into the amount of area the gases that it would give off would fill up, that then it would be analogous. But they're not really claiming that. They're actually claiming that they put in milliliters this amount, which is bullshit. On the face of it, you can see it's bullshit. So, Vulcan. Yeah, flower solar. Yeah, cheers for making that point, because the commercial airlines, for instance, right? So, like, for instance, this plane here, yeah? Are you still there?
Who are you talking to?
Flower solar. Is he still about? Because you can sort of see the difference in the way that they're built.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Right, so when I look at this plane and then how much fuel they purport to put in this plane, but like if you look at the fuselages of the A380, right? Obviously, yeah, Brad, I know it's begging the question, gravity feed. I'm just saying that's what people know it as, right? You know.
I was just giving you shit, bro. I thought it was funny that you were just like, yeah, you can do a gravity feed. I can't do your accent or anything, but yeah, it was just funny. Just giving you shit, bro.
It's alright, no worries. It's like with a gravity bong, right? Like, what do we call a gravity bong now? Then, you know what I mean?
Begging the question.
That's what I mean. But what do we call it?
We call it the density bomb.
I don't use those. I use waterfalls.
But what I mean is like, is it relative density that causes? Oh, I guess it is, isn't it? Yeah, the medium is more dense than the medium below it, so it is a relative density bomb. Yeah, we should actually do that as flat earthers. Create the very first aptly named correct gravity bong and rename it the relative density bong. Be a good marketing thing.
Do you guys know what waterfalls are?
Huh?
What a waterfall is? Say you take like a 2-liter.
Never had a waterfall,
mate. In the bottom of it.
The electrostatic
you get it set
potential
up the same way. You get it set up the same way you would use for a gravity bong, except for you don't cut the bottom off the 2-liter. You leave it intact, and instead you just like put holes in the bottom of them where you can cover them with your fingers. You fill it up, and then you light it, and you let one finger go until it starts a cherry, and then you can control the amount of smoke that gets in there. So if you want like a thick hit that's going to burn, you let it go slowly. But if you just want it filled quickly, you just release all the ones, and the water falls while it fills with smoke.
Man, who's talking right now? Who's
Josh.
Oh man, you and I need to hang out, bro.
But wait, Josh, it was you speaking, wasn't it? The whole time when we were talking about thermobaric bombs and everything, right?
Yes.
I knew it was you fucking speaking. I wasn't looking at my phone. I'm pretty glad for that. I might be right back in a second. Me and you seem to have a lot of fucking similar interests. All right, I'll speak to you in a bit. One sec.
Let's do a quick check. Is there anyone in here that thinks they live on a spinning ball zipping around through nothing? Anyone?
Not anymore.
Get back to jet fuel or wherever y'all want to talk about it. Yeah. This is why they call me Dead Air Dave. I'm a conversation killer.
The grand finale was, why did they lie?
I don't know. I can't think of any reason why anybody would ever lie about anything. Somebody enlighten me.
Because we're all too asleep to even catch the most fundamental of lies. They just keep pushing to see how dumb we really are.
Yeah, I am 5'2", 400 pounds lean.
Mr. Ribbons here. We ought to play his rap song while he's here. It's a good song.
Yeah, hold on. Did you say 400 pounds?
Answer the question from Quantum Eraser.
Yes.
Man, you a big boy.
I'm also not 5'2". I'm also not 400 pounds.
Okay, good. You a big boy. Oh, no wonder nobody's monologuing. Crack done left.
This is why they call me Dead Air Dave. Experienced.
Were you guys listening to the discussion about the fuel and the volumetric inconsistencies?
Yes. I worked 10 years on Apaches, and it took everything I could not to try and correct him.
How much fuel does an Apache hold?
4 hours worth.
Which is about how many volumetric? Gallons. You know.
If I gave you, it would be pounds, and I don't know. The JP8 is heavier than water. So.
Did you ever wonder why the Earth wasn't spinning under your helicopter?
No.
Did you ever have to pull an Arnold and get to the chopper?
several times. We got it to where we could launch an aircraft in 15 minutes, when usually it takes about an hour and a half to get everything started up. Because they got to start it up, test all the electronics. You know, if all the electronics are good, then they start doing the flight controls, which is mechanical and electrical, and then it's got its own self-test. And but what we would do is we'd get up and the pilots would come in. We'd go out at the beginning of the day. They would start the aircraft that they're going to use that day, and then they would wait to be called, troops in contact, and then they'd run out there. They'd start the aircraft up, and then they'd fly away. So 15 minutes was our record, and usually it was a good 20, 30 minutes to actually get it going.
So I'm curious, did you see the movie Black Hawk Down? Was it accurate?
I don't know. I know that there was no Apache down. And the survival rate for Apache is 2. Sometimes you get one that's dead. On the crash for a Black Hawk, there's usually one person who will make it out, and he's in the back left. But when the Black Hawk goes down, the transmission sits above the cargo bay, so if the frame holding up the transmission and engines holds up, you know, you're good. But if it fails, then you got a rotor head, a transmission system, hydraulic system, and engines falling in on the cargo, which is usually people.
Yikes.
Most often when an Apache crashes, the front seater gets hit by the rotor, and they get jacked up on the right side. Most often the pilot, he does all right during a crash.
Well, did you say you saw that movie? It was about when the Blackhawks went down in Somalia, and supposedly we lost like 20 soldiers, paratroopers or whatever. So I was just wondering if you thought it was accurate.
Yeah, I had a NCO who was around for that, and whenever we'd watch Black Hawk Down, he would get upset. And then we would make jokes about Blackhawks, and there's no Apache down, and he'd get all upset. And it's a touchy subject for him, but I think everything's all right. I mean, I don't know if they've had.
To me, that looked like a real thing. I didn't see anything fake about any of that. Anyway. This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live, the best place on earth to talk about Earth. Just doing a station check. Maybe somebody will start talking. Meanwhile, back to the silence for the. All this silence you're hearing is the proofs of the globular model. Thank you.
I still want a Glober to explain to me, how does a helicopter just hover in the air and the Earth just stay still underneath it? And for 4 hours or 3 hours, whatever, as long as a helicopter can hover there. I'd like just one Glober just to explain that for me. It'd be so nice.
Well, in their mind, it's a simple.
I still haven't got an explanation.
In their mind, it's a simple thing. It's just Velcro atmosphere, and the atmosphere is moving with yours. You just don't understand science. So, obviously, all the air, even all the gas, moves in all different directions, which is provable, you know. But when it comes to the galactical things, the air goes with the ground. Even trying to make the excuse, I can't even make it make any sense. So it's a good question, man. I don't know why they think it makes sense. It doesn't.
And it's not hard. I mean, even a small young person can really understand that if the Earth is spinning, a helicopter that's stationary in the sky must be moving at a speed backwards in terms of the Earth. And even a small person can understand that. Even a young person can understand that. And how can these people that are trained for like years and years, gone to university, and they can't even grasp a simple concept like a helicopter in the air and a moving Earth, and they can't even grasp something so simple? What is wrong with them? Is there something wrong with their thinking, or why can't they grasp a simple thing like that? That's what I can't understand.
Yep, you're hitting a key point there. Like, many are indoctrinated past the simple concepts. They build everything on these assumptions that they think they know, and then they think they're smart or whatever. But they lose touch with common sense.
It's like they're under a spell, basically.
Yeah, because even a child that doesn't know any better can figure out that there's a ball spinning right, and then something is above it. It's going to be moving. It's going to look like it's moving towards that thing. I mean, even a small child, even a young child can figure that out. I mean, you don't need to even be really old to. And then you got these guys that have been in colleges with professors that are 50 years old or 60 years old. They've been studying science all their lives, and all the greatest minds in the world, and all of them put together can't even figure out how to solve it. But a small child can figure it out. Wow. I mean, it's amazing. What is going on? The deception is deep. Their minds are taken over by something. It's some kind of mind control that's on their mind. As soon as you guys explained it to me, it was like, wow, that's so clear. It's so easy. You know what I mean? You don't need to. I mean, because I didn't really have a background in heavy science, only up to school science, but the normal science stuff. But I never really went that far. But it's so easy when you don't have all that indoctrination. See it right through it instantly.
See, I think it's a spiritual thing. It's a spiritual deception that people are deceived to the truth that's hidden from them, so they go by whatever somebody else says that says, look what I have, you can get the same thing.
I tend to agree with you.
And I'm going to go back to that old hidden knowledge, that old maxim of know thyself. You first must understand who you are and your importance and your significance, and that you are special. You are one in a million. You are one sperm out of a sea that won the race.
Just a million? Bro, come on. I'm a little better than that.
Well, I just said one in a million. It's like a figure of speech.
No, I know.
So what you're saying is these guys hate themselves so much that they disrespect themselves, and they don't think they're clever, and they disregard their own intelligence, and they bow down and worship these professors, and they actually block their brains from thinking, and they just completely hate themselves and and despise themselves and become disconnected to their own brains. That's what
I think they never understood exactly who they are.
Oh,
right? Yeah. They think therefore they is, but that's not exactly correct. A thought is abstract; it is not physical. So therefore,
and one thing I noticed,
abstract cannot make you physical, cannot explain the physical. You see what I'm saying? So it's right. Almost like to know yourself, to know who you are, right? To know what your family line truly is, right? I mean, shit. Right. Here in the United States, everybody's been told, "Hey, we have some Indian blood in you," but when you get the DNA test, it's like, nope, no Indian blood. You're white. You're from Europe, and it's like, what the fuck? My mom's born in Japan, my grandmother's Japanese, and you don't have any Asian in it? No, that's not right. So it's almost like a thing of you have to figure out exactly who you are and what your ancestors were and your importance in this great theater called life.
Right. And also, I think what they're doing is
true. Never forget who you are. If you forget who you are and you never know yourself, then you could be led down an identification that anybody else gives to you. Right?
Right.
So you must identify yourself by knowing yourself. And that is the most difficult question. If somebody says, well, who are you? A lot of people will say, well, I do this for a living. Right? I've done this in my life. No, who are you?
Right.
Right.
Now,
That's also, the most hardest question.
I think what they're doing as well is they also they think these, because I've spoken to a few science people, they think these professors and these people that have degrees in that, they worship them as something more than just humans. They think that they have some kind of godhood powers or something. Because the way they talk about them, it's like, how can these people be wrong? It's like, these people are so great. It's like they exalt them like above normal humans. Like they think that they're somehow better than normal humans. And that's another problem they do. There's like this worship of these people.
What is worship? Worship is simply that which you give energy to, something that you think about constantly. So if you have these globers that are constantly thinking, of outer space, would that not necessarily be the spiritual iniquity? Because spirit is thought, spirit is mind, the intangible, the abstract, right? It is the metaphysical part of life, is your thought.
Right.
It's your soul.
Right.
It's where where you think and everything, So if you think about that part, right, that disconnect of spirit is what the deception is all about. So you become a mind slave to the state.
Absolutely. Yeah.
What's up, Plasma Ball?
Dude, I'm just fucking posting shit.
Well, you changed your icon. What is that?
It's fucking
Plasma
electricity,
ball.
bro. Yeah,
It's
it's
electric.
plasma electricity.
It's electric.
It's powerful like my passion for truth.
I'm going to buy one of those this week, actually. That's what I went to buy this week at Plasma Ball.
That's cool, dude. This isn't actually a plasma ball. This is like some kind of... It's a flat disc, but it's basically the same thing.
Yeah, they have those plasma plates. Is that what they're called?
I think, yeah.
It's got like the glass beads in it and it discharges through it. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, man, it's neat shit.
Yeah, I saw them going for $12 on Amazon. You can get it for $12.
You know, for everything you buy on Amazon, you're allowing the deception to continue through Jeffrey Bezos. Just think about that. Every purchase you've made contributed to that deception.
Hey, they're all deceived. Even the grocery stores are all a bunch of... They're all selling poisonous food. I mean, if you go to the grocery store, you're supporting poison. If you go to the doctors, you're supporting murder. If you go to the dentist, you're supporting murder because they're murdering with your teeth. They're killing your brain cells with those metals they put in your brain. Those are killing everyone, causing people to... So it's you basically, whatever you do, you're supporting some sort of evil because the whole system's corrupt, inside and out.
You know, who
Apple is
started the AMA?
cool.
Yeah, if you subscribe to the society, which we all do right now, all of us talking, then yeah, you're helping promote it for sure. That's the way it is.
It's rotten to the core.
Doing it. Right. Yeah, to be part of this, really any system of control, right? Government control, mind control, government control mind, rather. Gubernamental, right? So if you're part of that, then you're obviously helping it out. You know, more numbers, kind of thing. I gotta say, speak more in I statements. I'm helping out by staying here. All I want to do is take a Glober on a couple flights, man. That's it. And just be like, yo, are you sure right now with that? Look at flat everywhere. You can see for hundreds of miles. What the fuck, dude?
Yeah, but with some of them, they'll
Still think it's a globe.
They'll point out in their mind there's curvature. They can see it out the window. They don't care what Neil deGrasse says.
Well, then I'll just show them the diagram of how the windows are made. And then I'll be like, so there's that. Now what? Did you think when the fuselage was bent for aerodynamicy, that's not going to affect the 4 pieces of looking glass that you look through before it sees the outside, before it shows you the outside? Gotta be kidding me.
It's like we were saying
That's
earlier.
4 filters. Guys, that's 4 filters before you get to see the outside world. 4 of them. And they think that they're seeing Earth curvature.
I know. As soon as aircraft was invented, that should have been into the globe right then, but nobody was paying attention, you know.
It's absolutely ridiculous. It's, what's the term? Unacceptable at this point, you know? Fully, 100% unacceptable. Anybody still thinks it's a globe. Right? Like, there's no excuse.
Yep, I would have to agree there, Glad. At least anyone that has been exposed to the facts of the matter and still thinks it's a globe, I don't know what to tell them.
Right. It's baffling. It's truly baffling.
Is there any keyboard warriors in the YouTube chat we can make fun of right now?
Let me check. I'm still looking up really cool blue shit for some reason. So yeah, get me off of that.
Have you looked at the Blue Man Group? That's pretty cool.
I saw them once. They're great to see.
I'm blue, I'm a bee la la die, all the bee la la die. I forget how that went. I'm sure you don't want to hear me sing it either. The keyboard warriors of the YouTube chat. They've got all kinds of glow proofs. They just never come in here and give them to us. They're holding back.
Yeah.
They sit out there and call us stupid all day long, and they never come in here and talk to us.
They're there. They're in there. I can see the slugs sliming around in there. Got Ben Delight is in there, and he's really the only troll worth poking at. Oh no, Ace Trades is in there. Oh boy, yeah, Ace Trades. Come on in and speak with us, man.
Yeah,
see if he's given a platform where he can sit and deliberate what words he's going to use in a strategic manner to deflect and not provide globe evidence, but instead just talk about how you're talking about something, right? Then, of course, he won't be able to do that live, so get your ass in here, Ace Trades.
Yeah, that'll never happen.
I know. A boy can dream. One day my fellow man might actually have some balls.
We should have a special show of just the only people allowed on the air are the people out of the YouTube chat, and just try to force them to come in here.
All right, I'm down.
Call it the Keyboard Warrior Show or something.
Yep. KW 2.0.
Yeah.
I don't know whether or not to have these fuckers go find some truffles for me or come talk about the Earth. I can't figure it out. I spoke too soon. Those guys are gone out of the YouTube, I think. Let me check for Ben. Yeah, they're all gone.
Well, I like to think positively. I always see like between 20 to 30 people watching, allegedly. So I always like to think there's a few people that are actually absorbing some information at some point, you know, even though they're not being vocal about anything.
Oh, yeah. There's always somebody listening, right? Listening.
Yeah.
Not just hearing and laughing or
actively listening, yes. Actually
projecting or, yeah,
ready to accept factual information when they hear it, you know.
Defense mechanisms and all kinds of insecurities. All you got to do is say, I don't know, guys. That's it. I will accept. So when I say, do you have any curvature for the Earth? Can you show me any? And you say, I don't know. That's acceptable at this point. I'll take it. Because it's honest. We all know there isn't curvature, but if you can just admit that you don't know, that is a step in the right direction, I'd say. But what do I know? I've only been doing the research for 7 years.
To give him any fuel, but I would predict that there's like a gentle slope somewhere in a meadow or something that actually curves at 8 inches per mile squared that they could have photographed by now. They haven't even done that, you know.
There's really nothing they can do to help their case, right? Aside from concede.
Yep.
That's the big that's why they get so mad. Oh man. I feel bad for you guys. Just
they know they can never
how
do
hard
it
is
over a
it
body of water.
catch up to reality? Sorry, go ahead.
They can never do anything like that over a body of water, which is what we need, you know, because the water's supposed
They
to
could just try it once. Try it once, Globers. Please.
Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with you if it's a globe? Why are we still talking about it? Blows my mind.
It's like that one meme says, if Earth curvature existed, flat earthers wouldn't.
Right. That's exactly right. We accept the reality of the world with which we are presented. It is
and that is not a belief. That is an empirical truth, not a belief.
Correct.
The belief is the cult of the ball of the culture that you are raised in. Realize that you are living in a fucking cult. You practice all the fucking pagan holidays. Even those that are religious will still practice their cult's holidays. Makes me think again about Memorial Day and Veterans Day, Labor Day.
Culture is cult you are. You are cult. Cult you are.
They don't even realize that the Statue of Liberty is Lucifer, which is the god of America. Always has been. Just like South America, Quetzalcoatl, the plumed serpent.
Y'all could go back to 15, whatever, and try to talk Copernicus out of writing his book. What would you say to him?
Is that you with the ASMR mic, Sean?
Me?
No, Sean.
Sean.
Glat Flobe.
Is he ASMR?
I guess, because I keep hearing him breathing.
Oh, sorry, dude. Hold on. Now I'm back. Wow. See, I push a button on my thumb and I don't really look at when the thing's blinking or not, so sometimes I'm doing the opposite of what I want to do, and I'm talking when silent and breathing when mic'd up. So sorry about that.
Well, no, I was just like, what's this all about?
I'm looking at shit. I'm looking at crazy shit. I'm always looking at just weird, nutty shit when I'm on the internet, guys.
Yeah, you've pretty much looked at it. I bet your cookies are. I bet you still have cookies of rotten.com.
No, I don't. I wipe this computer twice a year, and all my bookmarks and everything, just because. I save it all on a hard drive, but then I wipe the computer.
I bet you still have a MySpace, don't you?
Out there, yeah, out there on the internet somewhere, I have at least one, if not two. So mine, and then it would be mine and my band's, whatever band I was in at the time. Maybe that's a maybe.
You gotta love MySpace. It was a great place.
Yeah, ASMR sound replacement. I was like, dude, what's he saying? I used to work in ASMR.
If you guys could time travel and go back to 15 whatever and have a meeting with Copernicus, what would you tell him to keep him from writing his book? Not a good question. Probably not.
I don't know. I'd take a cell phone back and be like, look at this. Do you want this world? Take back the blue marble picture, just be like, check it out. They think this stuff. Look at. Yeah, I don't know. Coming all the way back here, it killed the battery, so the phone's about to die. Do you want this? Back engineer. Yeah, okay. All right. See you, Copernicus. Later. Bye. No? All right. I tried.
I think that was a good answer to a stupid question. Thank you.
I did my best. Dude, nobody was answering. What was I supposed to do?
Here's another stupid question I thought of before. What was the recruitment like for Columbus's ship? Believing what he thought he was going to sail off into whatever. Now, you might fall off the edge of the earth, but we give you an extra bonus for that, Or how did that work?
Not taking that one. It's not for me.
I already knew exactly where he was going. He was just looking for a different route to the same place, allegedly. But who knows what really happened. By the way, glad thanks for that Jesuit video. That was interesting. I didn't know that channel existed either. Feel like
Right,
100,000 subs.
Yeah, I stumbled upon it, man. I think Sonny sent it. A different version of it on a different channel, but it's the same guy. It's the same video. Yeah.
Pretty good content.
Yeah, it's interesting stuff for sure.
channel?
Hang on. I'll just post the video. Guys, I don't have the fastest computer. I'm going to say that right now. It is not impressive. Well, here's one to tide you over. This is not it. This is what Sonny posted the other day. And then I'm still looking for that. The other one.
I'm trying to think of the name of the channel. It's World's History, something like that. I don't know.
No. Hang on. I'll find it. Don't fret, my pet. Okay, here's the video. This is not the channel, but I found the video. And it's better graphics than the other one. Here we go. Check out them apples right down there in the old West Texas there. Werner von Braun's Captain haircut in that thumbnail, man. Look at that, just sharp looking cut. His napkin in his pocket there is a little messed up, not gonna lie. That's okay. Even the Nazis can be a little sloppy. And they've proven that with their work here in America.
Yep, allegedly they were a little sloppy in doing whatever they did in Antarctica. You believe that story, right?
Maybe. What's the story?
Supposedly they were like trying to establish some base, some way to access.
Oh yeah, the Antarctic base, yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, I've heard all those. Well, not all of them, I guess, but I've heard a lot of that stuff. Yep. Here's a GIF I'd like to see Globers posting left and right. Perfect world.